Good morning, Allison. Just wanted to say hi. I can't hear you, but it's okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. That's all I really wanted to say. I acknowledge that you're there and thank you for all your hard work yesterday.
Well, no problem. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to mute again and we'll start in, looks like 18 minutes or so.
Okay, in about 15, I'll log in with my backup phone number.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hi, just want to say good morning to Mr. Casper, Mr. Bartel, Ms. Maggiore. Good morning. You can remain muted. We've got about 5 minutes before we start up. So good to see you all this morning. 5 minutes or so. Mr. Bartel, that's a good looking tie you have there. Thanks for wearing it.
You know what? Great Mustang, Mike. I was just going to say, Randy, you can rock a bow tie like nobody else.
Well, I did not learn how to tie one until 5 years ago. So old dogs can still learn new tricks.
I'm impressed, Randy.
Believe me, I almost gave myself wrist trauma learning how.
I was going to say, one thing I miss about not doing these in person is seeing how you're dressed, because you always had such a nice suit and ensemble on.
We had a partner here in the firm who started a tradition called Bow Tie Tuesday. And on Tuesdays, all the guys wore bow ties. And so as not to discriminate, he said that all the women needed to wear pearls on Tuesdays. So on Tuesdays, this place was looking pretty shiny.
And very classy. I mean, pearls and bow ties.
It was actually kind of fun. It was actually kind of fun. Everybody just started really dressing up on Tuesdays, whether you needed to or not. And then, of course, there was a lot of creativity going on with the bow ties. So
I used to work in Honolulu. I kind of miss Aloha Fridays, where the women would wear blues and the men would have the Hawaiian shirts. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I also worked in Honolulu.
You did? Were you in the same line of work, Mr. Casper?
Not at all. I worked in Honolulu. I had an internship after college, the Waikiki Beach Aquarium.
Oh, sweet. Well, I worked in First Circuit Court on Punchbowl Street.
What did you do, Scott? Were you in marine biology or something?
That was actually my undergraduate degree, yeah. And my internship was probably the best and easiest job I ever had. I sat in a chair by the dolphin tank and made sure that nobody jumped in.
All right.
So I went to work in flip-flops, sunglasses, and a tank top, and got a tan and got paid to do that. So
Why would you leave a job like that?
that's a great question. Yeah, it was a time-limited internship, so I did it for a full summer and then back to college for the next semester.
Morning, Joaquin. Morning, Mr. Borman.
Good morning.
You always have the most interesting art behind you.
Oh, okay. I'll have to pass that along to my wife. These were paintings done by her father.
Oh, is that right?
And he was an architect and artist in Scottsdale.
Talented one at that.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
I'm just in my messy office.
Well, I'm in my messy, I guess, ersatz office, which is my bedroom. converted that I converted to an office, our second bedroom, basically. But that's why I have the artwork as my virtual background rather than the room itself.
Well, we're in a big cloud this morning. I can usually see the Sandias right out my office window. This morning, it's a complete whiteout.
We had snow last night, but it's clear right now.
Scott's in the Sandias. Like in a picnic.
Which burn is that behind you, Scott?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry, that's actually Nehemus. That's out by Lake Caldera.
Okay, I thought it was. One of my law partners has a cabin right up there with a beautiful view. Joaquin, you've met him, Raul.
Oh, yeah.
Got a cabin right up in that area. And I thought, boy, if I had to guess, I'd say that was the Hamus burn.
Yeah, and that's a neat hill right there because that hill was burned by the wildland fires. So all those trees up there are just black, and the sort of the yellow brush underneath in the fall. It looks kind of neat.
They had some pretty hellacious fires.
I'm going to admit 5 more people here, and we may be ready to go. I don't want to waste any time today.
Good morning, Mr. Lennon.
Good morning. Welcome. And I see a new face. That must be Miss Leba. Did I pronounce that correctly, Miss Leba?
That is correct.
Wow, I got lucky. And Mr. Archuleta is online. Miss Dunn is here again today. Mr. Maurer, there he is, out from his corner. Welcome, Mr. Maurer. Can't hear you, but I can see you moving.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Are we missing anyone? Mr. Padilla, we're waiting for Mr. Padilla. Let's give him, it's
Yeah,
9:02.
I'm here, sir. I'm here,
Where, oh, there he is. Boy, you were hiding.
right next to you.
Okay, right next to me. Right on my screen, you're next to Miss Hoyman. So when you guys
okay.
move from one block to another block, it gets me all confused. Could you just stay in the same blocks? That's a joke. I don't know how we could possibly do that. Maybe I can arrange my blocks the same way as I had them all day yesterday. Good to see your client there, Mr. Padilla, or your witness, and I'm glad that I can see him in the screen. So that's nice. We went pretty late yesterday, worked hard all day. Today, I expect to do the same thing. The way I see it, we've got a 6 witnesses or so. I certainly would like to end by 5. I know Ms. Hoyman likes to end by 5. So that's going to be our goal for today. I know Mr. Padilla likes to take an hour for lunch rather than a half hour. We'll try to keep our 5-minute hourly breaks to 5 minutes. We'll break whenever it's appropriate. Does anybody have any other things they'd like to discuss before we go on the record?
Just like to remind you that my witness has a meeting between 11 and 2. So hopefully we can accommodate that schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. I had forgotten about that, so I appreciate you reminding me. I just wrote it down on my little crib sheet paper that I keep.
And Mr. Lennon,
I
this is
suspect
Randy
he'll be
Bartell.
reached after 2. And Mr. Bartell? Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to note that my witness, Chief Casper, is required to attend another meeting between 12 and 1, but otherwise is available today.
So I've got Superior next on my list. And is Mr. Archuleta ready to start testifying?
It was my understanding, sir, that we were going to do the 2 AMR witnesses this morning. Mr. Archuleta is transporting his wife to a medical appointment and will be available around 11.
Okay. I thought I saw him online here. Maybe he's tuned in from the road or something.
Yeah, I think.
There he is.
He had a medical appointment. His wife had a medical appointment. She had surgery yesterday.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope it all works out okay. Yeah, that was our agreement that we would take the Ms. Montoya and Ms. Leyba this morning, first thing out of order. When I say out of order, I mean normally we would have heard from them yesterday, but it turns out they're actually in order, so to speak. They would be the next witnesses. So rather than waste any more time, we're going to, there is one matter of housekeeping. There was a motion that I take administrative notice of an investigative report. We can do that before we begin testimony. Ms. Maggiore, you're the one that made that motion. Is that correct?
Your Honor, if I may, as I think everybody knows, because it was all over the news, Christus received its first doses of the COVID vaccine yesterday, and I would really like to get Ms. Leyba on and off, if that's at all possible. If we could deal with that after their testimony, I'd greatly appreciate it. And Mr. We have one, we found a math error that I want to let everybody know about afterwards too, but I'd really like to get the Christus witnesses done because they are very, very busy right now.
Okay, that'll be fine. I try to accommodate counsel and be considerate of all these things. I just want to remind everybody that this is being streamed live on YouTube around the world, so we all need to behave and be kind to each other. All right, Ms. Hoyman, are you ready to go back on the record? Okay. Good morning, everyone. For the record, back on the record, it's 9:06 a.m. According to my computer, it's December 15th, 2020. My name is Robert Lennon. I am a hearing officer for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. I've been designated and ordered to hear this case. This is the second day of the case of the matter of the application of American Medical Response Ambulance Service, Inc., doing business as American Medical Response Emergicare, for an amendment to certificate number 56829. I believe I said this is the second day. We had the beginning of this hearing yesterday. We began about 9 and we ended about 4:45 p.m. We had completed the testimony. We had motions hearings, and then we had completed the testimony of Mr. Graham, who I believe is still online. Yeah, there he is. He's with us. And now we're going to proceed to hear the two more witnesses from the applicant, namely Ms. Leyba, and then Ms. Montoya. So, Ms. Leyba, are you prepared to be sworn in at this point?
Yes, I am.
Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Ms. Leyba, do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, let me allow someone else into the waiting from the waiting room. Does anyone know who Erica Campos is?
Yes, I do. Ms. Campos is a Christus employee who has been helping us with getting everything organized.
Is there any objection to allowing her to participate as a Zoom participant? I don't hear any, so we're going to admit her. Welcome, Ms. Campos. Okay, let's proceed with the testimony with first of identification of Ms. Leyba and then go forward. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Leyba. Can you please state your full name and your position for the court record?
Monica Leyba, Chief Nursing Executive at Christus St. Vincent.
All right. And Ms. Leyba, did you participate in the preparation of some pre-file testimony that was filed and served on October 23rd of 2020?
I was.
And have you had the opportunity to review that testimony?
I have.
Is that testimony true and correct to the best of your understanding?
It is.
Has anything changed since you swore out this testimony?
It has not.
All right, I would ask to admit the direct testimony of Monica Leyba, which I believe is marked as, it's marked as AMR 3.
Any objection?
None.
Okay, I don't hear anybody, but sometimes they need to unmute themselves, so I'll wait another 10 seconds or so. Okay, there being
We don't have no objection.
There being no objection, AMR number 3 is admitted as evidence. Let's go in order here. Mr. Maurer, will you care to cross-examine this witness?
Yes, sir, please.
Please do.
May please the hearing officer and it's Ms. Leba, my name is Fred Maurer and I represent Superior Ambulance. And if I'm not clear in my questions, please let me know because I know sometimes these types of proceedings can be difficult.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to, based upon the news I heard last night, I want to congratulate the facility for being able to, I guess, be the first facility in the state of New Mexico to receive the vaccine. And I understand you guys are engaged in a very active program in getting your employees vaccinated. And I think that's great. And I wish you the best of success with that program.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Leba, I've read your testimony that was admitted into the record as Exhibit 3. And I just want to follow up. It's true that with regard to this weekend, that Superior has reached out to you and told you they have ambulances available and is currently providing ambulance service for your facility to fill the gap created by Rocky Mountain suspension. True?
That is correct.
Okay. And from your testimony, as I understood it, you found Superior in previous dealings with them to be a clinically sound program and someone you could work with. True?
Correct.
And with regard to your testimony, I noted, did at any time I always pronounce it St. Vincent's, I realize it's St. Christus. St. Christus reach out as an example to Albuquerque Ambulance to seek help in providing your low acuity transportation needs?
Are you asking me from this past weekend?
No. From the time period of your testimony, you indicated that there was a need for additional services, true?
Correct.
And you specifically identified on page 2 of your testimony that one of your biggest needs seemed to be the low acuity from hospital to lower level care, such as nursing homes or homes, to be one of your biggest needs. True?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to all of these proceedings, had you ever reached out as an example to Superior to see if they could provide additional services to support Rocky Mountain?
We have reached out at any time that we go through our basic algorithm of the type of care that is needed for transport, and we'll reach out to the appropriate service to transfer our patients.
Okay. And was one of those carriers you were reaching out to Superior?
Correct.
And were you also reaching out to Albuquerque Ambulance during this time period when you were in need of additional transports?
We reach out to all of them.
Okay. And were Superior and Albuquerque Ambulance responding to you and providing you that service?
A portion of the time.
Okay. And when you say that, can you clarify what you mean, a portion of the time?
If you're asking about, are they highly reliable to answer the phone dispatch within a reasonable time frame? I think that the answer from many of them are dependent on the day and the level of transports needed across the entire state.
Okay.
And so we have
sorry.
days where one is more responsive than the other. We have days where, and whether responsiveness means answering the phone or able to dispatch somebody to take care of our patients, we find gaps in that care.
Okay. And gaps in the care for providing transportation services in what type of frame? Are we talking time to respond?
Answering the phone and time to respond.
Okay. And the level of care, I think you've already testified is true, is satisfactory to you by both of those services.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me go back. Are you asking me about Superior? Or are you
I
asking
was
me
asking,
about Albuquerque ambulance?
I was asking about both, but we can
Okay.
break it down if you feel more
Okay.
comfortable. Is the
Well,
level,
we have more experience with the Superior.
okay, and the level of care they're providing you?
And
is
we do use them frequently.
Okay.
We need
And,
them.
Albuquerque Ambulance, same experience, that they are providing good service and you use them.
Not as much.
Okay. And why is that?
We look to Superior. We've looked to Rocky for more of that lower acuity internal, for Santa Fe local transportation, even though we have issues with them.
All right. And
Albuquerque Ambulance is a Presbyterian owned organization or service, and they service the Presbyterian Santa Fe. And we have seen an increase of an outmigration of patients that are from Santa Fe and then are discharged in the Albuquerque area.
And is that what you've just described from your facility?
The increase has been from Pres Santa Fe to Albuquerque.
Thanks for clarifying that.
We
Okay.
have a need. If we're not able to provide a higher level of service or a specific subspecialty, then we are going to transfer the patient to Albuquerque and whichever facility best meets the patient's needs. We do depend on UNMH as our state hospital.
Okay. And so that, just to make sure I understood, currently Superior is fulfilling your transportation needs as a result of what's happened.
They meet
reached
those
out to you.
needs, but there are, yes, and there are gaps in that.
Okay. And when you say gaps, can you explain that?
I mentioned about answering the phone. It is one of the, I guess one of the number one concerns when we speak to our associates and those who are at the ground level requesting services, in that answering the phone, or that there's a delay. And as you know, when there's a delay in moving a patient, it depends on the pulse of the organization that day. If it's a day like today, we don't have any med-surg beds. We don't have any progressive care beds. We are at max capacity with critical care in taking care of both the COVID and the non-COVID patients. We have opened our clinical decision unit, which is an outpatient area, so it's not inpatient. We have admitted patients there, and we had 7 patients holding in our emergency department this morning. So what I'm dependent upon is a provider that we can call and they can move and mobilize and help us decompress a hospital so we can take care of more patients here in the Santa Fe community, as well as northern New Mexico.
Okay.
Our spoke
And-
hospitals are critical for us to be able to take care of that patient population with in the small cities.
And is that need you just described currently being met by Superior?
With a gap.
And what gap specifically? This phone issue or?
Answering, yeah, being able
Okay.
to reach them, and then the turnaround time.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, ma'am, and good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Lennon, you're muted.
Thank you. Mr. Bartel, are you ready to cross?
I am, thank you.
Please do.
Ms. Leyva, I'm Randy Bartel. I represent Albuquerque Ambulance Service in this proceeding. I understand that you are the Chief Nurse Executive at Christus St. Vincent Regional Medical Center. Could you give us a brief understanding of the main areas of your responsibility in that position?
It's nursing care across the organization, both inpatient and outpatient.
And how long have you been in that position?
I have been in this position for a little over 3 years and with the organization for 39.
Okay. And as the Chief Nurse Executive, what is your direct involvement in terms of obtaining interfacility patient transport services by ambulance?
Day to day, I don't. It is our nurse leaders, whether that is a clinical supervisor, a manager or director in our emergency department and our inpatient units, and our director of case management. They do all of the day-to-day work. They'll bring concerns to us at the, with the senior executive team, whether they're having challenges or whether they've escalated a concern, and then maybe I've had to make phone calls myself.
And prior to becoming the Chief Nurse Executive, did you have more day-to-day contact with arranging interfacility patient transports?
Not in the emergency department. I was over the medical surgical services in the acute care setting. And it was our director and the case managers who mostly do all of the arranging.
Are you aware that Albuquerque Ambulance Service has been authorized by the PRC to station units in Santa Fe County since March of 2019?
I
am. Do you have knowledge of Christus calling on Albuquerque Ambulance Service to provide interfacility transport services since March of 2019?
They're on our list of providers, and they go down the algorithm.
So do you have any idea of how many times in 2019 Albuquerque Ambulance Service actually performed interfacility transports for Christus?
I do not know that.
If I told you it was 54, would you have any reason to doubt that number?
Not being that I'm sure you're sworn in too, and I trust you.
Actually, he's not, Miss
No,
Leyva.
I'm not.
And I'm going to object to counsel testifying, so.
Well, it's cross-examination, and leading questions are not unusual in cross-examination, so it's overruled. Although they're not as convincing, frankly, from this end. I'd like to hear it from the witness mouth rather than from counsel's mouth. You guys might want to keep that in mind. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Bartel.
So, Ms. Levitt, does that sound right to you, though? Is that in the range that you would expect the transport number to be?
I don't know. I mentioned to you that earlier. I don't have a number of transports out of Christus St. Vincent.
And do you have any knowledge of how many times Albuquerque Ambulance Service has been called by Christus in 2020 to perform transports?
I do not have any of those numbers.
Again, if I told you it was 44 through the end of September, would that sound right to you?
Again, I don't know that.
Okay, all right. To your knowledge, did Christus experience any problems with the transport, interfacility transport calls that it asked Albuquerque Ambulance to perform since March of 2019 to the present?
So according to your numbers, which again, I don't know, I'm not aware of, nothing was brought to my attention regarding transport of those patients.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your direct testimony, starting on page 2 at line 10. You're there describing basically 3 categories of interfacility transports, correct?
Correct.
So the first one is the interfacility transports being performed by the Santa Fe Fire Department. Can you characterize those in the sense of geographically, where typically do the calls originate and where do they terminate?
So obviously 911 responds to, both facilities, Christus St. Vincent as well as Presbyterian Santa Fe. And so those are any patients that are coming to us. Then if we have a patient that requires a higher level of care, and that are more of your critical care level transfers, then we contact them for transport out of Santa Fe, out of Christus St. Vincent, and that's going to be typically to one of the facilities in Albuquerque, whichever offers that subspecialty, and they have a bed for us.
So are you saying that there are times when Christus will actually activate Santa Fe Fire Department via 911?
No, we don't want to do that.
Okay.
We don't want to impact anything coming to any emergent responses that they're responsible for in the city.
Okay. And then the second category you speak of in your direct testimony has to do with high acuity interfacility transports. And what's the distinction between the interfacility transports that the fire department is primarily handling versus the second category of high acuity interfacility transports?
Your advanced life support, your patients that are intubated could be on mechanical ventilation. We have patients that go to Albuquerque, say after they have a heart attack. We see them here. We've got a full service cath lab. We may implant a device, but they need further care that we're not able to provide, open heart surgery, for example. And then those patients would then be taken to Albuquerque.
So though they may be high acuity, are they regarded as stable medically?
Typically.
Okay.
Our goal is stabilization and then transport.
So in that paragraph, to my reading, it looks like you are addressing 2 different situations. One is where you've got a high acuity but stable patient at Christus that needs to go to another hospital for further care. And the second situation that you're addressing is patients coming into Christus from some other hospital.
Yes.
In that second situation where we're talking about patients who are incoming to Christus, does Christus undertake to arrange ambulance transportation for those patients?
We do.
And you reference 5 hospitals further north. Can you identify those for the record?
Yes. Los Alamos Medical Center, Espanola Presbyterian, Holy Cross in Taos. We've got Raton and Las Vegas. And that is all of our area, our catchment area, and the spoke hospitals that we work closely with.
And how many of the outgoing patients that you deal with, how many of those wind up going to the State Behavioral Health Hospital in Las Vegas?
You know what? I can't give you a number of which are the higher acuity and which are the lower acuity. We transport behavioral health patients to Albuquerque, to Las Vegas, and to Las Cruces.
Oh, okay.
Again, it really is dependent upon where we find a bed for the patient as well as their age. The Albuquerque area mostly serves the pediatric population. And then adults can go to Las Vegas or Las Cruces.
You mentioned that you have 44 transports per month from Christus to Albuquerque. Do all of those go to UNMH?
Higher
Or-
acuity would.
Okay.
Well, and it depends. It depends on the type of patients that we have and where they need care and follow-up. We transport or transfer patients to the Heart Hospital, Presbyterian, Loveless, UNM.
Okay, so that 44 per month on average could span all of those hospitals in Albuquerque. Is that what you're saying?
It could.
Okay.
It does.
And then you mentioned that that Christus takes in between 150 and 225 patients a month from the 5 hospitals that you have identified. Do some of those wind up also then being transferred down to Albuquerque because of their clinical needs?
It depends. If we, what's hard for the physicians is that they're taking a report, they're looking at the needs of the patient. Sometimes we'll do a transfer to the smaller hospitals can't care for that patient in their ED. We'll bring them over. We'll assess them. We anticipate that we're able to provide the care, but if for some reason we cannot, then we're going to go to a subspecialty and we would end up transferring that patient out.
Do you have any idea how many of the 44 on average that go down to Albuquerque represent some of the patients that have come in from the other 5 hospitals?
I don't have the numbers.
So looking at page 3 of your direct testimony, starting at line 1 through 16, there you are describing contacts and involvement with 2 services that are unnamed. Is it correct that neither one of the services that you are describing on page 3 at those lines is Albuquerque Ambulance Service?
Like, can I get that document? I want to take a look at it.
Please do.
Ms. Majori, does the witness have a copy of her testimony?
I do. I just need to get it here.
Okay.
Page.
This little lull, I keep hearing what I call like a Windows or internet sound telling me to look at my emails or something. Does anyone know what that is, Ms. Maggiore? Is that from your computer, perhaps? Or perhaps it's Mr. Bartel. I see you guys as the only ones who are unmuted on my screen, and it continuously is ringing.
Don't know, but I can mute if that would be helpful.
If anything is coming into mine, I don't have it open, but I'm on my computer. So you could be hearing anything. If you'll identify it next time, then I can tell you if it's coming from mine.
It's the sound I get when an email comes in, and I keep going back to find what email came in, and there's no email coming in.
Okay, it could be mine.
That's
Mr.
the sound
Bartel.
right there.
Okay, yeah, it's me. Let me turn it. Let's see if I can turn it off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Mr. Bartel, with regard to your last question to this witness, were you referring to a specific line on page 3?
Lines 1 through 16.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm on that page.
Could you restate the question, Mr. Bartel?
So at that point in your direct testimony, page 3, lines 1, 2 through 16, you are describing 2 ambulance providers who are not named. And my question simply is that neither one of the providers that you are there discussing is Albuquerque Ambulance Service, correct?
That's correct.
So further down on that same page, starting at line 17 through 23, you describe this RFP process that Christus went through with respect to obtaining ambulance service. Can you tell us what the time frame was for the RFP process in terms of when the request for our proposals was released and what the response date was?
In order to give you those exact dates, I would need to go into my email to get them. It has been this year. I believe that we started to receive the RFPs in the September timeframe. We have been talking about wanting to partner with a service that provides some stability to Christus St. Vincent and the community of Santa Fe in northern New Mexico, and taking that to the next level from a quality perspective. A true partner for us and somebody that we can rely on. And that conversation has been a conversation with the senior executive team for well over a year.
Did the request for proposals ask the responding parties to address the 3 categories of interfacility transports that you describe on page 2 of your testimony?
Yes, we did.
Who were the responding providers?
We asked AMR, Helios, Midwest, Superior.
So the third one you named is Midwest. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
Correct.
Ms. Leba, I'm not sure I heard you. Did you say we ask? You were asked who responded, and your answer was we ask. Is that correct?
We asked, yeah.
Okay.
We are looking for a partner to work to be a primary partner with Christus St. Vincent to do our lower acuity transfers. We rely on City of Santa Fe for our higher acuity, and will continue to do that, and partner well with them, are dependent upon them for all of our EMS 911, as well as transport outside of Santa Fe to the Albuquerque area. But we are looking for a partner to help us meet our community needs with an improved turnaround time, with higher quality, that have the technology to take us to the next level. And I think Santa Fe deserves it.
In preparing the request for proposals, did Christus ask the fire department for input?
Input in what sense?
In the preparation of the request?
We have partnered with them. Yes, we have talked to them about what they primarily provide for us.
So Albuquerque Ambulance Service was not invited to respond to the Christus RFP. Can you state why that happened?
They're Presbyterian and a direct competitor for us.
So does that imply that Christus is worried that somehow its interfacility transport requests wouldn't be given the same priority as interfacility transport requests coming from the Santa Fe Medical Center?
Yes, we would want a provider so that Christus St. Vincent is a primary and someone who could serve us at that highest level. And with Presbyterian in Santa Fe, that's who they serve. They will typically transfer patients, to and from the Albuquerque service area, and we would be secondary to them.
Is that an assumption that Christus has made, or do you have information that suggests that if called, Albuquerque Ambulance Service would not give the Christus call the same priority as it would give to any other calls?
They're a Presbyterian facility. It's who they serve.
Well, do you have an understanding of the scope of the authority that Albuquerque Ambulance Service was granted by the PRC for its work in Santa Fe County?
I do.
So you understand that it's not restricted to serving only the Santa Fe Medical Center, correct?
Correct.
Does Christus have any questions about the quality of Albuquerque Ambulance's service?
We don't.
Are you familiar with an organization called the Commission on Accreditation of Ambulance Services?
I'm familiar with it. I don't have the, if you're going to ask me to cite any of the standards in there, I'm not going to know that.
I'm not going to ask you to do that, but
Okay.
do you recognize CAS, as it's called, the Commission on Accreditation of Ambulance Services, as being a nationally recognized certification process for ambulance services?
Yes.
Are you aware that Albuquerque Ambulance Service is CAS
Objection
certified?
outside the scope of direct.
Hold on, we've got an objection.
We're outside the scope of direct at this point. Again,
Mr.
we're
Bartel,
doing
could you
a-
repeat the question one time again, please?
I asked if she was aware that Albuquerque Ambulance is CAS certified.
It's I find it's within the scope, overruled. You can answer, ma'am.
I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any understanding of how Albuquerque Ambulance Service functions in Bernalillo County and Sandoval County with respect to interfacility transports between the hospitals located in those counties?
I do not.
Are you aware that Albuquerque Ambulance Service frequently transports patients between all of the hospitals in Bernalillo County and Sandoval County, including Lovelace and UNMH?
I don't know the Albuquerque area.
So turning to page 4 of your direct testimony, starting at line 7, you're asked this question, quote, do you think the current configuration of interfacility ambulance services in Santa Fe provides services to Christus in a reasonable and continuous manner sufficient to meet Christus's needs? And your answer is, quote, no, there is a need for additional services, end quote. Is that your answer because you are not including Albuquerque Ambulance Service in the, quote, current configuration that you reference in the question?
Well, and part of that is the some of the ongoing issues that we have had with Rocky. And I'm not here to speak about all of that and the concerns that I have with with them. I think the PRC is doing a good job in what they need to do to investigate. But that takes out a service. It happened to us last year. That has a significant impact in the facility and the stress on current providers. And we're faced with that again, just, this past weekend.
Is it fair to say that Christus has not investigated the possibilities and therefore does not know what Albuquerque Ambulance's capacity is to take on some of the call volume that Rocky Mountain EMS has been required now because of its suspension to pass to other providers?
We will use anybody to move our patients if the need is there to do that, which we have used Albuquerque Ambulance in the past.
But is it correct that Christus has not reached out specifically to Albuquerque Ambulance Service with respect to the call volume that Rocky Mountain EMS is no longer legally able at this time to conduct?
Neither party has reached out to each other.
You mean since Friday, Mr. Bartel, is that correct?
That's my understanding of when the suspension took effect, yes.
Okay, so if they have an affirmative response, they would have had to have reached out since late afternoon Friday, this past Friday. I just want to make sure I'm clear of your question. Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
Thank you, sir. And the answer is, Ms. Leba, they have not.
No, neither party has reached out to each other.
Thank you.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel. Are you ready, Mr. Padilla?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Ms. Leba, I'm going to have some questions with regard, I'm sorry, let me introduce myself first. My name is Ray Padilla. I am the attorney representing Rocky Mountain EMS in this particular matter. I'm going to have some questions with regard to your direct testimony and also some follow-up questions with regard to the cross-examination that's already been done. I'd like to start with your direct testimony, and you have that in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay. First thing I'd like to understand is how the direct testimony came about. Who wrote the questions? Who wrote the answers? Can you explain that to me, please?
We did here at Christus St. Vincent. We've got a team who has been working on looking at our EMS services for Christus St. Vincent.
Actually, what I'm talking about, Ms. Leba, is the specific questions and the specific answers. For example, question number 1 on page 1 says, please state your full name for the record. Was that question something that St. Vincent's came up with, that you came up with, that the attorney for AMR came up with? How did that come about?
Here at Christus St. Vincent.
Okay. And with regard to the answers, is the same true?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any input into your direct testimony by AMR?
I never met with them to talk about anything that was going to go on this direct testimony, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. On page 1, line 11, you say there are currently 2 transport services who are not part of the 911 dispatch service. Are those 2 transport services, who are the two transport services that you're referring to?
Rocky Mountain and Superior.
Okay. And then you go on to say, not part of the 911 dispatch service, but who help us with emergency transport services in the following ways. That's a little confusing to me, and maybe I'm just reading it wrong, but are you suggesting that Rocky Mountain and Superior somehow or other help with emergency transport services?
They can.
In what instances does Rocky Mountain help with emergency transports, or have they in the past?
The which is extremely rare, and I put that I wrote that in the testimony. There is that we mainly will rely on City of Santa Fe Fire Department, and if for some reason they could not, then we would look at another provider to see if they have the service to transport a patient.
So would I be correct then in concluding from your answer that St. Vincent's believes that Rocky Mountain does have the ability to provide emergency transport service?
We have a significant issue with the level of trust with the quality of care that Rocky Mountain provides.
I understand that, but I'm concerned with whether or not you just said that Rocky Mountain rarely would provide emergency transport services. So I'm simply want to know whether St. Vincent's is of the opinion that Rocky Mountain, when it's operating, has the capability of providing emergency transport service.
If they have capability, our team will, they look at the needs of the patient, and then they go down the list of providers to see who can safely take that patient to wherever the transport location is.
Okay. How many ambulance services are actually on St. Vincent's list of providers?
4.
And who would those be?
City of Santa Fe. Superior, Rocky Mountain, Albuquerque Ambulance.
Okay. And you said that when staff has a need, they go down the list. Who's at the top of that list?
For our high acuity, it's City of Santa Fe.
And then
Then we'll reach out to Superior.
Excuse me?
Then we reach out to Superior,
Okay.
Rocky Mountain, Albuquerque Ambulance.
Okay. So that's for the high acuity. What about the lower acuity? Could you give us the order of services that are on that list?
We do the same. We can, they're all able to provide, that the different levels of care. It depends who they have, what the availability is.
Well, I understand their abilities, but it seems to me that what you're testifying to is that primarily the fire department is emergency, correct?
Correct.
So is it logical then for me to conclude that the fire department is not the first ambulance service on the list to be contacted in the lower acuity situation?
They certainly can be. We can use them. And they're, we will continue to reach out to them. If they have the ability to service the area, then we can do that. We typically we have to elevate it and go to the other services.
Okay, so when you don't use them, who's at the top of the list for the lower acuity? What's the order that Christa St. Vincent, at the time that you filed your testimony, what was the order that Christa St. Vincent was using when calling an ambulance service?
It really depends on what the team is looking for. And our case manager can mostly speak to that on the need and typical, what type of needs does the patient have? Where's the location? Specific to telling you about what does the patient require and who they're going to go with, they're going to spread that. It really does depend on the need.
Okay, but the reason I'm asking these questions is because you chose to use the terms high acuity and lower acuity. So I'm trying to determine if there's a distinction. You already told me when it comes to higher acuity, the order in which you contact ambulance services. There seems to be a distinction between the two. So I'm just wondering whether that changes the order that you contact ambulance services with.
It's going to depend on the need of the patient. It really is.
Okay. In your cross-examination, you mentioned ALS, which is advanced level support, correct?
Back to the form.
Excuse me?
Someone said back to the form. Was that?
I think that was,
Object to the form,
objective.
it's advanced life support.
Correct.
Okay. Would you tell me what ALS means then, please?
It's advanced life support, and I mentioned it earlier. Patients that require that critical care level transport.
Right. And is there a term that's called BLS?
Yes, that's part of the lower acuity.
Well, what does the BLS mean?
Basic.
Basic life support?
Correct.
Okay. So would it be fair to conclude that when you say high acuity, you're talking about advanced life support?
Correct.
And when you're talking about lower acuity, that's basic life support?
Correct.
Okay. And you've already said that when you have advanced life support, the patients are typically stable. Would the same hold true for basic life support?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, if you're dealing with an advanced life support patient, would it be more important to have a quicker response and transport time than it would be for a lower acuity or basic life support patient?
It would.
Now, you've talked quite a bit about the concerns with the time frame in responding, answering the phone and responding. Is that endangering your patients, or is it's simply having an effect on the operation of the hospital because those patients remain essentially in the custody of the hospital until they're transported?
It does, but something that we talk about, in our throughput meetings, and those are multidisciplinary team meetings, where, for example, this morning when the hospital is full, we want to expedite discharges so that we don't have that backup. When you back up the acute care setting, then you back up the emergency department, and it limits care. And so it puts a strain on the emergency department. So while it might be a lower level transfer, the potential, for the ability of an organization to meet the needs of the community, it does impact it. At the end of when I think about at the end of the care that we give is somebody in the emergency department who is seeking that care, and there are times when it is that patient requires lower level of care, and there are times when that patient requires higher level of care, but it's somebody waiting in the waiting room. We also run the risk the longer that we have patients waiting in the waiting room, that they leave the hospital without being seen. And we have a 2% rate right now, and it goes like 2 to 4%. And so we worry about those patients. We have a team that calls them if they leave the hospital without being seen, so that we can help, one, check on them, and then two, help facilitate whether it's something that we can see the patient at in a with one of our local physician providers, or if they need to be seen in an emergency room. So we try our best to reach out to the patients, but But at the end of the day, when you talk about throughput and patients sitting in a hospital, there are days like today when it has an impact, and then there are days when it doesn't. If we have plenty of beds, then that patient just sits here longer.
Okay, so when you talk about backup, is that a hospital issue, or is that a patient issue, or is it some sort of combination thereof?
Combination of everything working together to take care of patients.
Okay, now going back to your testimony, still on page 2, line 15 through line 20, but I want to focus on the top part of it. You say high acuity interfacility transports where there is a need to travel between hospital levels of care, either from the 5 hospitals from north to Christus, or from Christus to other places. With regard to these patients that are coming from the 5 hospitals to the north, don't they come from the ambulance services that are in the northern part of the state?
Many of our local providers also will go pick up a patient and bring them down.
When your local providers go to pick up a patient, let's say, for example, in Taos, are those dispatched by, or is that transport requested by St. Vincent, or is it a transport that's requested by the hospital in Taos?
It typically will come out of a Taos request.
So that wouldn't have anything to do then with your concerns about not answering the phone or not responding quickly, correct?
We would like to be able for them to call us. They call us to see if we have a bed and we can take care of that patient if we have the appropriate specialty or subspecialty. And we would like to be able to get that, to bring that patient quicker to us.
Okay, but the choice of the ambulance service is not St. Vincent's. It's the choice of the hospital where the patient is coming from and the instructions of the hospital to the ambulance service, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know whether
we would like the ability to be able to provide their needs at that higher quality and a quick turnaround time, or quicker, to have somebody available to them?
Okay, you're talking about, you've testified about, you just said you'd like the ability to do this. You've talked about a higher level of care or the next level, those types of terms. You're talking about an improved system when you say those things, are you not?
Improved, yes.
So there's a desire to improve, and if possible to even have a perfect system. Is that the gist of a lot of your testimony here?
Christus St. Vincent is not perfect. I don't expect anybody to be. But for us to be able to respond to the needs of the community as well as northern New Mexico, we definitely want to meet those needs as best as we can.
Do you know if there are other ambulance services in these 5 communities in the north that you talked about?
Local?
Pardon?
Yes, so some local area, some local EMS.
For example, does Taos have its own ambulance service?
They have local EMS.
Okay, what about Raton?
I don't know their ability to transfer out of their facilities to ours. We have a significant, there's delay, as well as what has been, I think, a burden across the entire state with the pandemic is that we're getting patients from all over New Mexico, and that has taxed our EMS services. We have patients that we can't bring for 24 hours because requiring higher level of care because of the stress on the current system.
And am I understanding correctly that that's the situation that's being caused by COVID?
Correct.
So hopefully, once COVID's resolved, then that's a temporary situation, correct?
Well, either that or we've worked on partnerships across the entire state that we've not had before, where we're communicating on a daily basis to help each other with our different needs and levels of surge. So we don't know what that's going to look like moving forward.
But that's hospital to hospital that you're talking about, rather than hospital to ambulance services that are serving St. Vincent's, correct?
Correct, but our ambulance services provide care for all the hospitals across New Mexico.
Okay. Let's go to page 3 of your testimony, please. Line 1. The question is the current inter-facility ambulance service in Santa Fe operating in a manner that is reasonably continuous and adequate? I want to focus on that phrase, reasonably continuous and adequate. Are you aware of the definition of that phrase? I'm now talking about the legal definition.
Objection, this witness is not an attorney.
Yeah, it's not exactly a fair question. I wouldn't expect her to be familiar with the legal, so I'm not sure it's a significant answer to, and so therefore not such a significant question. So
I'm trying to get to the. I'm sorry.
Miss Labia, you're not a lawyer, right?
No.
Okay. Do you know that there is a legal compared to a normal pedestrian definition for reasonably continuous and adequate?
No.
Okay, well, she doesn't even know there's 2 different definitions. So I think that's enough of an answer there.
I'm simply trying to clarify the context in which she's using that phrase, because the phrase suggests, to me as a lawyer, of course, that the question was intended to apply to the specific laws that you ultimately have to apply. And I just want to know whether that phrase is being used as applied in the statute or the regulations, or being used otherwise.
I understand that, Mr. Padilla, and I'm going to speak openly and let you know that I presume that these direct testimonies are the words of the testifying witness. However, I also presume that they confer with counsel in the preparation of their direct testimony, as your client would confer with you. So I would presume that she has some guidance from counsel in the preparation of her testimony. If you
Am I allowed to ask the witness if the use of that phrase is intended to be in a legal manner or in a standard layperson manner?
Absolutely, sir. Please do so. Continue.
Okay. Ms. Leyva, the use of the phrase reasonably continuous and adequate, did you intend to use that phrase in a legal manner or in a layperson's interpretive manner?
Layperson's interpretive manner.
And what does it mean to you as a layperson?
Continuous and adequate, that we would not have concerns. It's highly reliable.
Okay, thank you. Lines 3 through 7. You say one provider seems to be clinically sound and we will likely continue to work with them. When you use words like seems to be and likely, why are you using the more vague terms?
We have opportunity as a healthcare system. I think the PRC as a group, I'm just going to be honest with everybody.
You're under oath, ma'am.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry.
Please continue.
Yeah. In that we can work together to review and truly understand about the local providers, to look at quality and to review that for New Mexico and take it to that next level with reporting and working in a partnership for us to make sure that we're providing that higher level of care. And right now we don't have that established. And it's something that we want to establish with AMR, to be able to look at cases and to speak openly and honestly about them and see what we can do to improve the healthcare system. And they are healthcare, all of our EMS are healthcare, are partners for us.
So are you talking about improvement over and above what existed at the time that you prepared your direct testimony?
Over and above what what we do today, all the way up to today.
Okay. Now at line 7 and at line 12 on page 3, you mentioned billing process. What does billing process have to do with adequate provision of services?
Our case management team get calls and they're trying to understand the billing processes for a patient. It's hard to navigate the healthcare system. You get bills from everywhere. And for us to be able to, help a patient navigate through that, 2, for a receiving entity to then react and be responsible for sharing information with the patient. In addition, for the organization to collaboratively charge appropriately. Those are all the things that we would want from a partner, and continue to look into those issues.
So as far as your testimony is concerned, is billing process of an ambulance service, is it on the same level as phones being answered quickly and response times being quick?
Yes, we are. You're not going to hear from me, as I mentioned earlier, in being that day-to-day person who is making the calls, who's trying to figure it out, but it is our care teams that are doing that. And going through this process, it gave us the opportunity to ask those questions. Their level of frustration was increasing. There were times when I was getting phone calls to help intervene for patient care with Rocky in particular, which I did. And when it has to be elevated to that level, to try to work on immediate issues, it is worrisome. We depend on the people that do our day-to-day work to give us the information that we need to help move healthcare across the entire system.
Okay, let's go to line or page 3, and this is going to be at the bottom of the page, so it carries over onto page 4. Line 25 says, well, start at 24. We interviewed each entity and thoroughly reviewed each submitted proposal. Then this is the sentence I'm most concerned with. The task force concluded that American Medical Response, AMR, is in the best position to offer quality medical transport to supplement Superior without duplicating the very important emergency response high acuity work of Santa Fe Fire Department. Our Santa Fe Fire Departments already conduct. When you say to supplement Superior, that suggests to me that Superior would be the primary and AMR would be secondary or supplementary. I want to know if I'm understanding that correctly, or if I'm not, please explain what you mean by that.
We intend to partner, and so that we can depend on a company to serve the needs of the community, someone that we can go to who's going to be responsive to our needs, and move our patients, whether that is to help decompress, an organization who's going to be responsive to the needs of the community, as I shared earlier with our current state today. And so we would look for that partner. Now, how they're all reliant. They have to be reliable with each other in that not one service can provide all needs. Sometimes they're taxed differently. The demands of the community are different, and it's mobile. And so I would expect that each one of them work together to meet the needs of the community. Now, we would primarily go to whoever we partner with to provide that specialized care for the people of Santa Fe and northern New Mexico.
So when you use the word partner, are you using that word in a more generic or general sense as opposed to a formal partnership?
We would like to look at a formal partnership.
Okay. And in the instance of AMR, are you talking about a contractual partnership?
We would like to do that.
Okay. Now, you talked in earlier cross-examination about, you said at a portion of the time Superior provided service, they weren't highly reliable. You talked about there's days when one service is more responsive than the other. When you were talking about those types of things, were you talking about the ambulance services? And by that I mean some days Rocky Mountain would be more reliable than Superior, some days Superior would be more reliable, that type of thing?
Correct.
Okay. You said on cross-examination that you looked to Rocky and Superior for more lower level support. So can I conclude from that testimony that you actually were satisfied with using Rocky at that point in time?
No, I would say that we're selective about the transport that they're going to make. And I depend on a case management team of nurses to help define what that looks like for the patient and their continued healthcare needs.
So would it be fair?
It really is. They're the ones who help define it on a daily basis in order to meet the needs of the patient. And that is specific to patient.
Okay, so when you say they're selective, then would it be logical for me to conclude that if Rocky is the one selected, then whoever selected Rocky has concluded that their service is adequate for that particular person?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Borman, are you ready to cross?
I do not have any questions
Okay.
for Ms. Leba.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. I have just a few, if you would. Ma'am, first of all, thank you for being here. And let me review my notes. I didn't know I'd be up to bat quite this quickly. Just a moment. So my objective is to clarify, not so much to cross-examine. There's a distinction to me. You may not notice it. You stated early on in your examination that and I think I have this right, you saw an out-migration increase Presbyterian Santa Fe to Albuquerque. And I really don't exactly understand what that means. Could you help me understand that, please?
So prior to Presbyterian opening, we were the primary local provider for Santa Fe and northern New Mexico, especially when the hub hospitals or the spoke hospitals can't deliver that level of care, then we're their go-to facility. And when they opened, we saw an 8% increase of discharge admitted patients coming out of that Albuquerque area. And that information is public knowledge.
Thank
So
you.
we see and experience patients that tell us that for something that we can provide, they're being transported to Albuquerque. That becomes a hardship for the family.
Later on during the cross-examination from Mr. Bartel, you said you go down the algorithm. And I'm familiar with the word algorithm. It's bandied about readily these days, usually with the word computer attached to it. But it need not be a computer. It can be more of a flow chart. And I suspect that's what you were referring to. Is that correct?
We don't have so for the case management or the emergency department team, they're first going to look at what type of transport is needed. And so that is where I talk about that, that algorithm. Is it an advanced life support? Is it a basic life support? Who can provide the services for the patient? And then based on all of the assessment that they do, then they make a decision on who's the best provider at that time to deliver that transport service. So there's a lot that goes into the decision making when they're going to request for us to transfer a patient.
When Mr. Padilla was examining you, he asked you about the list. Is the list equivalent to the algorithm, or is the list a final part of the algorithm? How does the list equate with your terminology, algorithm?
Our list of providers, it depends what type of service and then who can provide that service. And then they'll start to make the phone calls and see who responds, who has the whether it's capability or capacity to move that, to transfer the patient for us.
All right. You were quite specific concerning high acuity or advanced life support synonymously, that the order is number 1, City of Santa Fe, number 2, Superior, then Rocky Mountain, and then Albuquerque. That's the current order. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
So if AMR is awarded this certificate, prospectively, where would AMR fit into that list?
After the City of Santa Fe.
Okay. You mentioned when you conducted the request for proposals that you requested proposals from AMR, Helios, Midwest, and Superior. Do you believe Helios has a certificate to operate an ambulance service?
They do not.
Okay, how did
They
you identify?
They came to visit us. They were seeking support. We wanted to understand the type of service that they were looking to obtain licensure for.
Did they come to you in response? I mean, I'm trying to figure out if this is chicken or an egg here. Normally a request for proposals would be circulated among an industry, whatever industry it happens to be, would be published in perhaps a journal for that industry. I'm talking about for construction RFPs or for legal services provider RFPs. And what you have is an RFP for ambulance service. And what I heard struck me as unusual because it seems that you reached out to the people that that were to submit the proposal rather than the people proposing reaching out to you with the proposal. So my question was, how did you determine who you were going to reach out and request a proposal from, and why did you choose Helios? Now you're telling me it's because Helios approached you. So did Helios approach you prior to the RFP, or during, or after? They did prior.
They came by and they came with their attorney. They wanted to see if we would support them coming into the Santa Fe market. They're a startup company, very in early stages and infancy in trying to develop that.
And when did they come to you with their attorney?
I don't have a date, but I can get it for you. It was earlier this year.
Was it before the RFP?
Correct. Yes. And they requested to submit, and we said, go ahead, let us know what you how you envision your company, just so that they could be a part of.
Alrighty. I understand the distinction between a concept of kind diplomacy, if you will, but some of us lawyer types are very literal. And unfortunately, I have to read between the lines of the kind diplomacy to find the underlying literal meaning. I'm looking at page 304, and I'm just going to ask you directly. The first question is the current interfacility ambulance service in Santa Fe operating in a manner that is reasonably continuous and adequate? You refer to 2 services, and then you refer to 1 provider on line 4. Is that 1 provider superior?
Can you tell me which
on line 4, on line 3, you refer to of the 2 services. And then in line 4, you refer to 1 provider of those 2. Is that 1 provider you're referring to in the remainder of that paragraph superior?
Yes.
Thank you. And the other provider referred to in the beginning on line 11, is that provider Rocky Mountain?
Okay, let me go through it again.
Line 11 starts as for the other company. You decline to actually identify them. You just refer to them as 2 services.
Yes.
And I want to make sure loud and clear, I know who those 2 services are.
Yes, you're correct.
Thank you. A moment, let me see if I had any other little ambiguities I wanted to straighten out in my mind. I'm looking at my notes. I have no further questions. Because I asked some, is there any additional questions from council, Ms. Maggiore, within the scope of mine? I can't hear you. You're muted. And thank you for muting yourself.
We have some redirect, but I would like to, I don't want to lose Ms. Montoya. Her time is very limited, so I'd like to get her on as soon as possible.
How long do you anticipate her testimony will take? Because we're kind of due for a little break.
I can't anticipate that because all I'm doing is presenting her direct. I think you may want to ask that of the other individuals who would be cross-examining her.
Well, thank you. The truth is, my experience, especially in this case in particular, is that nothing's happening very quickly. And I understand Ms. Montoya's issues and I understand your issue, but I think I have a duty to everyone here. And I'm going to allow a 5-minute break before we start Ms. Montoya for practical purposes. And thank you, Ms. Montoya, for being here. I also want to disclose to everyone when I allowed her from the waiting room to appear, I quickly allowed her in and then said welcome, and she said good morning to me. Other than that, there's been no other communication. Any other questions from council?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, does that
Yes, sir.
mean that after we've concluded with Ms. Montoya, we're going to come back to Ms. Leyba? Because Ms. Maggiore indicated that she had some redirect. So are we
We're
finishing
going to do
Ms.
the
Leyba or
redirect
no?
right now. We're going to do her redirect now. I presume it's not going to be much because I didn't ask many questions.
There's not, let's just move it along.
Okay, then we're going to take a 5-minute question, 5 minutes from right now at 10:30. We'll be back at 10:35. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Did you get some pad thai for yourself? It is. I make a mean one at home with peanut sauce. It's really good. Oh, yeah. It's noodles with, it can be chicken or shrimp, and it's got kind of a nice spicy sauce on it. Jane and I always order extra vegetables because we don't want just the meat and the noodles. Yep. There you go. Okay.
Ann.
Good morning. How are you?
It's been a whirlwind of a couple days for sure.
Oh, I bet you guys were all over the news. I'm so proud of you for
I'm
just getting that vaccine and making it happen.
I'm so proud of our team. Just
I
so
told Erica I should just stop doing this and come up there and help you guys roll out that vaccine. That's so exciting.
It's so exciting.
It is. It is. Are people just lining up to roll up their sleeve?
Our associates are, yeah, because we're starting with our frontline staff. And yeah, they're getting so many calls internally. When are they going to be scheduled? And it's a good day. It's a good day in Santa Fe for sure.
That's his mute.
A good day in Santa Fe sounds like a good thing. We're still off the record, Miss Hoyman, please. My wife is actually a pharmacist, so I have a little bit of an insight into the medical community.
And she must be excited too, because finally a vaccine.
Hi there. Oh, you're Miss Montoya. You're now moving. That's an improvement.
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't say my wife is excited. She's
My pharmacist was excited here at the hospital.
I think I might even know your pharmacist.
Chris Atwell, probably.
It's Atwell. No, I know another one. Perhaps she's an employee of Miss Atwell. Even the pharmacists have little conventions and meetings and dinner parties and stuff like that.
Yep. It's a small group, but they hang tight, which is good.
Okay, my computer says that 5 minutes has expired. Could everyone please, light up your picture so I can see you, make sure you're actually there and moving around. I see Miss Dunn is back on. Miss Leba is going to stay with us. Miss Campos is there. Mr. Archuleta has been with us the whole time. Let's see, there's Mr. Padilla. He moved his box from the right side of my screen to the middle. You guys are just playing with me, aren't you? Okay. Who are we missing? We got everybody. There's Mr. Bartell in his usual spot. Okay, Ms. Hoyman, we're about to go back on the record.
That's fine, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Your camera is not on, however.
Oh, geez, that changes the whole picture there. Oh my. Okay, back on the record. This is Bob Lennon. My computer says it's 10:38. We took an 8-minute long 5-minute break, which is not unusual. We're now going to hear the testimony, I believe, from Lillian Montoya, who's going to be called by Miss Maggiore. Are you ready, Miss Maggiore?
I'm ready.
Okay, call your witness, please.
AMR calls Ms. Lillian Montoya.
Ms. Montoya, I'd like to swear you in so that you'll be under oath during your testimony. Could you please rise and raise your right hand, please? Stand up and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give, do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Proceed.
Thank you. And Ms. Montoya, I want to quickly and quietly thank you very much for taking time out of your considerable duties to be with us here today. Ms. Montoya, would you please state your name and your position on the record?
My name is Lillian Montoya. I am the president and CEO at Christus St. Vincent.
All right. And Ms. Montoya, did you participate in the preparation of some direct testimony for this hearing?
Yes.
And was that direct testimony filed on or about the 3rd day of November 2020 and served on all parties, as far as you know?
Yes.
Is everything in that testimony truthful and complete? And is it truthful and complete?
Yes.
All right. And has it changed at all from when you executed the testimony to today?
No.
All right, I'm going to offer the direct testimony of Lillian Montoya, and I believe that is AMR's exhibit. It's actually marked as Exhibit 2, but we already have an Exhibit 2, so I think we can make this Exhibit 4.
I can mark it Exhibit 4, and I just have. Are there any objections to Exhibit 4 being admitted into evidence? I'm going to wait a minute in case anybody needs to unmute.
I just want to be clear, it's going to say Exhibit 4, but it also says AMR 02 on it, correct?
I'll
Yes,
show it to you, Mr. Padilla. Can you,
I just
can
want
you
to
see
make sure
that?
that the record's correct.
Can you see it on the screen? And then
Yes, sir.
okay, I'll dictate into the record. It says AMR 402 has been crossed out. That's the exhibit. All right, any other objections? None. It is so admitted. Please continue.
thank you. Those are the questions that I have for Ms. Montoya reserved for redirect.
Okay, cross-examination. Let's call Mr. Maurer. Are you prepared, Mr. Maurer?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Ms. Montoya, my name is Fred Maurer, and I represent Superior Ambulance. I only have a few questions, but if my question isn't clear or you can't hear me, please let me know, because these are kind of crazy hearings. First of all, I want to congratulate your facility, and I guess you, for being able to receive that vaccine and getting all the first responders inoculated. That's great news, and I hope everybody there is safe. Now, Ms. Montoya, as I understand your testimony, what St. Vincent's is seeking is, from your testimony on page 3, is that under the existing system, you had Rocky Mountain and you needed a backup to help move your patients from the hospital to avoid a backup in the system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you understand that there's been a change in the environment now because of what's happened last week at the commission.
I'm mildly familiar with that in terms of Rocky Mountain's licensure. Is that what you're making reference to?
That's correct. Yes. Okay. Now, with regard to that, you understand, or you know, that Superior has stepped up over the weekend and has told you that they'll make their units available and is currently providing you services.
That's close to testimony. I understand it's cross-examination, but go ahead. You can answer, Ms. Montoya, if you understood that question.
I would believe that to be true, given that we don't have additional support from Rocky Mountain.
Okay, thank you. And you also know that as far as existing carriers who are authorized to provide service in the Santa Fe area, that Albuquerque Ambulance has units available that can help.
I understand they do. I don't know to what degree.
Okay. And have you directed people to reach out to Albuquerque Ambulance, as an example, to ask them, do you have units that you can provide us to help alleviate any backup in our low acuity calls?
No, I have not asked my staff to do that.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. It's moving along. Mr. Bartel, you ready?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Montoya, I represent Albuquerque Ambulance Service in these proceedings. On page 3 of your direct testimony, you make reference to an RFP process. In compiling the request for proposals, was that done with the knowledge that Albuquerque Ambulance Service has held stationing authority in Santa Fe County since March of 2019?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Do you understand that Albuquerque Ambulance Service has had stationing authority in Santa Fe County since March of 2019?
I've understood that Albuquerque Ambulance had station in Santa Fe to provide services for Presbyterian Santa Fe.
Okay. Do you know that the authority that was granted to Albuquerque Ambulance Service for work originating in Santa Fe County is not limited to supporting the Santa Fe Medical Center?
I understand that it has the potential to provide support to our facility and have chosen not to participate in a relationship with them.
And what are the reasons for Christus not choosing to participate in a relationship with Albuquerque Ambulance Service?
Because it's a subsidiary of Presbyterian Healthcare Services, it's a direct competitor to our hospital in Santa Fe, and I have a preference for partnering with entities that ensure that our patients who receive care and are transferred do not have to leave the greater Santa Fe area to get that care. And further, we provide support to the smaller critical access hospitals in northern New Mexico. And for them to transfer patients here, it's going to be more conducive to supporting the families and those patients because they'll be closer to their communities. And I have no desire to transfer Santa Fe North patients to Albuquerque.
So do you have any understanding of what the legal, professional, and ethical responsibilities of an ambulance company are with respect to where patients are taken?
I have some understanding of it, but also some experience in hearing from my own teams, including my trauma center director and others, that there are efforts made to transfer patients to Albuquerque, even when the patients request not for that to not happen. So I'm very concerned about what I have heard and experienced, and am really mindful of what that means to our families and our community when patients have to be transferred to Albuquerque. There are a few instances when that would have to happen, but in nearly all cases, we can provide the care at this hospital.
Since March of 2019, are you aware that Christus has called Albuquerque Ambulance Service to provide interfacility transports from Christus?
As a last option, that is my understanding.
And do you have any direct knowledge that any of those patients, the ones that Christus asked to be transported, were transported against their will to Albuquerque?
I don't have any information like that in front of me at the moment.
Do you have any bases to believe that if Christus called Albuquerque Ambulance Service to provide interfacility transports, that a call from Christus would not be given the same priority as a call that came from the Santa Fe Medical Center?
I don't understand your question.
Well, there's been a suggestion in these proceedings that Christus is worried that if it relied on Albuquerque Ambulance Service to provide service, that calls coming from Christus wouldn't be given the same priority as calls coming from the Santa Fe Medical Center.
I couldn't speak to whether it would be given the same or equal priority. Probably the same. I think that they wouldn't give us any less priority. If is that what you're meaning? I just don't have a high degree of trust that patients would be transferred to the most appropriate facility if it were us.
So I guess I'm confused, Ms. Montoya. In the context of an interfacility transport, the destination is known before the call commences. So I'm not understanding your worry or concern that somehow involving Albuquerque Ambulance Service would change where a patient was taken.
I can only speak to what I have heard from community and family that have called. I'm only giving you my understanding based on those conversations and the concerns that have been raised by individuals that have been transferred to Albuquerque when they intended and would have liked to stayed in Santa Fe to receive their care.
Are the persons you're referring to, are those Presbyterian patients?
I don't know, but we do accept Presbyterian health insurance, so it shouldn't matter.
Well, again, in an interfacility transport situation, the destination is predetermined. So I
Yeah.
guess I'm asking you to explain why rumors that you've heard about people being taken to Albuquerque when they didn't want to go there would have any applicability in the interfacility transport area.
Mr. Bartel, I don't think she characterized what she had heard as rumors, but you can answer, ma'am.
I don't actually know what else to say at this point.
So is it fair to say that Christus simply made a business decision that it does not want to do business with Albuquerque Ambulance Service?
That would be correct.
All right, I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel. Appreciate that. Mr. Padilla?
Wow.
Ms. Montoya, my name is Ray Padilla. I represent Rocky Mountain EMS in this particular matter. Let me ask you, first of all, with regard to your direct testimony, was that prepared totally in-house? And by that, I mean, was it prepared totally by people working for Christus St. Vincent, or did AMR have any input into your testimony?
It was totally in-house.
Okay. So the questions were drafted by some person in-house,
Correct.
and the answers, I presume, were all drafted by you?
Right. Absolutely.
So there were no suggested answers?
No. What do you mean, from AMR or others? From no one? No.
No, well, either from AMR or from somebody on your staff.
Right.
Okay. I noticed that your testimony doesn't adopt the affidavit that you had previously provided. Is there a specific reason why you chose not to adopt your previously provided affidavit?
And I'm not sure what that's about.
Object. There's no evidence in the record that she chose not to adopt the affidavit. If it were presented to her, she very well might adopt the affidavit, but it hasn't been.
Thank you. And that's what I would expect her to clarify in her response. So the objection is overruled. You can answer, ma'am.
Yeah, I guess
You know.
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Mr. Padilla, can you break that question down a little bit so she knows what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. The application that AMR has presented has an affidavit that is signed by you.
You mean the direct testimony, that document that says direct testimony on the?
No, it's in the affidavit. It's in AMR's application, and it's entitled Affidavit of Christus St. Vincent, and it was signed by you on November 7th of 2019. Do you remember signing an affidavit back in November 7th of 2019 where you said you supported temporary authority for AMR?
Yeah, I do recall that. It's been quite some time. I actually don't have it in front of me at the moment.
Okay, I'm just saying, I don't see anything in your direct testimony that we're talking about here today that says that you specifically adopt that as part of your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay, is there some reason why you didn't adopt it as your part of your direct testimony?
Honestly, I have no idea. However, if it's presented to me now, I'd be happy to look at it and see if that would help.
No, I'm just.
I haven't looked at it since November, so yeah.
Did you say it was last November? So was that
No,
your testament?
It was this past November, so it's been quite some time, so I have not seen it since.
And I would ask that if the witness is going to be questioned about a document, that the document be provided to her as well as to all counsel. And since that affidavit is already entered into evidence, I'm not sure where this line of questioning is even going.
Well, that was two objections, I believe. Let me deal
It
with one
was.
at a time. I'm not sure I got a clear answer to my question. You said you had no idea, and then you said something and ended with the word so. I believe you meant because it was from not this past November, but the previous November. Is that your testimony, Ms. Montoya?
Yes, and it's been quite some time ago, so I have not
Okay.
seen it.
So I understand that now. Ms. Maggiore, I would think that you would have provided it to Ms. Montoya if you thought that she needed it from last November, but that's not my position to tell you what to provide to this witness. I don't see that we need to provide it to her at this point if she knows what we're talking about. And Mr. Padilla, I think it's a good question, but I think it's already been answered, so we can move on to the next topic, please.
I wasn't going to ask about the affidavit. I was just pointing out that it's not made a part of this testimony, and she's already answered my question as to if there was a reason why. That was the extent of my questioning with regard to that
And
affidavit.
I'd like to point out that it's already been entered into evidence, so I hope we can just move on.
I'm going to move on. I don't have any more questions in that regard.
All right, so ask the council not, if you can imagine, we're in a courtroom and we have two hearing tables to not communicate hearing table to hearing table. Let's have the next question, Mr. Padilla, please.
Okay, Ms. Montoya, your testimony, and this would be on page 2 at line 16, you use the word elevate, and I think you use the word improve in other portions. Is this testimony intended to convey that it is the desire of Christus St. Vincent to improve the service that it obtains from ambulance services over and above what you've had in the past?
That would be true. Yes.
So does it follow, in saying that, everybody would like improvement, but does it follow that what you've had in the past is totally unsatisfactory?
What it speaks to is that Christus St. Vincent has been on a journey for excellence over the last several years. In the last 5 in particular, our focus has been on zero harm, patient experience, as well as best place to work. We have delivered on our commitment to the community to elevate the quality of care and service that our community receives, and we're going to hold our relationships and partners to the same level of expectation, because we are now managing a reputation that demonstrates that we are indeed a 5-star hospital. So we're going to look at all of these relationships to ensure that they're keeping pace with or exceeding on the excellence front.
So is it fair to say that you're talking about the level of care received at the hospital, correct?
As well as with the partners who bring patients to us, partner with us in delivering care to the community. It extends in many directions, not limited to transport, but would include other relationships we have with our safety net, nonprofits, our vendors, et cetera.
And when you're talking about partnering, are you talking about a formal partnership, or are you talking about partnering in the sense that you desire to work very closely with somebody who will help you achieve the overall level of care that Christus wants?
It's actually on both fronts. Some of those relationships will be formal relationships of partnership, contractual, and others are not contractual, but are indeed a relationship in which there's partnership to care for the community.
What about with respect to ambulance service? Are we talking about a formal partnership, or are you talking about a close working relationship partnership?
A formal partnership.
So a contractual partnership then?
Correct.
On page 2, starts on line 14 and finishes on 15. It says, from a patient perspective, getting to and from the hospital is part of that overall care. When you're talking about patient perspective, are you talking just about a general understanding that Christa St. Vincent has, or are you talking about some sort of study or document that supports what a patient perspective is?
Would you repeat the question?
I'm trying to get to what you mean by patient perspective. And I'm asking whether or not when you use the words patient perspective, you're just talking from a generalized sense of what you believe patients expect, or if you're talking from a specific study that perhaps St. Vincent's has done or that you're aware of otherwise.
So the patient experience is it's a basket of experiences that would include the whole care experience. It's not just it is most certainly the transport to and from the hospital, but it's also the care experience within the hospital and the various departments. And we measure the patient's experience, the patient's perspective, if you will, when they receive a survey, when we do follow-up phone calls. We call 100% of all of our discharges within 3 days to ask them about their care experience, what could have been better, how could we have been better, if they have medication, if they have their follow-up appointment, for example. But we also have the formal surveys that go out to a sampling of our patients, and we get that feedback, and it's a series of rating as well as comments. And we take that feedback very seriously and we put it to work so that we are focused on everyday improvement. So it's about the overall experience and it's the patient's experience.
Thank you. On page 3 of your testimony, starting at line 3, you're asked, are you aware of any issues that have arisen with transporting patients into and out of your facility since 1999? You answer yes. And then it says, how did you become aware of those issues? And you say, I became aware of those issues as part of my responsibilities. Could you be more specific? That's kind of a general response.
So just to give you an example of at least a couple of times a month, sometimes 3 times a month on a weekend, I will round in the hospital talking with folks throughout the organization in the various departments. And my first stop is always the emergency department as an example. And when rounding, I'm asking folks about their concerns around safety for their patients and for themselves, if they have the tools and resources to best do their job, and what is the type of feedback that they're receiving from patients and families that are entering the hospital, in this case, for example, the emergency department. And it has not been uncommon for my team in the ED to speak to concerns about transport, responsiveness, lack of responsiveness, delays in transport, and will share the names of companies for which they feel that in that particular day or weekend they're having some concerns. Likewise, when rounding in various departments such as inpatient rehab and having the nursing team tell me some concerns they've had with the recent transport in which a patient fell out of essentially was dropped from their transport bed and had an injury and had to go into that patient's room and apologize for an experience that they had that was out of the control of the hospital. So as part of my responsibilities as CEO, I round regularly, not limited to weekends, because I want to hear the real-time feedback from my teams. You know, we're all held to this high standard of excellence and we're focused on improvement every day and zero harm to patients. And part of that means getting feedback from them about what they're seeing and hearing from their patients real time. And so I hear about transportation concerns when I'm rounding.
Okay. On page 3, line 22, line 20, the question is the current service for inter-facility transport of patients from Christus continuous and adequate? And the answer is no, there are often delays in moving patients that can back up the hospital with patients awaiting. When you say there's often delays and it can back up, are you talking about periodically or are you talking about continuously?
I'm talking about it is fairly common for me to at least get pretty consistent feedback when I'm rounding about transportation concerns. And, you know, one of the things we do at the hospital is we have a daily huddle, for example, a daily safety huddle. It lasts about 20 to 30 minutes every morning. We're now doing it during this pandemic on Saturdays and Sundays. And the departments report out any concerns that they're having, any issues that presented in the previous 24 hours or anticipated in the next 24 hours in all facets of the organization, whether it's equipment, if it's difficult discharge, if it's issues around medication, et cetera. And that's very often another way in which I and our other senior leaders gather information about transport issues and the difficulty in finding transport for a patient to get to another facility, or issues that were happening in the emergency department where there's a backlog because we're still awaiting for some resolution on transports coming in. So it comes up more than I would like to know about, frankly.
That question that's on line 20 talks about current service for interfacility transport of patients from Christus, continuous and adequate. When you use the phrase continuous and adequate, are you using those words as they would be understood by a layperson, or are you using those words as a legal definition?
A layperson.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Borman, any questions?
I do not have any questions for Ms. Montoya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Let me have just 1 minute to see if I had any. I don't see any, but I don't want to remember as soon as we release this witness. So just give me 1 second here. I have no questions for Ms. Montoya either. I presume there's no redirect, Ms. Maggiore?
You presume correctly. And thank you, Ms. Montoya. I know your time is very valuable. We greatly appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Have a great week, everyone.
Thank you. Hope to see you soon.
Okay. Next witness would be, I believe, Mr. Archuleta. Oh, excuse me, not Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Archuleta, you've withdrawn Miss Villarrubia. Is that correct, Miss
That's
Maggiore?
correct, sir.
All right. Is there, I'm going to ask, there's no objection to the withdrawal of this witness and her testimony. Is that correct?
None from us.
Thank you.
None
I don't hear.
Staff does not
None from
object.
Rocky Mountain.
None from Superior.
And none from Mr. Padilla. I believe I heard him. And Mr. Borman, none from Mr. Borman. Mr. Bartel, no objection, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's go forward.
Mr. Hearing Officer,
Yes.
I know there were some issues that you wanted to take up, and I appreciate you allowing those Christus witnesses to come on. But if you still want to address those issues, since this is the end of AMR's case, that may be an appropriate time to do it if you so desire.
And if you're wondering, there was a reason I asked if there was any objection to withdrawal of that testimony, but we need not address it at this point. It might come out in the recommended decision. May or may not. I haven't even begun to think about what exactly is going to be in a recommended decision. There is one matter that I have thought about. However, yesterday afternoon, I received the order and notice of temporary suspension in case number 20-00181-TR-EN. As of yesterday, at the conclusion of testimony yesterday, this was not available to me. I don't believe it was. And now it is available. Has any other counsel received this?
I have.
I have,
Padilla,
sir.
You have, Mr. Padilla?
It was emailed to me, yes, sir.
I would think you would have received it. Mr. Maurer, did you receive it?
Yes, sir. I got it late yesterday afternoon, but I have not had a chance to review it.
Mr. Bartel, did you receive it?
I did not receive it, but I can retrieve it. I know how to do that.
Okay, I looked on this morning on eDocket and I didn't see it, which is, they just probably didn't scan it and put it into eDocket yet. It may very well be on eDocket now that I was looking early in the morning and several hours have gone by. I think it's prudent for me to dictate into the record the operative language in it, and that's on page 9 of it. And it states, it is therefore ordered, based upon the findings and conclusions stated herein, comma, as established by staff at the public hearing held on December 11th, comma, 2020, comma, respondent has repeatedly and continually violated the Motor Carrier Act and the NM PRC motor carrier rules, which endangers public health and safety, comma, and such violations merit the temporary suspension of respondent's operating authority to provide ambulance service, certificate 43334, comma, which shall remain in effect until there is a final order issued by the commission, in this case number 20-00181-TREN, period. Next paragraph, this order shall be effective immediately. And the reason I'm dictating that into the record is because we had a motion that I take administrative notice of an investigative report, which was part of that proceeding. I'm going to deny the motion that I take administrative notice of the report of the investigator, but I'm going to sua sponte take administrative notice of the order and notice of temporary suspension in case number 20-00181-TR-EN. For the record, I'm going to allow any objection to me taking that administrative notice and allow that party to be heard through counsel. Is there any objection to me taking administrative notice of this order?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is
Mr. Maurer?
This is Fred Maurer, Superior Amos. I just, so I'm clear what you just said, you are denying the request to take administrative notice of the report, but you are taking administrative notice of the language you just read into the record.
Yeah, the motion was that I take administrative notice of a report by James Martinez, which is dated December 7th, and I'm not going to, I'm going to deny that motion. I am, however, and I think it's perhaps a better way of proceeding, I'm going to take administrative notice of the order dated, let me make sure I say this right. It's dated the 11th of December 2020, which is the order which arises from the hearing in which that investigative report was admitted. So, Mr. Maurer, is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, any objection to me taking administrative notice of it sua sponte from the bench?
No objection from AMR. I would like to see a copy of it. And it was not on the docket when I looked this morning either.
Okay, it may be there now. There is a certain delay with the records office, especially since we're not operating within the building any longer. So things might take a little bit more time. And that's specifically why I read into the record herein the operative language from the actual order portion
I'll
of the
check
order.
again over the lunch hour.
Okay. Any other comments? I keep hearing that Microsoft You've Got Mail noise, by the way.
My only comment, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is that I have checked and staff has checked and the order is now on the e-docket.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Very helpful.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, when you say that you're going to take administrative notice of the order and you read that that language, which is subsection A of the order, are you saying that you're going to take administrative notice of that portion of the order? We're talking about a 10-page order. Are you taking administrative notice of the entire order or simply of the language that you read into the record?
I said that I dictated into the record not only paragraph A of the order portion, I also dictated into the record paragraph B of the order portion of the order portion of the order, generally speaking. And I take administrative notice of the entire order, which consists of 11 pages plus a attached certificate of service.
In that case, Rocky Mountain objects on the basis that when we started this hearing, you indicated that other proceedings would not have an impact on your ultimate determination in this particular matter. And it appears at this point in time that you have changed that perspective. And I would also point out that we're talking about a temporary suspension. We're talking about testimony from various witnesses that you may or may not be taking administrative notice of. It appears to me you're taking administrative notice of the conclusions of the commission based upon that testimony, but of course that would include the testimony. That's how they came to their findings, presumably. So to the extent that you're taking administrative notice affects the ultimate determination that you're going to make in this particular matter, Rocky Mountain does object.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Your objection is understood. It is overruled, however. Throughout this proceeding so far, the events of this past Friday have been referred to. And my objective is to have as clear a record as possible. And I believe that the order clarifies the record. I haven't even begun to consider what will be in the recommended decision yet, and I don't know what further testimony is going to be presented. So perhaps I'd offer to you, Mr. Padilla, that this order from last Friday is just what it is, an order from last Friday. Its significance is hasn't changed one bit by omitting the actual order to clarify what has been referred to through testimony of yesterday and today. So overruled. Any other objections? Okay, so there's been administrative notice taken of that order. Okay, let's move forward. Pardon me. Are we
Mr.
ready to
Hearing
present?
Examiner.
Who is it? Superior Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I may just have a moment before
Sure.
we move on. I have successfully reached the city attorney for the city of Santa Fe about Chief Suber's availability and willingness to testify in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And they have indicated that he is willing to testify after 2 p.m. today. So I would like to request that we be allowed to call him as a voluntary witness in these proceedings at some point after 2 p.m.
Has he filed pre-filed written testimony?
Yes, he has.
I don't have a problem with it, actually. Would you be calling him and directly examine him and moving for admission of his testimony, Mr. Bartel?
Yes.
Would there be any objection from any other council?
None from Superior.
None from Rocky Mountain.
And Brad, anything?
Yeah, I do object. I mean, I think, the city has has decided not to move forward with their case. And I think bringing him on in this fashion just sort of undermines the entire process that we have here. So yes, I do object.
Okay, Ms. Maggiore, any objection?
Yes, I agree with Mr. Borman. And basically, it is a no good deed goes unpunished. They've resolved their issues. We were encouraged to try to reach agreement wherever we could. And this totally undermines that process. There's no reason that they need to be here. They're not a part of the case. They have withdrawn or moved to withdraw from the case. So I don't think they should be here. I think it's just going to make everything take a whole lot longer than it needs to and inject issues that have been resolved.
Ms. Maggiore, I would ask that when he testifies, you object to inappropriate interrogation, and inappropriate would be obviously not relevant testimony. And the subject of your client's settlement with the city would be less than relevant. Now, I can't predict what you would object to and how I would roll on it, but it's something you might think of. That being the case, I believe more information is usually better than less information, with possible exceptions for redundant, albeit relevant. So I don't really need to hear redundant information from him, and I certainly don't need to hear the details of the settlement, because that's not at issue at this in this proceeding at this time. So with those caveats, the objections are overruled, and Mr. Bartel, you may call him as a witness this afternoon. So that being said, let's move on to the next witness to keep things moving along. Mr. Archuleta through counsel. Counsel, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Present your witness.
Thank you, sir. Fred Maurer on behalf of Superior Ambulance. I'd like to call Mr. Chris Archuleta.
Mr. Archuleta, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. Mr. Archuleta, do you swear affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can't hear you, sir. Turn off your mute.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Archuleta, state your full name for the record.
Chris, middle initial L, Archuleta.
And how are you employed?
I'm the CEO of Superior Ambulance.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Since 1993.
Okay. Are you familiar with the testimony, the direct testimony that you prepared and was filed on September 10th, 2020 concerning this hearing?
Yes.
And do you have that testimony available in case there are questions?
Yes, I do.
And are you also familiar with the rebuttal testimony you prepared and was filed on December the 4th, 2020?
Yes.
And is that testimony also available if you need to review it?
Yes.
Is the testimony referred to in both documents, direct and rebuttal, correct and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your testimony in these proceedings today?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for admission Superior's Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 into the record and would tender Mr. Archuleta for examination.
Any objections from counsel?
Objection.
Okay, let's go around. I heard Mr. Padilla first, so let's hear from him.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I just want to clarify something. Mr. Maurer has just made reference to direct testimony that was filed on September 10th, but I also have direct testimony that was filed on November the 24th. And that direct testimony is exact in certain respects. It exactly tracks the testimony of September the 7th, but it expands on that testimony in one place to quite a large extent. So I'm just wondering whether we're talking, when we get to the questioning in this particular matter, if Mr. Maurer wants to limit it to September 7th, that's up to Mr. Maurer, but there is another direct testimony that was filed on November 24th, and I don't want to just ignore that fact.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Fred Maurer. Mr. Padilla is 100% correct. That's my oversight. There was an additional direct testimony filed on that date, and we would also incorporate that into the record through Mr. Archuleta. I apologize for the mistake.
Okay, and other counsel had objections. Who was that, Brad?
I didn't have an objection. In fact, I'm fine with admitting his testimony, but now I'm a little confused if we're putting both testimonies in, which is which.
Well, does the second one, Mr. Maurer, 24th, incorporate entirely the initial one so that it would be simply redundant? If so, I just want the second one admitted as evidence.
To a degree, sir. The first one does contain some information that is not contained in the second. The second, filed on November 24th, adds additional information that became available to Superior, and we updated per the request of other parties in this case.
Well, I don't think that's very confusing, and I'm inclined to allow both of them in as cumulative direct testimony. Brad, I see you're unmuted. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, well, is one of them Exhibit 1 and one of them Exhibit 2?
Well, I was
it'd be
about to call them
helpful.
cumulatively Exhibit 1, because to me, it's all the direct testimony being admitted.
So if I cite to page 2 of the direct testimony, Exhibit 1, which page 2 am I citing to?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, and once again, I do apologize for the confusion, but what I would suggest is that the first testimony, September 10th, be 1. Second testimony that was submitted to add additional information that was being requested be Exhibit 2, and the rebuttal be Exhibit 3. That will clarify Mr. Borman's position.
And that would be fine.
Yeah, I don't have any problem proceeding in that method. Any other objection from council or comments? None. Okay, there was objection. However, overruling the objection, I'm going to admit Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, the rebuttal, direct testimony and rebuttal testimony of Chris Archuleta. So he's now available for cross-examination. Let's start with Mr. Bartel, please. Well, let's start with Ms. Maggiore, please. Are you ready, Ms. Maggiore? I know it's always in position when you didn't know that I was going to call you first. Cannot hear you, Ms. Maggiore.
See him.
Unmute your, there you are.
Yeah, I can't see Mr. Archuleta.
Okay, he's on my screen. I can see
Here he
him.
is. Here he is.
Are you ready to cross-examine him?
Yes.
Okay, please do so.
All right, Mr. Archuleta, I first want to ask you a couple of questions about your assignment of employees to the Santa Fe area. And I believe, according to your discovery responses, you said you hadn't assigned any employees to Santa Fe since 2017. Is that correct?
Dedicated employees, yes.
So your employees are coming from Albuquerque?
Yes.
Are they coming from anywhere other than Albuquerque?
On occasion, they're coming from, now these are employees, they're working extra shifts or they're working a shift that they've been scheduled for, but they're employees that work from Grants, Torrance County, or Albuquerque. Majority of the time, it's Albuquerque.
And they report to work at Albuquerque for a shift in Santa Fe?
It depends. They could report to Albuquerque and get an assigned unit and then go to Santa Fe to conclude their shift, or they can go to Santa Fe and do a shift exchange in Santa Fe.
What do you mean a shift exchange in Santa Fe?
Relieving the crew that's coming off duty, they would be coming on as a fresh crew and relieving the crew.
So there are employees who report to work to start their shift in Santa Fe?
Yes.
How often are they actually reporting to work in Santa Fe?
That I can't tell you. I would say it's possibly daily, but we move units around quite a bit, so I can't tell you exactly if it's every day or what.
All right, you're familiar with your certificate 08616?
Yes.
Is that right? All right. I've marked that as an exhibit AMR 4, but I think now it would be AMR 5. Your certificate restricts you against emergency transportation of persons between points and places within the jurisdiction of the city of Santa Fe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Doesn't say anything about the county of Santa Fe, correct?
Correct.
And the certificate is silent on stationing authority. Do you understand what I mean by stationing authority?
Yes.
Right, so the certificate says nothing about stationing authority, right?
Correct.
All right, and you're familiar with a letter. Well, let me back up a minute. That certificate that you're operating under, 8616, was initially issued in 1997.
Mr. Turn Examiner, I'm going to object. This is testimony on the part of Ms. Maggiore. She hasn't moved the admission of this particular exhibit, hasn't given anybody the opportunity to object. There's no suggestion that this witness needs a refreshment of recollection. I just, in general, don't think that this is proper cross-examination.
I just kind of considered it introductory questioning, so it's overruled.
Right, so the certificate was issued in 1997, correct?
Yes.
And on November 2nd of 2009, you sent a letter to a gentleman named Larry Lujan, who was at the time director of the Transportation Division, right?
Yes.
And that letter was asking for a stationing point within the city of Santa Fe to provide non-emergency transportation, correct?
Yes.
Right, and your stationing authority in Santa Fe has not been addressed in any renewed certificate, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, the renewal of your certificate is currently pending, is that right?
Correct. We're updating the certificate to include all the stationing points.
All right, I'd like to move into evidence AMR 5 and 6. They are marked AMR 4 and 5.
Let me get my hands on those for,
AMR 5 would be the certificate, 6 would be the letter.
okay, I've got number 5 and we're going to label that number 6, did you say?
The letter will be 6, the certificate would be 5.
Just a second. Okay, let's go one at a time. The first, which is marked AMR 4. Is there any objection from any other parties to the admission of AMR 4? The
Mr. Hearing Examiner. Oh, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't have an objection, but I don't believe I ever received these exhibits from Ms. Maggiore.
Well, I got them in an email, and I didn't check everyone that received it.
I did not.
Ms. Maggiore, could you just take a look at that email, make sure Mr. Borman was sent?
Well, if I can find it, it might be easier for me to just email them to Mr. Borman.
Well, maybe
That
do
would be fine if you, however, I'd just like to have copies of them.
Yeah, no problem. I will email my staff and have them send them to you right now.
Thank you.
Okay, any other objection? And I'm referring to the one which is pre-marked, which is great, AMR 4, but we're not going to admit it as AMR 4. And it's a state corporation, Commission of New Mexico, Certificate of Public Convenience dated. Where is the date? I can't even find it. It's certificate number 8616. Oh, excuse me. It's dated February 9th, 1998. No objection? Okay, it is admitted.
All right, Mr. Borman, you should be receiving those shortly.
Admitted as AMR. Did we say 5, Ms. Maggiore?
The letter would be 6, the certificate 5.
Right. So what was previously labeled as AMR 4 is now admitted as AMR 5. If anybody wants to see it, there it is. And let's move on to the second one, which is the letter dated November 2nd,
2009.
2009. Currently labeled AMR number 5, which I'm going to cross out and make it number 6. Any objection to this document being admitted into evidence? No objection, so admitted. Move on, please.
The staffing of your units in Santa Fe, at what level of EMT are you staffed?
We staff at 3 different levels. The number of ambulances we have there, we have ALS, ILS, and BLS. Majority of the time it's ILS and ALS.
All right. And we've heard about ALS and BLS previously, but we have not heard ILS. That's intermediate life support?
Yes, it is. And then our intermediates have advanced skills that we got approved to the PRC, I'm not the PRC, to the Bureau about a year ago.
Do all of your intermediate levels work at the advanced intermediate level?
I believe that 90% of them are at that advanced level right now. We make that a mandate that they go through the advanced level so that all of our intermediates are at that advanced level.
And what can the intermediates do what can paramedics do that the advanced intermediates cannot?
Some cardiac meds and the 12 lead. I believe that's about it.
Cardiac meds as in resuscitation meds, or what meds are we talking about?
Honestly, I'm no longer clinical, so I'm not able to speak at that level. I just know from my quality assurance and my managers that what level they're at, and I can only speak general.
All right, when AAS applied to amend their certificate to station and run scheduled interfacility transports in Santa Fe, you didn't intervene in their application, is that correct?
Initially, we were going to intervene and eventually did not, correct.
And you didn't intervene partly because you had the impression that the Presbyterian ambulances were going to be there primarily to support and transport Presbyterian patients. Isn't that correct?
Correct. It was going to be a closed market as far as we were concerned.
And you were given that impression by Presbyterian?
Presbyterian and by persons at the PRC that we had talked with, and I can't recall who those persons were at the PRC at the time. It was legal. There's been a lot of change over the last few years, so I can't exactly say who it was.
All right, so you were told that both by Presbyterian and by PRC that it would be essentially a closed market, and as a result, you didn't intervene because it didn't impact you one way or the other. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you didn't intervene because you didn't feel that AAS being in Santa Fe was going to negatively impact Superior's call volume. Is that true?
Well, not 100%. We did feel that there was going to be an impact, specifically since Presbyterian and has their services in Espanola. All knew that we would probably lose a lot of that ambulance transport out of Espanola to Albuquerque ambulance since it's within its own Presbyterian group.
And did that in fact turn out to be the case?
Yes.
In your direct testimony on page 3,
Which one?
I'm working off the one from September 7th of
Okay.
2020.
Thank you.
Actually, let me work off the November 24th one because I think that that was refiled because of the page line issue. You said that you were seeing an increase in the volume of out-of-town trips.
What line are you looking at on page 3? Sorry, line on page 3?
Hold on just a sec. The pagination on the second one is different. All right, let me go back to the other one.
While you're looking, Winnie, Mr. Maurer, if you could send me, 3 of the testimonies in Word format, I'd appreciate it. I just don't want to forget. That's why I'm bringing it up in this few seconds of quiet time. Ms. Hoyman, I don't mind if that's in the record or not. Doesn't matter either way.
Yes, sir. I'll have that done this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, I apologize. I'm not finding that here.
I found it. It's page 3 of the 1st of September.
Okay, I apologize.
Not a problem.
Call volume increases for
yes.
out-of-town transports. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this the same increase that Ms. Montoya was referring to in out-of-town transports? If you know.
The large majority of the transports coming out of St. Vincent's have traditionally been out of town, simply because they're moving them from their hospital back into their community or into another care area, facility for continued care, to Albuquerque for further care. But over the years, the majority of their transports are out of town, yes.
You're aware of the fact that there have been some complaints against Superior?
By whom?
Complaints that have been made. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry, of the recent testimony?
Yes.
I was not aware of those complaints until the testimony. None of them ever came into our office or to our management team, or there was never any concerns made. So until the testimony, I was not aware of any complaints.
Sir, do you mean the filing of the direct testimony, or do you mean the testimony we heard from the witness today?
Both. Initially, the first was the filing of the direct testimony, and then the further testimony today.
Thank you.
Once you became aware of those complaints, you didn't reach out to Christus, for example, to try to resolve any of those issues?
Yes, made several attempts to contact them, but every time I've tried to make those attempts, we've never really made no contact with them at all.
And you're aware, I'm sorry.
I was going to
Please
say,
go
I
ahead.
personally tried to make those contacts myself.
I couldn't hear the words after personally.
I personally tried to make those contacts myself.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and you're aware, certainly at this point, about delays, complaints about delays in responses, correct?
Well, that's the alleged complaint. we cannot find those in our system. And therefore, that's the reasons why I was trying to contact them to find out exactly what they were complaining of so that we could research within our own system and identify what the issues were, if any, and rectify those issues.
All right, we had asked you in Discovery if you tracked delayed responses. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the answer was an objection that the information was proprietary and that it would take too long and was too burdensome to collect that information. Am I citing that correctly?
Yes.
All right, so you don't track any delay in responses in any sort of a way that would be easy to put your hands on? Is that what your objection is?
We do track. The problem is that with St. Vincent's being a primary contract and us not really having a report that's generated just for their facilities in specific, we would have to generate a customized report, and then we would have to go back a period of time, identify anything that looks out of timeliness, and then research it individually. Our system, we can put it together a report today and start tracking just for one specific facility. But since we deal with a lot of facilities, we don't track them 100% like that unless if they're a contracted facility that we need to meet response requirements and that they're requesting those reports from us. Normally, if there's a complaint, we can research it and we can identify it.
And it's your testimony that you never received any complaints, so you never researched it. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, there are two different kinds, or at least two different kinds of interfacility transport requests, with one being scheduled and one being unscheduled, correct?
Correct.
And the unscheduled are the ones that are more frequent, correct?
Not in our situation with St. Vincent's. We pretty much pre-schedule everything with them.
So it's your testimony that you pre-schedule everything with Christus?
That pretty much.
Pretty much, yes. It's in the upper 90 percentile, 98, 99% of the time. It's pre-scheduled.
What if they're not able to reschedule and they call Superior and say, we need a patient, we got a patient in the ER who needs advanced level care that we don't have here, we need to get them moved to Albuquerque. Is that not something you can do?
Objection, Mr. Officer, just so the question's clear, she used the word reschedule, and is the word pre-schedule or reschedule?
Pre-schedule.
Thank you, Ms. Majori. We know we're all dealing with Zoom, and I hear Mr. Archuletta's voice dropping out somewhat on my screen, and then we talk over each other, create some problems. So if we could all keep those things in mind when we're asking and when we're answering questions, I certainly would appreciate it, and I believe Ms. Hoyman, the reporter, would as well. Please proceed.
I will also try to speak up a little bit louder. I thought I was talking loud, but I'll try again.
All right, how often?
Could you repeat your question?
I could if I could remember it, but it was, it had to do with pre-scheduling, and you said you pre-schedule greater than 90% of your calls from Christus. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you're saying that the scheduled calls are more frequent than the unscheduled calls. Is that right?
In our dealing with St. Vincent's, yes.
All right, and how often is Superior's response time greater than an hour later than the scheduled request?
It's very infrequent when we're looking at our demand analysis and our response times. We're usually timely within 94%, and usually 96, 97% within 15 minutes of the scheduled time, and usually right at 100% at 30 minutes of the scheduled time.
All right, so in fact, you are tracking that data because you're just reciting it to me. Is that right?
That's global tracking. That's through our whole system. We're doing a complete track. To identify for one facility, we would have to generate a specific report. We do that with other contracts and other facilities that want tracking. We can put together a customized report and track it from the date that we create the report forward. Now, to go backwards, it would take us some time of research because now you're having to go back and identify things that are out of the compliance.
All right, Superior is currently operating on temporary authority, correct?
Yes.
Right, in your rebuttal testimony, at page 2, lines 22 to 32, you've said that Christus never asked you for any additional services. Is that correct?
We have never been asked specific to add additional services or to provide additional services until the RFP came out. And when the RFP came out, we were still not at that time to add any additional services to reply to the RFP.
So you wait until a service asks you before you add additional services?
No, we work with the market area, and we've been trying to work with St. Vincent's and other Santa Fe facilities for years since we started there. They make their decision on who they're going to call and when they're going to call, and we monitor the volume that's coming in. If the volume starts exceeding the number of units that we have assigned there, then we assign additional units to accommodate the volume. But we don't wait. We continuously monitor the demand.
Right, and you were invited to the RFP, correct?
Yes.
What's your understanding of the deficiencies that Christus feels Superior has?
I really don't know. I up until the direct testimony was filed, I never knew that there was a complaint or an issue with Christus St. Vincent's. I have no idea.
So you don't, for example, check in with Christus periodically to find out if they are satisfied with their service or if there have been any problems?
Yes, we have my quality assurance coordinator, Scott Wilson, works with their trauma unit all the time and is always in communication with them, and nothing had ever come to his attention. And my regional operations manager for that area, Gabriel Cerna, always stops into the ER and into case management and checks on things, and is never made aware that there were any issues.
And you can't explain the disconnect between what the Christus witnesses have testified to and what you're saying about making contact with them?
No, everything that they've said in their testimony, I cannot corroborate that on my end. My managers, I've talked with all my managers. They're not aware of any issues. I've talked with my dispatch. They're not aware of any issues. phone issues, scheduling issues. We are not aware of anything. If Christus can give us specifics, we can research it, but until then, I have no idea.
Right, on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 49 to 54, you state that Superior and AAS, you don't work for or represent AAS in any way, do you?
No, I was just including them in my testimony because of my knowledge, but nothing directly was relayed from them to me.
And you claim that you haven't been afforded the opportunity to meet the alleged unmet need. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you change your staffing at all after the pre-file testimony made you aware that there were problems?
We slightly made adjustments. We started scheduling another ambulance during certain peak periods, known peak periods based on our demand analysis. And we didn't see a change in any number of responses increasing or anything or needs being requested.
But your position all along has been that there is no unmet need, is that right?
It's never been brought to my attention that we're not meeting the need or that someone is not meeting the need, and could you please add more ambulances on, or could you please help us in transporting more patients out of our facility because they're sitting here too long or anything like that. So as far as I know, the needs are being met.
So you wait for the customer to complain before you take action?
No, I mentioned that earlier. I answered that. We don't wait. If we see that there's an increase need, we'll increase. We do make contact with the hospitals and the facilities periodically, and we have open communication with them. If they're telling us that if they would tell us that they're not getting transports out, then we would address it and see what we could do to meet the need.
All right, Mr. Archuleta, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Maggiore. We're not going to have any friendly cross-examination, but I welcome the Intervenors Council to examine. Mr. Maurer, would you like to go first?
No, sir. I believe his testimony speaks for itself. I don't have any cross-examination of Mr. Archuleta.
Okay, how about Mr. Bartel?
Yes, I have a few questions for Mr. Archuleta.
Proceed.
Mr. Archuleta, I believe you were present when Mr. Graham testified about their projections of call volume coming out of Christus yesterday being in the range of 1,500 to 1,700 calls a year. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What capacity could Superior Ambulance bring to bear if some or all of that call volume needed to be taken up by Superior Ambulance?
We could take care of it immediately. The first time that Rocky Mountain was down and they arranged transportation with AMR, we were unaware of that situation. Otherwise, we would have immediately increased our ambulances there. This last weekend, the minute we found out that Rocky Mountain was no longer going to be doing the transports, we immediately made contact with St. Vincent's and let them know that ambulances were going to be available and that we were actually going to be moving ambulances into the community to meet that need. We know that there's at least 5 to 6 transports per day out of that community. And we immediately stepped up to it, and we can continue. It's not a problem for us to step up to the need.
In response to the suspension of the Rocky Mountain EMS authority, did Superior physically move any units up to Santa Fe to service Christus and other calling facilities in Santa Fe County?
Yes, within the hour, we had an additional unit in Santa Fe, and within a couple of hours, we had a bariatric unit that was actually transporting in Santa Fe from Albuquerque. So we started moving equipment in that evening.
What planning has Superior done to sustain that kind of increased capacity in Santa Fe County over a longer period of time?
Well, we have the equipment. That's not the issue. It's the staffing. We would have to upstaff, but we have plenty of staff who we've contacted over the weekend who have all stepped up and said they're willing to work there on their days off and help us with staffing until we can staff up in Santa Fe if needed.
Does Superior Ambulance have the ability to coordinate with Albuquerque Ambulance as necessary if call volume exceeded your capacity at a given time?
Always had a relationship with Albuquerque Ambulance here in Albuquerque, and in some cases in Santa Fe, that if there's a need for additional units that they can call on us and that we will respond and assist them, and vice versa. If we have a need for them, we can call them and they will assist us.
Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel. Mr. Padilla?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Archuleta, in your direct testimony, and I'm talking about the one that it would be Exhibit 2, it's November 24th, page 4, line 68. You talk about the RFP. You see that? As a matter of fact, you don't even have to look at it.
On the second testimony, page 4, line.
There's just a reference to RFP,
Which
but
line?
you don't have to look at it. I'm not concerned with the specific language.
Okay.
You responded to an RFP, correct?
Yes, we did.
And Superior was asked to submit an RFP?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that when Superior was asked to submit an RFP, you believed that the request was being made because St. Vincent was satisfied with the service that Superior was providing and could provide?
Yes, in fact, prior to the RFP being issued, I had a meeting with 6 of their lead team members, and we discussed our abilities and capabilities, their concerns of what they needed in their system, and then we closed the meeting with them asking to respond to the RFP.
Has Superior been asked by St. Vincent to upgrade the nature of service that it uses or enhance the nature of service in any respect?
You
look
mean,
confused. Let me see if I can clarify. You look a little confused.
Okay.
Or did you understand my question? I don't want to cut you off if you understood my question.
Well, I understand. I understand. I just, you went from the RFP to that, and I don't know if you're asking is as a result of the RFP, were they asking for something, or have they ever asked for anything to increase the services?
Okay, well, let's talk about
the RFP. You can clarify that, please.
Let's talk about the RFP. Did the RFP directly ask for any type of upgrade with regard to the services that Superior was already providing?
No, they just wanted RFP. It just identified numbers and types of transports and wanted to verify the level of services available and proposed response times and abilities of reporting quality to the hospital and coordinating meetings with the hospital.
Okay, and you indicated that you differentiate between the RFP and other requests that could have been made. Can you clarify what you meant by that, please, sir?
Well, I had never been asked to increase services or do anything prior at any time, to tell you the truth. The only time that it has come up was in the now during these hearings. It didn't even come up during the RFP process or the pre-RFP.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony in this matter about the desire of St. Vincent's to have a dedicated service or an ambulance service that is dedicated to their needs. Have you heard that testimony?
Yes.
Is Superior in a position where Superior could provide dedicated service to St. Vincent's in the context of the testimony of the witnesses from St. Vincent's?
Yes, that was offered in our proposal in the RFP.
Okay.
Just for the record, I heard the word primary. She may have said dedicated, but I heard primary.
Well, let me ask you that then. Substituting the word primary for dedicated, does that change your answer, or do you wish to enhance your answer in any manner?
Our proposal included dedicated units to St. Vincent's.
And can you be a little more specific? How many units were you going to dedicate?
We were dedicating one local for local transports, two to the hospital for out-of-town transports, and two available for long-distance transports. And long distance is over 1 hour.
And if I count correctly, you said 5. If for some reason those 5 dedicated units were insufficient at some point in time, does Superior have the capacity to add a 6th or a 7th or whatever is necessary?
Yes.
Mr. Padilla, the questioning is getting quite friendly. So this is cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Archuleta, you were asked about whether you knew about concerns of Christus St. Vincent, and you said that you didn't know about these specific concerns until you heard the testimony of Ms. Leyba and Ms. Montoya this morning, and until you saw their direct testimony. But you also said that you have staff that periodically checks in with Christus St. Vincent. Does your staff check in with people at the level of Ms. Leyba and Ms. Montoya, or do you check in with the troops on the ground, so to speak, the people who are actually requesting services on a day-to-day basis?
It's usually the troops, like you said, the troops on the ground, but it's also with the department leads. For instance, the ER director, they'll meet with her. They meet with the trauma coordinator. So they do meet with some mid to upper level management.
Do you know whether they ever meet with Ms. Leyba?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know whether they ever meet with Ms. Montoya?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, sir. That's all that I have from Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Borman?
I do not have any questions for Mr. Archuleta.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. And I also have no questions. So let's move on to the next. Well, why don't we consider taking a lunch break? It's 12:09. Does anybody have any objection to taking a lunch break right now? That's not a legal question. That's a break question.
Yeah,
Off the record,
this is-
Ms. Hoyman.
No objection.
This is Randy
Objection.
Bartell. Before we break, I would like to establish a time for Mr. Suber, Chief Suber, to reduce the inconvenience to him.
Can you say he's available after 2?
After 2.
Well, we're going to do it after 2 for sure. I really don't know how we could nail him down any more than that. We'll take a lunch break until 1. We'll come back at 1, and we'll start with Chief Casper, I believe, at that point. And then we could insert him before Mr. Smith, with the permission of Mr. Smith.
That's not a problem, sir.
Thank you. Well, that sounds like an accommodation. So how about if we do
All
it
right.
that way?
Thank you. I think that'll work. I'll tell them to expect to have him be available at 2 p.m. Thank you.
It's nice when we can all work together. Okay, it's 12:10 on my computer. We'll come back at 1:10. See you all in 1 hour.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Wyman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How was your lunch break?
Great. How was yours?
Well, it was pretty good. I got the chance to talk to my wife and eat some leftover spaghetti. Got 2 other phone calls.
What more can you ask for?
Well, pre-filed direct testimony from Chief Suber would be helpful.
I can't find it. Does anybody have it?
That's the only thing I was
I walked
missing
right
at
into
lunch.
that.
Yeah, I don't think they filed any.
It was filed on eDocket. I saw it earlier. I'd have to dig it out, but
Did you? I couldn't find it on the docket.
I ask for, Word versions of stuff, and I'm really, when I see those come in, I print them out and stick them in my file, and I don't have it in my file. So that strikes me as kind of unusual.
I sent everybody an email over the lunch hour saying if anybody had it, please send it to me.
I just
can't.
saw your email. I just pulled it up. It
it's
is,
on-
And
it is styled
Go ahead,
direct
Randy.
testimony. So
I couldn't find it, so maybe that's
yeah,
just my.
I don't
And
know
if
why.
you
I don't know where it is in eDocket, but I got a copy of it. So I sent it around. Everyone should have
Okay,
Sent it to
thank
me?
you, Randy.
it. Let's see.
And also,
Go to you.
I don't have it. I don't have it in
and
my.
also if you look on your email from September the 10th, that's when it was originally sent.
September.
If you can't find it otherwise.
yeah, and that's where you'd find it on eDocket. It was filed September 10th.
Okay, I'm looking for it. Okay, I don't have any email from on September 10th regarding this file, except for, let's see, something from Elaine Jaramillo and something from Anna Kippenbach. So, Mr. Padilla, do you see me listed as a CC'd recipient of that email? Oh, you don't have you don't have it there. Okay, I see.
Can you hear me or am I muted?
I can hear you.
Okay, no, the email that I have just has Ann, Fred, Randy, myself, and Casey Dunn. It does not have you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, I believe the pre-hearing order said to send me copies of anything filed and to send it in Word if available. Okay, let me see what Mr. Bartel just sent me.
Well, they weren't planning to put forth their witness, remember?
Well, that doesn't make any difference, but I think you're speaking in jest.
No, I mean, I think that's why they didn't send it.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen this before. Let me print this out just in case it comes up.
I'm going through my email for the 10th. I haven't found it yet.
Well, Randy just sent it around. I got what he sent.
All right, let me see if that might be an easier way to get it. Yep, there it is.
I thought it seems to me it came in early. That
Yeah.
was the weird. It was an early filing. Came and I didn't note that it hadn't gone to the hearing examiner.
It came in early as a result of the initial pre-hearing order that was
Yeah.
entered. And then
Yeah,
later on,
that's right.
that second pre-hearing order.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, before we go back on the record, I want to thank everybody for being very considerate of each other during the morning's proceedings. It's like, how do they say, grease to the wheel. You know, it makes everything run smoothly. And I just really appreciate it. Let's see, are we missing anybody? There's Mr. Maurer, Mr. Borman. You guys are moving around on my squares again. Mr. Bartel.
It is hard to keep track of people.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Hearing Officer, if you
Yes.
would just give me a couple of minutes.
Sure.
My client did some number crunching last night and wants to correct some of his figures. Mr. Padilla, I believe, was questioning him about some of the numbers, and he said they didn't sound right. And when he went back and looked, in fact, they weren't right. He'd like to correct that if everyone will allow it.
You're going to recall him to testify?
Just for a second.
Okay.
Well, maybe 2 seconds.
Boy, I'm not going to hold you to that because it's probably going to take you 4. Every time a lawyer says 2 seconds, it takes at least 4. That's an old lawyer joke.
Yeah. And a good one.
All right. Who's here? I think we've got the usual suspects up. That's a great movie, by the way, if you guys want to watch a great movie. A little violent, a little bit violent. All right. I'm about to go back on the record unless there's some reason I shouldn't. Okay, let's do that. Ms. Hoyman, back on the record. Welcome back. We're on the record again. It's 1:16 p.m. on December 15th, 2020. This is the case of the application by American Medical Response Ambulance Service for an amendment to their certificate. It's case number New Mexico PRC 20-00125TRM. We just had a 1 hour or so long lunch break. We had concluded the testimony of Mr. Archuleta. Mr. Graham had also testified yesterday. I believe he has some corrections to be made, so we're going to reopen his direct testimony to make those corrections on some recomputations of some figures. But before we do that, that was essentially a motion to reopen his testimony, Ms. Majori. I'm referring to brief conversation prior to going back on the record. Is there any objection from any counsel that we reopen for a few seconds Mr. Graham's testimony, direct testimony?
I may have an objection, but I don't know what it's anticipated he's going to testify. He's just going to say he did some recomputations and here are the new numbers. That's one thing. But if he's going to testify about additional testimony, additional evidence pertaining to those numbers, then I would object to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Padilla, and I'll be have my ears up waiting for an objection and ask Mr. Graham to wait. I usually tell people to count 1,000, 1,002, and then answer the attorney's question, and that's very helpful. So, Mr. Graham, you were sworn in yesterday, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, he was.
But not today, right?
No, I've not been.
So let's swear you in again today, if you don't mind. Right hand, please. Mr. Graham, do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Maggiore, you might want to identify him and then ask your several tiny questions.
All right. Mr. Graham, would you identify yourself for the record again, please?
Good afternoon, Joaquin Graham, Regional Director for AMR in New Mexico.
All right. And Mr. Graham, did you notify me this morning that you had done some recalculations of some figures that you testified about yesterday, and that you think you may have made some math errors?
That's correct. Yeah, I would qualify it as essentially an error on my part.
Would you please tell everyone how you'd like to correct the testimony you gave yesterday?
Sure. In my direct testimony, page 7, lines 16 and 17 speak to the projected revenue for Santa Fe County is estimated to be $800,000. I feel like, I don't know that I used the word yesterday, net or grossed there, but I feel like I represented that 800,000 to be a net revenue, I'm sorry, a gross revenue. It is in fact a net revenue for us.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Not from me, sir. If anybody else has any questions, I have no objection.
No other questions, so we're going to conclude Mr. Graham's testimony. Thank you, Mr. Graham. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, so we've got next, I'm expecting to hear from Chief Casper. Mr. Bartel, you ready to call your witness?
I am. And just to update everybody, I had a call back from the city attorney, Andrea Salazar, who tells me that Chief Suber and she will sign on just after 2 p.m., maybe 2:10.
Thank you, sir.
Available. So at this time, I will call Chief Casper.
Chief Casper, where are you? Oh, there you are. You've been there the whole time. All right, you've seen it done before. Please stand up and raise your right hand. You know, I set you up for a joke. You're supposed to say, I am standing.
Right.
It's an old vaudeville thing. Chief Casper, do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Your witness.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Scott Casper.
And do you have before you a copy of the direct testimony that was filed on your behalf in this case on November 25, 2020, marked as Albuquerque Ambulance Service Exhibit 1?
I do.
Are there any errors or corrections that need to be made to that testimony?
No, sir.
Do you adopt it today as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, sir.
I would move for the admission of AAS Exhibit Number 1.
Thank you, Counsel Bartel. I have in my hand the pleading entitled Direct Testimony of Scott Casper on behalf of Bernalillo County Health Care Corporation doing business as Albuquerque Ambulance, labeled AAS Exhibit 1 on the bottom, dated November 25th. I presume this is in the hands of all other counsel. Are there any objections from any other counsel, to the admission of this document? No objection. So we're going to leave it labeled, entitled AAS Exhibit Number 1. I'm going to mark it admitted. It is now evidence in the case. Are there any other questions from Mr. Bartel for this witness?
No, I will pass the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. How about Ms. Maggiore, please?
You make sure I'm okay. I'm off mute. Good afternoon, Mr. Casper.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Casper, you reviewed AMR's application for a change in its certificate.
I did.
All right. And your pre-file testimony, you're critical of AMR for what you say is failing to demonstrate with reasonable specificity the nature and scope of the proposed service. And I'm looking at page 4, lines 9 and 10. Are you still unclear about what AMR is proposing to do?
No, based on Mr. Graham's testimony, I think I have a very good understanding now of what AMR's proposal would be.
Good enough. I can scratch out a third of a page of questions in that case. You've said that there's a lack of evidence of inadequate service by Albuquerque Ambulance. You heard the testimony from Christus this morning, correct?
I did.
And you mentioned that AMR's burden is to show unmet public need and that you didn't feel Christus need equated with public need. Is that correct?
I believe that's, yes.
So you don't think the patients at Christus are the public?
No, I do suppose that patients at Christus are the public as well.
All right. And this really is about the patients, is it not?
It is.
All right. Scratch out another third of a page worth of questions.
Happy to help.
I'm looking at your application to amend your certificate, number 1168. And I believe that your attorney read some of it into the record yesterday, that you're now authorized for interfacility scheduled transport service over irregular routes between points and places in Rio Arriba and Santa Fe counties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you are not certificated for unscheduled service. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And when a facility calls and says, we need you over here to move a patient from the hospital to a nursing home, do you ever come back and say, well, we can't do it right now, but we could do it at 6 o'clock?
So yes, routinely when we get a request from a hospital to do an interfacility transfer, we will talk to the staff who are calling and schedule it at a time that either meets the needs of that facility if it's an immediate request based on acuity. And if it's not an immediate request based on acuity, we will work with them to schedule it at a time when it makes most sense based upon our overall system.
All right, so you essentially negotiated, is that right?
Sure, depending on, it's a good way to look at it, depending on what the acuity of that patient is. If it's a patient having a heart attack that needs to move to a hospital to have a cardiac cath, for example, we consider that an immediate transport and we would handle it that way.
Okay, but you're not certificated for those types of transports, correct?
We consider all interfacility transfers to be scheduled, whether they're scheduled right now or scheduled 3 hours from now. They're scheduled. We distinguish scheduled and unscheduled to be the difference between interfacility transfers and 911 calls.
Okay, if that's the case, do you know why the Public Regulation Commission does make that distinction between scheduled and unscheduled?
I can't speak for the PRC, no.
Fair enough. All right, the basis for you to intervene in AMR's application is that you don't think there's a need for additional interfacility transport service in the Santa Fe County area. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. As we heard in earlier testimony today, Christus executives have not even asked us to help meet the need, and we certainly can create the capacity to do so. So we do not believe that AMR has met its obligation under the statute to demonstrate that there's an unmet need in the city of Santa Fe or Santa Fe County.
And you have read the pre-filed testimony of the PRC staff in this matter, finding that there is a need?
I suppose I would respectfully disagree with the PRC staff.
All right, but you've read it and you understand that that's their position.
I do.
And you listened in on the Helios hearing where the staff took the same position?
Yes.
That there is a need?
Yes, but in the same respect, there's a perceived need one that exists because nobody has asked Albuquerque Ambulance about our readiness, willingness, or ability to expand our fleet in Santa Fe County to help meet that need. And we believe that as an existing certificated provider in that area, not only do we have the statutory right to attempt to do that, but also the ability to in fact do that. And that opportunity has not yet been allowed or discussed with us. So we'd be happy to have those discussions with those who perceive that there's a need to be met, and we're happy to try and fill that need.
And obviously you're aware that Rocky Mountain EMS has just been suspended and that there's now an increase in the need for interfacility transports, correct?
I learned that late on Sunday afternoon, yes.
Right, and that's going to amount to, depending upon how long they're suspended for, it could be between 1,400 and 1,500 trips a year.
I'm going to object to that question because it is based on a faulty foundation. The volume hasn't increased because Rocky Mountain EMS has been suspended. Merely the available providers to meet that call volume has changed.
Thank you, Councilor
I'm going to
Bartel.
add to that. I'm going to add to that objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner, on the basis that at the hearing that took place last Friday, which has been discussed quite a bit in this particular matter, staff introduced evidence as to the availability of other ambulance services to provide, to make up for Rocky Mountain if in fact their certificate was revoked, which is what staff asked for. So staff specifically on Friday submitted evidence saying there is no need, and now they seem to be saying there is a need. It's contradictory.
Mr. Padilla is way out of line, first of all, in raising the arguments that the facts put forth in that case. Second
This
of all,
is Mr. Borman speaking.
yes, I'm sorry, this is Brad Borman.
And you were stating that Mr. Padilla is out of line as to the facts from last Friday?
Well, he's out of line in terms of raising the evidence in that case, and he's misstating them. So,
Okay. Ms. Maggiore, could you restate your question one time, please?
I'm going to respectfully ask the court reporter to read it back because I don't think I can quote it directly.
Thank you.
You just one moment to find it. Question, right, and that's going to amount to, depending upon how long they're suspended for, it could be between 1,400 and 1,500 trips a year.
Okay. Both objections are overruled. You can answer, witness. Please do, Mr. Casper.
So I'm not precisely familiar with the amount of call volume that Rocky Mountain EMS would make available by the fact that they're not providing service.
Thank you. Next question.
All right, regardless of the actual numbers, Mr. Casper, there's the calls that Rocky Mountain was handling will now need to be covered by other services. Is that fair?
Fair.
All right. You have 2 Albuquerque ambulance units stationed at the Presbyterian facility in Santa Fe, correct?
Correct.
And you have employees who are actually assigned to the Santa Fe facility?
Yes.
And you've got 1 unit that is 24/7, 365, correct?
Correct.
And another one that runs from 1,400 to 0200, 365 a year, correct?
Yes.
Are those both paramedic level units?
Yes.
All right. You indicated that Albuquerque Ambulance always has access to additional ambulances, but isn't it true that the ambulances stationed in Bernalillo County are primarily doing 911 work?
Well, no, our unit, well, so I'll answer that in two different parts. Number one, our units in Bernalillo County are available for both 911 and interfacility transfers. In addition to that, we have a fleet of vehicles that are not necessarily staffed on any given day, and a large, robust staff who are willing to staff. I needed to send additional interfacility transfers to Santa Fe on any given day. All I need to do is build those into the schedule. We have the vehicles and the equipment available to send there, and we have the staff ready, willing, and able to do that. We in fact did that 2 weeks ago in order to assist Espanola EMS, who are having difficulty staffing ambulances because of COVID among their workforce. And overnight, we were able to increase our staffing using our existing equipment and our current staff in order to provide 24-hour coverage for the Espanola units. We can do that in Santa Fe for Santa Fe Medical Center, and we'd be happy to do that if we were asked by Krista St. Vincent to help with the volume created by the fact that Rocky Mountain EMS is not currently providing service.
Isn't it true that the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County area has issues with what's called level 0 when no ambulances are available?
I'm going to object. For lack of foundation, especially with respect to the use of the term level 0.
Sustain, Ms. Majori, to just break the question down a little bit further. So please.
What is level 0?
Level 0 is a term that we use here at Albuquerque Ambulance to describe a moment in time in which all of our currently staffed ambulances are either occupied with a patient or at a hospital, dropping a patient off and not available to immediately respond to another call.
All right, and that occurs multiple times in a day, does it not?
No, not necessarily.
It occurs every day, does it not?
No, not necessarily.
What do you mean by not necessarily?
It may occur today, may not occur today. It happens from time to time, and again, it's a snapshot in time. If you might understand, we may have 0 trucks available right now at 1:35, and at 1:35 in 30 seconds, we have 10 units become available. So it's not by any stretch or measure of our system effectiveness or efficiency. It's simply a descriptor that is literally a snapshot at that moment in time.
Now, when Albuquerque Fire Rescue obtained their certificate, they were able to demonstrate that there was a need for additional transport units in Albuquerque. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true. I don't believe that they demonstrated that need, and I believe that we settled that case before any determination of need was made.
All right, they did become certificated though, correct?
Yes.
All right, but the AAS units that are in Albuquerque are not always available to go to Santa Fe an hour away just on a dime, correct?
No, that's not correct. We can send any unit that's available in Albuquerque to Santa Fe at any point in time that it's requested.
All right, but it's at least an hour away, isn't it?
Well, depending on how fast you drive.
Assuming it was not responding lights and sirens.
Sure. It's a fair assessment. It's 45 minutes to an hour away by ambulance, yes.
All right. Now, on page 6 of your direct testimony, you testified that AAS has done 40 to 50 transports a year for Christus.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you're not saying that AMR's entry into the system would have a negative impact on AAS financially, correct?
No, what I'm saying is that if there's an unmet need, for example, because of the fact that Rocky Mountain EMS is currently unable to provide that service, it's a need that I could meet, and that would generate a certain amount of revenue for Albuquerque Ambulance that we could capture given our existing certificate and our ability to provide that service, and having an additional new ambulance service enter the market would, take that volume away from the other existing providers that are in that market right now.
My question was actually a little different. The bottom line is that AMR's entry into the market would not have much of a financial impact on Albuquerque Ambulance, would it?
Again, I mean, you're asking right now, today, there's a need for ambulance services that Albuquerque Ambulance could be providing. AMR coming into the market to provide those services would take away potential business from Albuquerque Ambulance, and I view that as being potentially harmful to Albuquerque Ambulance.
But prior to the demise of Rocky Mountain, we're talking 40 to 50 transports a year, right?
Well, sure, and prior to the demise of...
Refers to the demise.
Yeah, I have a little problem with that terminology as well. It's sustained.
Okay, prior to the suspension of Rocky Mountain, we were talking 40 to 50 trips a year. Is that right?
So prior to the suspension of Rocky Mountain, it was 40 to 50 trips a year that Albuquerque Ambulance was providing, and therefore no additional unmet need that would justify an additional certificated provider to be new in the market.
Okay, I'm not talking about need, I'm talking about financial impact. So if you could just answer the question that I'm asking you about the financial impact on Albuquerque Ambulance of 40 to 50 trips a year.
Correct.
Is that a problem?
It's a loss of revenue. I view a single lost revenue call being a problem, yeah.
Okay. But it won't have a significant financial impact on Albuquerque Ambulance. It's not going to put you broke, correct?
Well, it'll represent a loss of revenue to Albuquerque Ambulance, and I don't believe that the statute defines how significant that financial loss needs to be. It'll be a financial loss to us, and would harm Albuquerque Ambulance.
But it won't be a significant financial loss, will it?
Well, as I said, I view one single patient transport to be significant. So I guess that would be your interpretation, but not mine.
All right, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Maurer, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Please ask.
Mr. Casper, Fred Maurer, representing Superior Ambulance. Good to see you again. And if you can't hear me or don't understand my question, please say so. I'll try and do better.
Will do. Thank you.
With regard to your testimony, and then in response to questioning from counsel for AMR, I got lost on exactly what AAS is doing in the city of Santa Fe or county of Santa Fe with regard to transportation. On page 6, you talked about doing in 1954 transports, and in 2020 44 transports. And then she asked you a question about scheduled versus non-scheduled. Those transports you described on page 6, what kind of service were you providing?
So Mr. Maurer, all of the transports that we provide in Santa Fe are what we consider at Albuquerque Ambulance to be scheduled interfacility transports.
Okay. And when you say scheduled interfacility transports, are you making any distinction between ALS, BLS, ILS, or anything like that?
That distinction wasn't made in my testimony. We certainly do provide we essentially provide 3 levels of service at Albuquerque Ambulance. We provide intermediate life support, advanced life support, and critical care ground transport. And so we could provide any of those services. The 2 units that are primarily stationed in Santa Fe are staffed at the advanced life support paramedic level.
All right. And you were asked about availability and or equipment, and I didn't understand the explanation. So the availability of equipment for Albuquerque ambulance comes from what source? So if you needed to provide more service in Santa Fe because, as an example, a carrier were unavailable, where are these ambulances coming from? There was an argument about an hour away in Santa Fe, not in Santa Fe. I lost it. So can you explain that?
Sure. So we have 2 ambulances, as Ms. Maggiore stated, the times that they're in service, that are located and stationed at Santa Fe Medical Center in the city of Santa Fe. In addition to those 2 ambulances, we have a fleet of 68 ambulances that are located physically at our base here in the city of Albuquerque. If I needed to supplement the number of ambulances in Santa Fe or Rio Arriba counties for whatever reason, or anywhere else for that matter, they would be derived from our fleet of 68 ambulances that are based here at our facility in Albuquerque. We would staff them with our available staff and deploy them to wherever they needed to be for that period of time, whether it's coverage for some period of time or for an individual requested transport.
And let me clarify something, because there was a lot of testimony today concerning AAS St. Vincent's and Press. Has AAS ever refused to provide service to St. Vincent's because you are quote unquote in competition with them? How do you view that? I mean, is that an issue?
So it apparently was an issue for Christus, as they described it today. It's not an issue for me at all. Albuquerque Ambulance, it's true, is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Presbyterian healthcare system. However, we are a private nonprofit corporation, of which I am the chief officer. We provide service throughout the state of New Mexico without regard to, for example, the fact that Presbyterian is the sole owner of our corporation. With respect to interfacility transfers, we provide interfacility transfers every single day for the Loveless Health System, which is arguably a much bigger competitor with Presbyterian than Christus St. Vincent's would be. And yet we provide those services every day at the times that we are requested. We transport patients in the interfacility system exclusively to the destination that is arranged between the 2 physicians that make those arrangements. So if a patient is at Christus St. Vincent's and is being transferred to any hospital in New Mexico, that arrangement is made by a sending physician and a receiving physician. We're called to do that transport. We ask the question, where is the patient being picked up and where is the patient going to? We will never attempt to intervene in that decision-making, and we will never direct that patient to any other facility. That would be completely inappropriate for us to do that. And in fact, in the 911 system here in the city of Albuquerque, which is where one might think we could direct patient flow, we don't do that. We ask the patient where they want to go, and we bring the patient to that hospital. We never direct patients to Presbyterian unless the patient wants to go there or the appropriate services dictate where the patient may go. So for example, we would never bring a trauma patient to Presbyterian downtown. We're not a trauma facility. UNMH is a trauma facility. We would never bring a woman in imminent labor and delivery to a hospital that doesn't have labor and delivery. We bring patients to where they are followed and where they need to go. So I certainly appreciate Ms. Montoya's concerns that she expressed, but they're largely unfounded. And we've got years and years of data to show that we actually don't direct patients based on our affiliation with Presbyterian. And that's 100% true in the interfacility transfer business. We receive orders from a hospital and we carry out those orders. We would be happy to provide service for Christus St. Vincent and direct those patients and transport those patients to exactly where we are told to bring them.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about financial impact, and I want to make sure this is clear in my mind. On page 9, well, beginning page 8 and going on to page 9, you do an analysis based off figures, as I understand it, from AMR, number of transports.
Yes, I see where you're referring. Yep.
Okay, and then on page 9, if you look down about beginning line 3 down through line 8, that analysis of financial impact, did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you were asked some questions about 1,500 calls a year. Would this same analysis be applicable to that number of calls versus the 2,000 you used it for? Is that how I would figure out what you're claiming to be a loss?
Sure. So the nature of the analysis is the same, right? The math would obviously change using that same, the constant there would be our charges, the fees. Variable would be the number of calls, but we could certainly work out the math based on restated volumes.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, is this figure of $1.2 million a financial impact that you're claiming could occur?
Yes.
All right. And then there's been some testimony about need. What has been the impact on AAS's provision of transportation services because of the virus in competition with elected procedures?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm losing both visual and audio on Mr. Maurer.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Maggiore. Mr. Maurer, I was losing you as well. Seemed like you moved away from your microphone or covered it up, and you also moved off the screen. So please try to keep that in mind.
Okay, let me restate the question. Mr. Casper, with respect, there's been a lot of testimony in this record about need and the impact of the virus. And I'm just wondering, has Albuquerque Ambulance looked at what impact the virus is causing on transportation versus the loss of, if you will, elective procedures or the need to go to the hospital because of those kinds of things?
Shamar, I don't think we've done necessarily a correlation or analysis looking at our volume as it relates to cancellations of elected procedures. I can tell you that globally in our system, we've seen fewer 911 calls here in Bernalillo County in the city of Albuquerque, but we've seen also an increase in interfacility transfers, both here in the Bernalillo County metro area, as well as in Santa Fe County and Rio Arriba counties. I couldn't tell you here today whether or not those increases or decreases are directly related to COVID or to cancellations of the procedures that you referred to.
Thank you, Mr. Casper. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Mr. Bartel?
Hey, Mr. Padilla.
I think Mr. Padilla might be up next.
Pardon me, Mr. Padilla, and pardon me, Mr. Padilla. It's your game. Go.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Casper, we've met before, so you're aware of the fact that I'm the attorney for Rocky Mountain EMS, correct?
I am. It's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Let me direct you, first of all, to your testimony. Page 2, line 10, you say AAS stations 2 ambulance units at Presbyterian Santa Fe Medical Center. Are those 2 units, as you describe them in your testimony, sufficient to meet the needs of the Presbyterian Hospital in Santa Fe?
Yes. So those 2 units are sufficient to meet the baseline needs at Santa Fe Medical Center, Presbyterian Santa Fe Medical Center. There are obviously days where unexpected volume spikes, and as I've already described, we're able to supplement those 2 units with additional units from the Albuquerque system so that we are always able to provide the service that's needed.
Okay, now Presbyterian also owns the hospital in Espanola, correct?
That's correct.
Do those 2 units also supplement or supply or deal with the need from Espanola in any regard?
So the hospital in Espanola also staffs an ambulance service that primarily takes care of the needs of that hospital. And then, yes, we will supplement those needs if that ambulance service is unable to provide those services. So we do have that capability as well.
So do you know on average how many transports per day those 2 units support? We're talking about 5 transports a day, 7?
Yeah, so our variation is somewhere in the 5 to 7 transports per day with our 2 Santa Fe based units.
Okay, and typically speaking, are those transports simply from Santa Fe to Albuquerque, or is it from Santa Fe to other parts of the state or even to out of state?
So I would characterize that the majority of those transports are between Presbyterian facilities, so between Santa Fe Medical Center and Albuquerque. There are certainly some long distance transports, primarily psychiatric patients that get transported to 2 large psychiatric facilities that are in Doña Ana County. I don't believe we've ever transported a patient out of state using those 2 units. And we've done a fair number, as you alluded to before, of transports between Espanola and Santa Fe.
Do you have any idea what the percentages of these longer transports that you mentioned down to Doña Ana County?
No, I wouldn't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, there's been discussion here about 1,500 to 1,700 transports per year that Rocky Mountain had been doing. And I haven't done the exact math, but if you take 365 days a year and you divide this 1,500 to 1,700, you're going to end up with, I think, roughly 4 transports per day. Does that sound about right to you?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry. Yes, sir. That would be correct.
Okay. How many ambulances might or would Albuquerque Ambulance have to add to its stationing point in Santa Fe in order to take up the entirety of that slack?
I would have to, Mr. Padilla, know more detail about those 4 on average calls per day. My understanding is that most of Rocky Mountain EMS's trips are local, discharges to nursing homes and things like that. From a productivity perspective, those are easy to turn around. I would be completely speculating, but to handle 4 calls a day in that nature would amount to 1 vehicle. But again, that's speculation, and I would need to know more about the demographics of those trips where they were coming from and going to in order to really analyze that.
Okay, that's fair enough. Does Albuquerque Ambulance have the capacity to add a vehicle to its stationing point, a single vehicle to its stationing point in Santa Fe on a permanent basis?
Yes.
How about 2 vehicles?
Yes.
We're getting friendly again. I mean, it doesn't sound like cross-examination.
You were asked some questions by Ms. Maggiore about your concerns with unlimited ambulance authority, and you said that you now have a better understanding after having listened to Mr. Graham about the intentions of AMR. Setting aside the intentions, if there is unlimited authority legally in the certificate itself, does that concern Albuquerque Ambulance?
It does. The reality is that unlimited authority allows the ambulance service to make and potentially change decisions about mission and deployment at any point in time. And so it would concern me about what their intentions may be in the future, what the potential of the scope of their services may be in the future that would impact Albuquerque Ambulance and our ability to provide for our future as well. So having that unlimited authority is certainly a risk to Albuquerque Ambulance and to the security of our certificate in Santa Fe County.
You may have already addressed this, but Albuquerque Ambulance was excluded from the RFP process, and I think I heard you already testify with regard to some of your concerns with being excluded. But is there anything else that you haven't already stated that would express the concerns of Albuquerque Ambulance with being excluded?
That certainly sounds like a direct type testimony rather than cross. I'm going to let it in anyhow. There's been no objection. Go ahead, Mr. Casper, you can answer.
I was just about to object, but I couldn't hit the mute button fast enough.
Yeah, that kind of open question is the kind I would ask on direct examination. Doesn't even ring of cross-examination. So sustained. Next question.
On page 8, line 13, you talk about ambiguity of the scope of authority which AMR seeks. Could you clarify, please, what you mean when you use the word ambiguity and how that causes concern?
Same objection. This is direct.
I'm trying to get a clarification on what a particular use of language means.
Overruled. Please answer.
Just like to read my entire statement here before I answer. Mr. Padilla, I think that goes to the question that I already described to you in your previous question, without being truly defined in the application as to what the scope of their services are, and having an appropriately scoped authority from the Public Regulations Commission, having a statewide authority without any defined need. Again, it's our contention that American Medical Response, or AMR or GMR, has not truly demonstrated the need that they are trying to meet. Leads to an ambiguity that makes it unclear to Albuquerque Ambulance about what their intentions are, both short-term and long-term, and as I've stated in that response, therefore what the impact would be to Albuquerque Ambulance.
All the questions I have, sir.
And thank you, sir. Mr. Borman.
I have no questions for Mr. Casper.
All right, I just had a few. You're a wholly owned subsidiary. Your company is a corporation, is that correct?
We are a 501c3 corporation. Yes, sir.
That's your tax status. I understand that concept. And what type of entity is your parent owner?
Also a nonprofit corporation.
Any what's the terminology used when a hospital hires an ambulance for service?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lennon, I don't think I understand the question.
If
You mean
if
for
Christus St.
contract?
Vincent were to call you to do a run, what would they call that?
So they would just call us to do a run, and we'd schedule it and do the run and be happy to do that for them.
Okay. By the way, my question is not necessarily direct or cross-examination. I'm trying to clarify a few things.
Understood.
How often, let's say on a monthly time period during the past year, has Santa Fe Medical Center, aka Presbyterian, called any provider except you on an average monthly basis?
You know, I had a feeling someone would ask me that question. I don't know the answer. I don't have a reporting relationship with the folks at Santa Fe Medical Center, so they don't provide that information to me.
Well, wouldn't you know it if an ambulance from another company pulled up to your, the loading dock behind the emergency room?
Well, so my office is here in Albuquerque, so I can't see the ambulances that pull up there, and our staff you might expect our staff would see them, have crew quarters that are elsewhere in the hospital that doesn't give them direct visibility to that. So there may be times throughout the week or the month that other services provide care, to Santa Fe Medical Center, or provide transport for Santa Fe Medical Center. I just don't know the detail of that.
Okay, so the terminology is other servers provide service, but you state you don't know the details. Do you know roughly?
I have no insight to that, sir. I don't.
Isn't that the kind of thing you would be discussing with your principal, Presbyterian, relating to whether or not additional ambulance services were necessary?
So
like, wouldn't they call you up and say, get another ambo stationed up here because we're tired of using Rocky Mountain for our transportation?
Sure. So I will tell you that at the very beginning, when Santa Fe Medical Center, Presbyterian Santa Fe Medical Center opened, we weren't entirely sure of what the total volume there was going to be. And we had one ambulance station there 24/7. It became very quickly apparent that one ambulance was not sufficient to meet that need, and they did call us, and we've had dialogue over time, and we put on that second truck we call our swing shift that starts in the afternoon, and that has met the demand. While we have regular conversations with them about the services that we provide, we have not been told that they need additional resources to be stationed there on any regular basis because of a perception that were unable to meet the need that they have. So at this point in time, we feel that those 2 vehicles and the way and the hours that they are staffed are sufficient to meet the needs of Presbyterian Santa Fe Medical Center, as well as the other services that we're providing in that area.
So you chose your words very carefully, and I listened to your words, but it sounded to me like you just told me that Santa Fe Medical Center, aka Presbyterian, doesn't use anybody except for Albuquerque Ambulance for transportation services. Is that correct?
I don't think I said that, Mr. Lennon.
I don't think you said it either, but that's what I was hearing.
No, but and I intentionally I'm not going to say that because I truly don't know what, and I think it speaks to really the separation between Albuquerque Ambulance and Presbyterian. They don't share that type of information with me directly. If they had problems and needed me to increase my service, they would ask me to do that. And I'll give you an example. This came up in a previous case. I'm not going to get into the case specifically, but I do know, for example, that other ambulance services may have brought patients in to the facility for a procedure, and those specific ambulance services are then called back to return that patient to the place from where they had come. So yes, I guess there are other services that are providing transport in and out of Santa Fe Medical Center, but I am not directly involved in those decisions, how those decisions get made, or any visibility to those total numbers.
But you are concerned about the numbers at Christus St. Vincent.
I'm concerned that if there's a significant enough need for ambulance services that I could expand my fleet to help meet, it would represent a reciprocal significant amount of new revenue and business for us. So yes, if there were all of a sudden this increased need, or even if, as we heard today, that Christus St. Vincent has felt all along that there was an unmet need, that had they reached out to Albuquerque Ambulance or to me directly, we absolutely could work on a relationship with them to help meet that need. And that would, again, represent an opportunity for me to grow our business, create new jobs in the local market, provide service to the customers in that area, and meet the needs of the community, as Ms. Montoya, I think, very well stated in her testimony this morning.
Your testimony on page 6 indicates that they called you about 54 times in 2019, and pardon me, and also, wait a minute now, 44 times through September 30th in 2020. Have they continued to call you subsequent to September 30th?
I don't have that data right in front of me. I would imagine that they've called us, very infrequently, as the way that they have. I don't think anything's changed, in other words.
Okay. But they do use Albuquerque Ambulance for services from Christus St. Vincent.
As those numbers reflect, from time to time, but very infrequently, yes, they have.
It's about once a week, right?
Yeah, it's about one call a week on average. They have not, however, reached out to us in the last 96 hours since Friday to help provide services that were vacated by Rocky Mountain EMS, and we'd be happy to assist them if that emergent need existed.
Okay, thank you for answering my question, sir. I asked a few, and I'm going to give the counselors opportunity to redirect. Mr. Bartel, you have questions?
I do have a few. Chief Casper, prior to the suspension of Rocky Mountain EMS on Friday, what was Albuquerque Ambulance's posture with respect to seeking to take any of Rocky Mountain's business with Christus away from Rocky Mountain EMS?
Mr. Bartel, that goes back to the original stationing authority case in which both myself and Clay Holderman, our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Presbyterian Health System, indicated that our intention for entering the Santa Fe market was not to compete with Rocky Mountain EMS, and that we had no intention of actively seeking to take away their business. We would certainly respond to requests for assistance, whether that was interfacility transfers out of the Christus system or 911 mutual aid to the city or to the county. But that was not our, at the time, that was not our primary intention. And we would, respect their ability to continue to provide their services, maintain their business.
So between March 2019 and the current time, did Albuquerque Ambulance reach out to Christus to try to divert any of the business it was giving to Rocky Mountain EMS?
Not at all. I think the only meetings or opportunities that we reached out to Christus was our critical care ground transport service is a very limited resource in New Mexico. Our manager of that service reaches out to all the hospitals simply to provide an overview of what those services are. But that was not done at a leadership level. It would have been done to some of the nurse managers of the units, but those are not services that Rocky Mountain provides. So I don't view it as a competitive action. But we've not reached out to Christus in any way in order to capture additional business. Integrity means a lot to me. I gave my word during those hearings that we wouldn't do that, and we've honored our word between that point in time and now.
You testified in response to questioning by Ms. Maggiore that you didn't think that a case of need had been established in this case because Christus had never reached out to Albuquerque Ambulance Service to request service. In that connection, when Albuquerque Ambulance Service receives a request for service from a hospital other than a Presbyterian hospital, how does it treat that call for service coming in from a non-Presbyterian hospital?
Okay. There hasn't been an objection, Mr. Bartel, but I ask you to limit the scope of your redirect to my questioning. Hasn't been an objection, so you're welcome to answer, Mr. Casper.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and object to that. It's outside the scope of redirect.
Okay, so there we have an objection for me to rule upon. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Chief Casper, the hearing examiner asked you about how Albuquerque Ambulance Service goes about staffing in Santa Fe County. And you described the need that you were advised of and had been staffing to meet. In that connection, if Christus calls and asks for additional support and service for its patients, would there be any difference in the priority given to the calls coming from Christus in that context?
No, we prioritize the calls that come into our center 100% based on patient acuity. So we would triage those calls based upon, first the time that we received the call, and second, the nature of the patient's condition. We would prioritize the highest acuity patient. In other words, move the sickest patient first. For example, if two calls came in at the exact same time from two different facilities, we would move the sicker patient first, regardless of whether that was a Presbyterian facility or any other facility. We routinely handle it that way here in the city of Albuquerque, and with the 3 different health systems that exist here, and would do the same thing in Santa Fe.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel. Any other questions within the scope of my questioning of this witness? None. Wonderful. Can I excuse this witness? Okay. Mr. Casper, you're excused. I notice you've been here most of the time. You're certainly welcome to remain if you choose to do so. Okay. I believe we have, is it Chief Suber? You there, Chief? Mr. Suber? Unmute
Yes, sir,
yourself.
I'm here.
Hi, welcome. I allowed you in right away. I didn't want to leave you in a waiting room. And Ms. Salazar, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, so there was some, I've got the motion. I have not yet ruled upon the motion. There was discussion about the consequences of you not appearing and not presenting or not moving for introduction into evidence, anything at all. And there was some argument that sounded like what we would call a necessary witness argument, a necessary party argument. We didn't make any ruling on whether you were a necessary party yet. I did say that I would hold off ruling on your motion until the conclusion of the hearing, and that you had not failed to appear until the hearing was concluded. So obviously you have decided to appear, and that's fine. There's been some discussion of whether your witness's testimony should be admitted. There was discussion that it defeats one of the purposes of reaching a settlement agreement. But I understand now that you'd like to present Chief Suber for examination. Is that correct?
Hearing Officer Lennon, we have been asked to present direct testimony that Chief Medical Officer Suber presented in his direct testimony, and make Mr. Suber available for questioning. We do not have anything to present outside of what was pled in our direct testimony, and we did enter into a settlement agreement, and part of that settlement agreement was to file a motion to remove ourselves from the proceedings and the hearings. But if there is information that is necessary from his direct testimony, that is what we would ask for Medical Officer Suber's testimony to be in the vein of.
Okay.
But we're not presenting evidence necessarily beyond allowing Medical Officer Suber to be here for questioning.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner,
yes, sir.
It was my understanding that Albuquerque Ambulance Service would call Chief Suber as a fact witness, whose pre-filed testimony was submitted prior to the entry of the motion for withdrawal based on a settlement agreement. So I technically think that he would be our witness, and I would be happy to ask him the direct questions necessary to establish the foundation for his pre-filed direct testimony.
Mr. Bartel, he's your witness.
Right, and you're Mr. Hearing Officer, I continue to object to this entire line of questioning.
Please state the nature of your objection to preserve it on the record.
It completely defeats the purpose of a settlement agreement. There is a motion on the table to withdraw that I wish you would rule on because it was submitted and it should be ruled upon. And this is Mr. Bartel. This is not his witness. This was an intervening party who has decided now that they don't want to be an intervening party. And they're allowed to withdraw if they want to withdraw.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to the request to rule upon the motion at this point in time. I haven't been given an opportunity to respond to that motion. It was filed very, very late on Friday afternoon. Neither has Mr. Bartel, neither has Mr. Maurer. The witness is here. I think it's the hearing examiner has said that the witness could testify, and I think it's appropriate for Mr. Bartel to move or to introduce the witness and to have his direct testimony offered, and go from there without short circuiting by ruling on a motion that apparently even the attorney for Santa Fe is not here prepared to argue.
Any other comments from council?
I would join in those objections. Mr. Hearing Officer, you've conducted this hearing in such a fashion that you've allowed a lot of testimony in to have a complete record for your consideration. This doesn't do any harm with regard to that. It just gives you more information to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Mr. Borman?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner Brad Borman, Transportation Division staff. I do agree with Ms. Ms. Maggiore that, allowing this process to go forward really does deter parties from trying to reach agreements. I mean, I guess I've always understood as part of these processes that we try to reach agreements when we can. In this case, the parties did, and forcing a party to go forward even after they have reached a stipulation and try to withdraw their testimony kind of just defeats that purpose, and is going to discourage such settlements in the future. And I think parties ought to be able to withdraw a protest or withdraw testimony in the middle of a hearing. It's happened before. I'm sure people from Albuquerque Ambulance could remember that. So I think it's really inappropriate at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Any other argument from council? Okay, well, who was that?
Yeah, I would just clarify that this testimony was not withdrawn. There was a motion filed.
Well, Mr. Padilla, you stole my thunder because I was just about to get to that. I was about to say I thought we had already chopped this cabbage, and that's what I mean is, sounds like I've heard the same arguments I heard earlier. I see this motion, and I do consider it a motion to withdraw as frankly too little too late for me to rule upon, because I believe the other parties have not had an opportunity to respond in opposition thereto. I don't mind admitting I received it 11 p.m. on Sunday evening, and certainly that's it gave me hardly enough notice to go forward. It has taken quite a bit of work to get everyone together for these 2 days of hearings. We started yesterday. We've gone through almost an second entire day. All the parties have here. All the parties have testified. And for me to receive a motion to withdraw, at 11 p.m. The night before is just isn't enough opportunity. We discussed earlier in this proceeding whether or not we needed to postpone the matter, and I believe we resolved that. I heard some similar arguments from all the council. As some of you know, and certainly Mr. Borman, I sometimes serve as a mediator for the PRC, and I am very interested in resolution of any dispute with any means as an alternative to litigation. Litigation being the last resort, so to speak. So I strongly favor that cases be resolved. However, at this point, we're only talking about resolution of one of the interveners, and the only problem with one of the interveners resolving their objection is that the other parties are then not, they can't take advantage of the information which would have been presented by that intervener. So I was concerned about not prejudicing those interests of the other interveners specifically. And that's why I had not yet ruled upon the motion to withdraw because of the settlement. The settlement remains. It's just a matter of the withdrawal intervention status. Furthermore, I believe that I could make a recommended, perhaps interlocutory recommendation for the commission to strike the intervention, but haven't seen any legal argument or legal basis which gives me the authority to strike the status of a party as an intervener. So that all being said, my comments earlier about whether or not the city would appear are now moot. The city has appeared. My comments about having Mr. Suber here are also moot. He's now here. Whether or not Ms. Salazar introduces his pre-filed direct testimony is her prerogative. I believe that she's indicated she's not going to. I believe that Mr. Bartel has indicated that he's going to move the introduction of his directly filed testimony. When he does so, I'm willing to hear arguments against that and then rule upon whether that pre-filed direct testimony is going to be admitted after I hear those arguments. At that point, Mr. Bartel not having any other evidence to present, because all evidence of the direct nature has to be pre-filed, we'll see where it goes from then. So that's where I am situate at this very moment. Am I clear? Mr. Padilla, you have any questions? Any other council have any questions?
Leave me alone.
Okay,
I understand your position.
Thank you. I think we're ready to go forward. Mr. Bartel, when I said your witness, I didn't mean as in your pocket and you brought him to court with you today. What I meant is it's for you to examine him at this point. So please do so.
Thank you. Chief Suber, would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Michael Justin Suber.
And by whom are you employed currently?
I'm employed by the City of Santa Fe Fire Department.
And do you have a copy of the testimony which bears the title, "The City of Santa Fe's Direct Testimony Supporting Its Burden of Proof," available to you?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, just a point of order. Doesn't
Yes,
this
sir.
witness need to be sworn?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Padilla. You are so right. Officer Suber, would you mind standing and raising your right hand so you can be sworn in?
Yes, sir.
If you could stand, I would appreciate it. That's the way I do it. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. And I apologize for that oversight. I was a little bit blinded by the sun and needed some relief there. Continue, Mr. Bartel.
So, Chief Suber, do you have a copy of the direct testimony that was submitted on your behalf in this case?
Yes, Mr. Bartel, I have it here in front of me.
And the copy that I have runs 6 pages with 2 pages of exhibits and appears to have been signed by you on September 10, 2020. Does that conform to the copy that you have?
I have pages 1 through 5. I don't have the evidence that we provided in the original filing, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay, you're talking about the exhibits detailing the volume of calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have there been any events between the time of the filing of this direct testimony and the present that would require you to change any of the testimony that is presented in the pre-filed direct testimony.
Could you be more specific? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, so as I say, the document that I'm looking at appears to have been signed by yourself on September 10, 2020. It is now December 15, 2020, and I'm simply asking you whether there have been any events in that time frame between those two dates which would require you to modify or change any of the testimony that we see in this document.
From this original testimony, there's no need for me to change it. The thing that has changed is the agreement with AMR that was done recently. So my testimony here may not be relevant to that.
So could I just ask you to clarify whether you think the agreement with AMR changes any of the facts as they are reported in your testimony with respect to what Santa Fe Fire Department is doing in the interfacility transport area?
That would be unaffected with the agreement. Our intent is to continue doing emergency transports by the request of Christus St. Vincent and continue doing what we've been doing for as far back as I can remember.
Okay, I would request that the City of Santa Fe's direct testimony supporting its burden of proof be labeled AAS Exhibit 2, and I would move its admission.
I've labeled it AAS number 2. Before you move it, before we poll council, let me ask the chief a question myself. You indicate in answer number 6 that there are 2 private ambulance services that work in the Santa Fe area. And because there are 2, there's not a need for an additional provider. Would one of those 2 be Rocky Mountain?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. I have no other further questions. And is there any objection to introduction of this document now labeled AAS2 into evidence? Let's go around. How about Mr. Padilla first?
No objection, sir.
Mr. Maurer?
No objection.
Mr. Borman?
Same objection as before.
Okay. And Ms. Salazar, since you're here, do you have an objection?
Hearing Officer Lennon, I believe that our objection would be that we are trying to be dismissed as a party. And so doing so, we are no longer a party to this, or at least that's what we have tried to not be. And so removal of our direct testimony would be what we would request, but that is probably the only objection we have.
Your objection is noted, and I left Ms. Maggiore to the end out of respect. Ms. Maggiore, do you have any opposition?
I do.
Please.
Same objections as Mr. Borman and I have raised before. We entered into a settlement agreement. They're no longer a party. Non-party testimony is not admitted as filed testimony. I realize you haven't ruled on the motion, but had Ms. Salazar's pleading perhaps been titled notice as opposed to motion, they wouldn't probably have gotten dragged back into this. Obviously, they don't want to be here. They don't want to be a part of this proceeding. We reached an agreement with them. Other parties were free to reach agreements with Santa Fe Fire Department if they had desired to do so. Nobody made a move to do that. Now, all of a sudden, they're terribly important. Things obviously have changed since Chief Suber initially made this testimony. Things are not today what they were back in September. His position has changed. They're no longer a party, and I object to his testimony being admitted over the objection of his own counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Maggiore. And I'm going to overrule the objection and admit this as AAS number 2. Thank you. Are there any more questions, Mr. Bartel?
No, I would pass the witness.
Okay. So next, how about if we, Ms. Maggiore, do you have questions for this witness?
I have just a couple. Chief Suber, I can't see him. Hold on a second. There he is. Chief Suber, has anything changed in the EMS world in the city of Santa Fe since you initially proffered this testimony?
Ms. Maggiore, no, that nothing has changed in terms of the EMS world.
What about the suspension of Rocky Mountain EMS?
I'm unaware of such suspension. I wouldn't be able to answer that. I'm sorry.
All right. Do you still believe that the addition of AMR into the market is not necessary, with the understanding that they will not be interfering in anything that is currently covered by City of Santa Fe Fire Department?
We've stricken that objection to AMR being part of the system. So no.
All right, and you say you've stricken that objection. So would that mean that your answer to question number 7 has changed? It's on page 3.
Yeah, I think in terms of question number 7, we've been pretty clear in our agreement with AMR what our interests are, and a couple of things have changed. I think from Chris's St. Vincent's point of view, they're no longer going to be an ER at that location that was proposed. So there are a few things that have changed, yes.
All right, and you said you've stricken the objection to AMR being certificated for Santa Fe County. Is that correct?
Yes, under the terms of the agreement that we reached, yes.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Maggiore. And since Mr. Borman had objected, I'd like to give him an opportunity to examine this witness next.
I have no questions for Mr. Zuber.
Thank you. Mr. Maurer?
Yes, sir.
Any que-
Yes,
Please.
sir. Chief, let me clarify what I thought I heard you say. Did you say that there is no longer going to be an ER or emergency room department at St. Vincent's?
No, at that location at 5500 Hodetta Drive, that's where AMR proposed to operate from in their initial filing. So Christus will no longer have an emergency room on the south side. I believe it's just going to be an urgent care.
Okay.
Nothing to do with the main hospital.
Oh, okay. So the emergency room still stays at the main hospital.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And looking at page 2 of 5, answer 3, you see that answer at the top of the page?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Beginning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down the department. You see that testimony through non-scheduled transfer?
Yes, the department currently, is that the line you're referencing?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is that the accurate description of what you've just answered to Ms. Maggiore concerning what the department currently provides with regard to interfacility, non-scheduled interfacility transports?
I would say yes, with the understanding that it's an emergency non-scheduled transports. That's
okay.
Where I would clarify that.
All right. And just so I'm clear, when you use the term emergency, please define that versus non-scheduled interfacility transports. How are you classifying that? Because the sentence seems to say that there are some emergency transports where you have to go to Albuquerque. Explain what you mean by that.
So when I speak of emergency non-scheduled transports, that usually entails Christus calling our battalion chief directly and requesting we transport a patient, most typically to Albuquerque, for a variety of reasons. If there's inclement weather and they cannot fly the patient down, they'll often request a Santa Fe Fire Med unit to take that patient to Albuquerque, or they may not meet that threshold of air transport, but there's still an emergent need for them to go to a higher level of care in Albuquerque. That's
Okay.
mostly what we do with Christus.
Okay. And with regard to the current situation, which has been presented and argued about, the settlement agreement with AMR, do you see any changes in the types of services as you've described here on page 2 of 5, answer 3 for the fire department in the future?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I can no longer hear and can only partially see Mr. Maurer. He's vanished off the screen again.
Thank you, Ms. Maggiore. Mr. Maurer, I know you're leaning out of the screen like we discussed earlier, and your voice just went off into the sunset. I could barely hear you as well. And that was actually a very, very long sentence. I was waiting for the comma or the period or the question mark at the end. So maybe you could break it up in a couple questions so that I could follow it. I would appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Chief, with regard to all the discussion concerning a settlement agreement or what's contained in that agreement, do you see any change in the types of services that the city fire department is going to be provided in the future?
No, sir. That's part of our settlement, is we do not want that to change.
All right. And with regard to, if I understood your original comment, your testimony as provided, other than the lack of Rocky Mountain now providing services, it stays the same as it contained in these pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Any other questions from any other council?
I have one question, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Padilla.
Chief, in your testimony at two different places, first of all, in the introductory paragraph, you say the need has decreased. And then again on page 3, in responding to question number 5, you say the number of calls have decreased. Could you please clarify what do you mean? What has decreased?
Give me 1 second, Mr. Padilla. I'm trying to find that statement. I'm not sure exactly. You said page.
Well, if you look at page 1, there's
Okay.
there's something that says it's before question number 1. It says burden of proof, and it makes
Oh,
reference
got you.
because need has decreased.
I take that as counsel's language, Mr. Padilla, not this witness's language.
Okay,
So-
well, it's tied to what it is said then on page 3, sir.
Okay, we'll continue with the question.
So on page 3, do you see where it says the number of calls has decreased? Just before where it says question 6.
I do see that. Yes.
And I'm just asking, for you to please explain to us, what number of calls have decreased? What are you specifically talking about?
I think at this time that we answered this with the COVID pandemic going on, our overall call volume had decreased significantly, just as many other services across the state and the country. I believe that's what I was referencing.
That's the best that you can recollect. You say you believe that's what you're referencing.
Yes, that's my recollection, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. I don't believe there's going to be any more questions of this witness. Is that correct? No response.
Correct.
So I'm going to gratefully release Deputy Chief Suber. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you, Ms. Salazar, for appearing. You're
My
free to go.
pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next witness. Is this Mr. Smith on behalf of Running Bear?
This would be Mr. Smith, and I believe he's the last witness. I don't know how long we've been going, but I don't know if you want to take that 5 minutes or if you just want to continue to move on. It's up to you.
Let's ask everybody else. Mr. Maurer, I'll ask you first.
Well, I'm going to tell you the same thing I always say. Because of age, I need to get up, stretch, and do something else.
Well, I have the weak link in the chain theory. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And thank you, Mr. Padilla, for reminding me. 2:50 on my computer. We're back at 2:55.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Bartel, are you there? Okay, we'll wait a minute for Mr. Bartel to appear. Mr. Bartel, are you there? Ms. Maggiore, can you hear me? You can. Nod your head. Okay, I was wondering. I'm not getting any response from Mr. Bartel. I don't see him or hear him. Our 5 minutes was up 4 minutes ago. There he is. Hi there. Glad you're back. All right, is everybody ready to go back on the record? Thank you, Ms. Hoyman. And we're back on the record after a 8-minute, 5-minute break. That was confusing. It was a 5-minute break that took 8 minutes. And we're ready for Mr. Padilla's witness on behalf of, testifying on behalf of Rocky Mountain. Are we ready to go, Mr. Padilla?
Yes, sir.
And who will be testifying?
George Smith, sir.
Mr. Smith, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Padilla, he's your witness. Please have him identify himself and then move for introduction of his pre-file testimony.
Can you give us your name for the record, please, sir?
George Smith II.
Mr. Smith, do you have written testimony in front of you which was submitted on November 25th of the year 2020?
Yes, sir.
Is that your written testimony?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review it recently?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any changes that you would like to make to that testimony?
No changes to this testimony, sir.
Do you adopt that testimony as your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
Move the admission of the testimony of Mr. Smith.
Any objection?
None.
Lack of foundation?
Overruled. Any other objections?
Renew my objection that Rocky Mountain should not be allowed to present testimony in this case because they do not meet the statutory or regulatory requirements for being an intervener.
Thus preserved for appeal. And I'm going to allow him to present his testimony as exhibit RMEMS number 1, direct testimony of George Smith II on behalf of Running Bear Rescue, Inc. Let's have some cross-examination of this witness if appropriate. Ms. Maggiore, would you please start?
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, you no longer work for Rocky Mountain EMS, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have not worked there for over 6 months, is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And Mr. Little, who's the owner of the service, is nowhere to be seen in this proceeding, is that correct?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Good question. What? Answer it, please, sir.
Mr. Little has not issued an appearance at this hearing, ma'am.
And Mr. Little has not entered an appearance in this hearing to avoid being cross-examined, isn't that true?
Objection, that's inappropriate and argumentative. And it's speculation.
You know, it's cross-examination, and cross-examination gets nasty within a certain professional limits, and I think that's right about at the edge of the limits. I'd like to hear what this witness has to say about it, so I'm going to overrule the objection with respect, Mr. Padilla. Go ahead, sir. You can answer that question.
Ms. Maggiore, I do not have an answer to your question, as Mr. Little's business is not my own.
Thank you, sir. Next question.
I'm sorry, you said Mr. Little's business is not your own?
Right. His reasons are not mine to speculate on. I have not conversed with him on this, so I just don't know. I couldn't give it to you.
But you're the person here representing Rocky Mountain EMS, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Were you present at the hearing that took place on December 11th of last week?
I was not present at that hearing, and it's my understanding that the contents of that hearing were not to be used as evidence in this hearing.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm unable to hear you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
I was not present at that hearing on December 11th, and it was my understanding that what happened at the hearing on December 11th was not to be heard in this case as evidence.
And from where did you get that information?
From the hearing examiner during yesterday's introductions.
I'm sorry, you're dying off to where I can't hear you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
I believe that instruction came from the hearing examiner during yesterday's introductions and procedural orders.
You're not aware that the order that resulted from that hearing back on December 11th has been entered into evidence in the present case?
I'm not aware of that, no.
And you were sitting here texting at the time that the hearing officer made that decision. Did you completely miss that?
For the record, I had advised the hearing examiner that the witness had a meeting between 11 a.m. and 2 o'clock. He was gone. We'll stipulate that it was admitted into evidence that this witness just didn't happen to be here when that occurred because he was attending to other business.
It's a subtle distinction, but I took administrative notice of it. You can continue.
I apologize. I keep saying judicial notice, and please forgive me. It should be administrative notice. Were you made aware?
So can I know just a question? I thought we had gone through that. What you did was take administrative notice of the one part of that document when you read it into the record, not the whole document.
No,
that's what I thought you'd done.
That's incorrect, Mr. Maurer. I take judicial notice that this entire order exists. Okay? And I read the final part into record so there could be no question as to what I was admitting. I certainly didn't feel like reading into the record the entire 11 pages plus certificate of service. So I only read into the record the most important part in order that it can be identified. But I take judicial notice that there is an order from the commission.
Judicial or administrative?
That's great, Mr. Padilla. It's good to have a sense of humor so late in the second day. Administrative notice. And thank you for that, lightening the air a little bit. Sorry, Ms. Maggiore, could you please continue with your examination of this witness?
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. So as the person who's designated to speak for Rocky Mountain, you were not present at the hearing on December 11th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Who represented Rocky Mountain at that hearing?
You mean from a legal standpoint or from a witness standpoint?
From a witness standpoint. Who spoke up for the company?
I do not know, ma'am. I was not present for that hearing.
And you haven't talked to Mr. Little or anyone else at the service about what happened last week?
I have spoken with Mr. Padilla and I've kept myself briefly aware of it, but I have not gone into detail and read the order. I know the consequences of it, but that's about it.
So you don't deny that at this point, Rocky Mountain has been suspended for an unknown period of time, correct?
That is correct, but that unknown period of time could be next week and it could be 3 months from now, depending on legal matters such as motions for reconsideration and others.
Okay, Mr. Smith, my question was that Rocky Mountain, you're aware that they've been suspended for an unknown period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe that's what I answered.
Now, you don't deny that there have been complaints filed against Rocky Mountain EMS during your tenure with that service, correct?
I do deny there was no complaints filed during my tenure with that service.
None at all.
None to my knowledge.
All right, you are aware that there were complaints filed against Rocky Mountain by former employees. Windy Joe Ashworth, do you remember that complaint?
I'm aware of that complaint, yes.
All right, what did that complaint detail problems with Rocky Mountain EMS?
Objection, this is cross-examination. It goes way beyond what this witness is here to testify about.
Well, what I'm concerned about mostly is whether Rocky Mountain is currently a full service provider. And I'm not going to relitigate the other case. So, Ms. Maggiore, I'm not sure exactly where you're going, and I know there's lead-up questions. Would you care to proffer what's your intention with this line of questioning? It would help me to understand better.
I'm trying to establish the issues that led up to the suspension of Rocky Mountain EMS, some of which you've taken administrative notice of, and others not so much. I also am trying to understand why this witness is here on behalf of a service he no longer works for, and why the owner of that service has strategically removed himself from these proceedings so he can't be questioned.
Well, I don't show all my cards, but the veracity has been substantially diminished from your line of questioning. So that gives you a hint. You've made your point, basically, and your point was perhaps made even beyond your line of, before your line of questioning, so to speak. I'm concerned with whether or not Rocky Mountain today is a full service provider. That's one thing that concerns me, and I was hoping you might ask about that.
Well, I might ask about that.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, do you believe that as we sit here today, Rocky Mountain EMS is a full service carrier operating in the county of Santa Fe, New Mexico?
I would believe that Rocky Mountain is a full service carrier that is currently suspended, but nonetheless still a full service carrier until their status is revoked by the Public Regulation Commission.
Okay, that really wasn't my question. My question was, as we sit here today, is it your testimony that Rocky Mountain is a full service carrier operating in Santa Fe County?
Ms. Maggiore, I believe I answered that question.
So you believe that Rocky Mountain is today operating in Santa Fe County?
No, they are not operating.
Okay, that was my question.
He answered it, that they're not operating.
And as a suspended carrier, you believe Rocky Mountain is able to intervene and say that there is no need for additional interfacility transport services in the county of Santa Fe, right?
Objection, that's already been ruled on by the hearing examiner. That's a legal question. This hearing examiner, Mr. Hearing Examiner, you've allowed this witness to testify, and he can't be asked with regard to legal interpretations.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, Mr. Smith, did you review the report, the investigative report that was filed by James Martinez with respect to Rocky? Can I finish my question first?
Please do.
Mr. Smith, are you familiar with the investigative report that was submitted by investigator James Martinez.
What's the nature of the objection?
The nature of the objection is that that report is the subject of the hearing that took place on December the 11th. Ms. Maggiore is apparently attempting to relitigate that particular issue. Ms. Maggiore attempted to have that report, to have you take administrative notice of that particular report. You declined to do so. So she shouldn't be allowed to be asking questions about that report.
Well, I'm not sure the reasoning is correct, but I would like to hear from Ms. Maggiore why this report is relevant to the issue of whether or not the certificate of AMR should be expanded.
Because I think that if the issues that are raised in the James Martinez report are placed into the record in this case, it will highlight the unlikelihood that this service is going to be back.
You know, I find a report, frankly, made by I haven't read it, by the way, intentionally, but it's made by a person who's not here, somewhat less important than an order of the commission after I believe, an extended hearing wherein they issued a suspension, and I presume based upon that report. So this order speaks volumes ahead more than a report from a gentleman who's not subject to cross-examination before me. So I don't find it very persuasive, the report, or even what's in the report, especially when I have the order in my hand, which I do find somewhat important. This was, I believe, on a trial on the merits, or excuse me, on a hearing on the merits on the temporary suspension, or on the suspension with the final order to be forthcoming. This is a temporary suspension pending the final order. Anyhow,
Understood, sir.
That's my position. I don't hide the football, and I want everyone to know what's going on.
Does that mean the objection is sustained?
Hold on a second. Objection is overruled. You can ask him. Your question was, are you familiar with the report of the gentleman? Is that correct?
That was the question, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the report, sir?
I'm familiar with the report. I have not thoroughly reviewed the report.
Okay, so let's move on to another issue.
All right. You're aware that the PRC staff has found in this case that there is an unmet need in the city and county of Santa Fe, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you're aware that the PRC staff has previously found an unmet need in the city and county of Santa Fe. Is that correct?
That was a little vague even for me. When are you referring to, Ms. Maggiore?
All right, Mr. Smith, you were part of a hearing on a company called Helios applying for a certificate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that the PRC staff found that there was a need in that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, your testimony, your pre-filed testimony indicates that you only worked for Rocky Mountain EMS from August 20th of 2018 through April 3rd of 2020. That's on page 2, lines 17 and 18.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you are supposedly the authorized representative of Rocky Mountain EMS, even though you're not employed there and have not been employed there for greater than 6 months, correct?
Object to the use of the terminology supposedly.
Overruled. Go ahead. Answer the question,
Could you repeat
please.
the question, please?
I believe the question was that you are supposedly the authorized representative of Rocky Mountain EMS, despite the fact that you have not worked there for greater than 6 months?
No, ma'am, I am the authorized representative for Rocky Mountain EMS, though I have not worked there for 6 months.
Thank you, sir.
And you are authorized to do what?
I am authorized to present testimony in matters before the PRC and other hearings.
But you've not familiarized yourself with the order that was issued for suspension of Rocky Mountain. Is that correct?
I have not yet, no, ma'am.
As the authorized representative, do you believe that it is your responsibility to know what's going on with the company at all times?
I believe it's my responsibility to know that, yes, ma'am. But as Mr. Padilla has made clear, that I do have another line of employment that I cannot spend 40 hours a week monitoring the situations, and I can read up when I get the opportunity to.
So you're not prepared here today to answer questions about that suspension order that has been entered into the record in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Objection, the order is not entered into the record in this case. There's been an administrative notice.
Well, I believe that puts it into the record, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Hearing Officer, would you care to comment on that? If you take administrative notice of an order, is it not in the record at that point?
I believe it is evidence.
Thank you. All right, so there's evidence in the record of a suspension of a company that you are the authorized representative for, but you have not had the time or opportunity to review, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know of anyone else at Rocky Mountain who has taken the time to review that order and understand what it says?
I do not have that knowledge, ma'am.
Your pre-filed testimony in this case criticized AMR for proposing to station at Christus initially as gaining an unfair advantage. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've indicated on page 5, lines 4 to 5, that the application of AMR does not in any way demonstrate the authority of AMR to station vehicles at that location. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The stationing for Rocky Mountain is just a couple of blocks away from Christus, isn't it?
That is correct, ma'am.
But you feel it would be an unfair advantage for AMR to station on the hospital grounds itself?
Absolutely, ma'am. With Rocky Mountain at the time of my testimony being a full service carrier, if they were to receive a phone call for transport and AMR is sitting right out the front door, you as a paramedic yourself would know you would go with the service that's closest and fastest to meet your needs.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true, but if Christus wants AMR there and they want to be there, you don't know of any law or regulation that prohibits them from doing so, do you?
I do not.
All right, you're familiar with the issues that Rocky Mountain has had historically with the PRC, are you not?
Yes, ma'am.
You're aware that Rocky Mountain was suspended from operation approximately a year and a couple of months ago, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some of the issues in that case led up to additional investigations on the part of the PRC.
Objection misstates it's a mischaracterization. There is no testimony that the suspension that currently exists emanated from that particular case.
Well, I don't think there needs to be testimony of it for there to be cross-examination invoking those facts. So I'll overrule the objection. Sir, you can answer the question.
Could you please repeat the question, ma'am?
Let me have the court reporter read it back, please.
Question, and some of the issues in that case led up to additional investigations on the part of the PRC, correct?
Not to my knowledge. I believe that any other investigations were part of a different matter. That case is still scheduled for hearing in January, I believe. And any other investigations, I believe, would come from the complaints that were filed.
Are you aware that the case that was scheduled to be heard in January is the one that was heard on December 11th that you didn't attend?
Ma'am, I'm 100% aware that that is not the case.
You're aware that there's another hearing set in April,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Are you aware that the issues that arose in the case that was heard on December 11th had to do with safety issues?
Yes, ma'am.
You're aware that there were issues involving improper record keeping by Rocky Mountain?
Objection. Are we going to relitigate the December 11th case? It's been determined. These are facts that are pertinent to that case, not to this case.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. However, I think she's attacking the veracity of the witness. So I'm going to allow her to continue this line of questioning. Overruled.
Thank you. I want to find out what he knows and what he doesn't as the authorized representative. Are you aware that complaints were filed by 2 former employees that had to do with drug testing issues?
Yes, ma'am.
That some employees were not being properly drug tested?
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware of the complaints.
All right. And you're aware that the PRC regulations require not only drug testing at the time of hiring, but also random drug testing to be conducted periodically on employees?
I was aware of the pre-employment. I was not aware of the random. The company had its own policies on random drug screening, but I was not aware that was a PRC regulation.
Are you aware that that was not happening at Rocky Mountain?
What wasn't happening? Random?
The random drug screening.
Okay. Are you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware.
Okay.
Did you do anything to see to it that that got taken care of, or did you just turn your back on it?
Ma'am, this is starting to sound like factual evidence concerning the other case, not the case about the expansion of the certificate for AMR. And you're getting a bit far afield. I'd ask you to rein it in just a bit.
All right, sir, I'm just trying to find out what he knew and what he did while he was employed there. When you were employed at Rocky, were you made aware of any safety violations with the actual ambulances themselves?
Any violations I were made aware of was by the PRC investigator. And at that time, I did what was necessary to correct those deficiencies.
Isn't it true that you were given time in which to correct those deficiencies, and when the investigators returned to see if the deficiencies had been corrected, they had not been?
What time period are we talking about?
I'm talking about the time period. I'm sorry, is somebody else speaking?
I was just going to say, that's such a generalized question. I'm not sure it can be answered.
Well, between the first and second set of investigations that led up to the December 11th hearing.
Ma'am, I have nothing to do with the investigations that led up to the December 11th hearing. I was no longer employed by the company at that time.
Can you explain why you're here when you don't know any of those things?
Asked and answered.
Ma'am, I'm here to testify regarding AMR's application, not Rocky Mountain suspension.
Well, Rocky Mountain suspension does create additional need in the city of county of Santa Fe. I know that we can split hairs and say there's the same number of calls but less providers, but Rocky Mountain suspension means that there is additional need in Santa Fe, does it not?
I would say that it does not, ma'am. There are 2 already full service carriers provided that are authorized to operate in Santa Fe. And according to, I believe, my understanding of the PRC regulations, they have to be given the opportunity to fail before another service can come in.
Oh, so you think the idea is for them to fail?
No, ma'am, I believe they have to be given the opportunity to not meet the need before a need is proven. And I don't believe there's been evidence in that case that shows that Superior or Albuquerque Ambulance have not been given the opportunity.
Right, in your pre-file testimony, you indicated that you read an affidavit that was put in the record in the application, I'm sorry, by Christus, by Lillian Montoya. Is that correct? You read that affidavit?
That is correct.
And did you read the part, and I'm on page 6, line 19, paragraph C of your pre-file testimony. The suspension of these services caused a backup of patients and an inability of the hospital to move patients quickly to a higher level of care. Are you contesting the testimony of the CEO of Christus that a backup of patients occurred?
I am not contesting that at all.
Okay, so you agree that a backup of patients and an inability of the hospital to move patients quickly to a higher level of care occurred?
I can't speculate to what Ms. Montoya was trying to see. I can see that where a suspension would cause a backup, but there are other services available that could have filled that void.
But did they fill that void? That's the question.
I do not know, ma'am. That was a business of Christus St. Vincent's. If they had chosen not to call anybody else to fill that void, I don't know.
So you don't really know whether they called anybody else or not, do you? Because you weren't involved, correct?
No, at the time, Rocky Mountain was suspended and was working on having the license reinstated.
You also said,
just for the record, I'm not clear. We're talking about two different suspensions here from two different cases. So if Maggiore,
I was clear which one she was talking about. It was the previous one, not the one from this past Friday. Is that correct, Ms. Maggiore?
I'm going off the testimony of Mr. Smith filed on November 25th, 2020.
Right, which includes the reference to the testimony of Ms. Montoya. And she's referring to the previous suspension, not the one from this past Friday. I followed it. It is a bit convoluted, and I'm not sure it's the best way to make your point, but I'll allow you to proceed however you wish.
Thank you. All right, you expressed concern that there were no specific factual allegations set forth pertaining to St. Vincent's or its operation. That's on page 7, lines 10 through 11 of your pre-file testimony, correct?
One moment, please. Yes, ma'am.
All right, but you heard some factual allegations this morning in Ms. Montoya's testimony, did you not?
I was not present for all of Ms. Montoya's testimony due to my having to step away from the hearing. So I couldn't say 100% of everything she had testified on.
All right, and let's look at page 8 of your testimony, lines 10 through 12. Where you're commenting on the direct testimony of Joaquin Graham, that AMR has substantial assets, and you stated such financial power will be a real or at least potential detriment to Rocky Mountain EMS. Isn't it true that Rocky Mountain EMS essentially took itself out, not that AMR was a detriment to it? Isn't that true?
objection, the testimony was previous to the ruling of last Friday. So it's a distortion of the testimony.
Well, it's not distorted that we have to look at things as we sit here today, Mr. Hearing Officer. And if they've changed from when this testimony was filed, I think I can go into that.
Mr. Padilla, it's for your client to testify, and I would ask that you allow him to testify that his testimony preceded the April 11th decision.
That mean my objection is overruled?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, you can answer.
Then I will answer that my testimony predated the ruling of the December 11th hearing. And at that time, yes, that was my understanding.
All right. And as we sit here today, AMR is not a detriment to Rocky Mountain at all. Is that correct? Because Rocky Mountain is not at this point in operation, correct?
It depends on how you turn the detriment. AMR could be detrimental to Rocky Mountain EMS, because if AMR is granted this, it would potentially take the business of Rocky Mountain EMS that when it is reinstated, or if it is reinstated, would no longer be there.
All right, but we don't know how that's going to go in the future, right?
No, ma'am, just like we don't know if AMR is going to have their certificate expanded.
All right, you are also critical of AMR on line 17 and 18 for initiating contact with Christus in an inappropriate effort to usurp the business of Rocky Mountain EMS. Are those your words?
Those are my words as reviewed by counsel.
All right, so you think it's inappropriate for AMR to respond to Christus's concerns about inadequate service in Santa Fe County. Is that what you're saying here?
I'm not saying it would be inappropriate for AMR to respond to Christus's concerns, but when there's a full service carrier in the area and another carrier comes in and seeks that business, I do believe it's inappropriate.
Well, there's not Rocky Mountain in that area right now, correct?
No, there is not, ma'am, but this testimony predates that suspension.
Thank you, sir.
I'm talking about today.
Well, it's easy to conflagrate the two time periods, and even I'm trying to keep my eye on it.
Well, I believe it's difficult for all of us because they're often intertwined. Again, on page 9, you've talked about an unfair advantage that AMR would have. Do you believe it's unfair for a company to come in and try to do a better job in the face of complaints regarding current service?
I believe it would be unfair if the other company hadn't had the opportunity to address those complaints.
And are you saying that Rocky Mountain, over the last several years, has not had the opportunity to address a multitude of complaints that have come in about that service?
Ma'am, I don't know what multitude of complaints you're talking about. The only 2 complaints I know of were filed by the 2 former employees after I left the service.
So you're not aware of any other complaints that preceded those?
No, ma'am.
And that may be because you weren't there, correct?
That is correct.
All right, on page 9 of your testimony, you testified that Rocky Mountain has continuously and adequately provided service in its authorized territory for a period of over 20 years. You don't know that, do you? I mean, you weren't there for most of that, correct?
That's correct. I was not there for most of that.
So you don't know whether they continuously and adequately provided service or not, do you?
I couldn't say without doubt, but I would say that if the Rocky Mountain was not providing continuously and adequate service over the last 20 years, this situation of their suspension may have arisen much earlier.
Well, it has been suspended before, has it not?
In 2018 or 2019, I believe. But I don't believe there was any suspensions to the prior 20 years before that.
But you weren't there, so you don't really know, correct?
I was not there. No,
He said, I believe. So I take that as I believe.
Yeah, I guess my question is whether the belief has any factual basis.
Sir, is there any factual basis for your belief that there were no suspensions over the 20-year period except for the one that arises from the 2 complaints from 2 former employees?
I have factual basis to know of the suspension that occurred in November of 2019. And other than that, of a review of, in other cases of the PRC docket, I have not seen any documentation that would lead me to believe that Rocky Mountain has ever been suspended before that.
Do you know if there were previous investigations into complaints regarding the service provided by Rocky Mountain?
Investigations by who, ma'am?
By the PRC.
No, ma'am. The only investigations I know of started, I believe, after October of 2018.
You don't know of any other investigations?
Not prior to that, no.
And that's because you weren't there at the time, correct?
That is correct.
All right, you are aware that at this time, the commission has found violations of multiple sections of the Motor Carrier Act and the Motor Carrier rules, correct?
I'm aware.
And you're aware that the finding was that the act and the rules have been repeatedly violated, and that the repeated violations and pattern of non-compliance endanger the public health and safety?
I'm aware that there's been a repeated occurrence, yes.
Are you aware that the commission found that these repeated violations and a pattern of non-compliance endangered the public health and safety?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware that is what the commission found.
And that the suspension is to protect the public from endangerment by Rocky Mountain's health and safety violations, correct?
Ma'am, I believe that's what the ruling is, but I would expand, but I don't believe it's in the scope of this case.
Well, again, Mr. Smith, the order and notice of temporary suspension have been placed into evidence in this case, and that's what I'm questioning you about.
Then I would say that I believe that, yes, it has. And, yes, I believe the commission believes they're protecting the health and safety of the public. But I also believe it is wildly inappropriate to suspend an ambulance service during a global pandemic with an overwhelmed healthcare system.
So it would be better to have an ambulance service that had employees that weren't up on their drug testing. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, I'm not. I'm saying that Rocky Mountain could have cured those deficiencies and still been in operation, and pending a final outcome without endangering the public anymore by removing them.
And Rocky Mountain was given the opportunity to do that, was it not? Or do you not know because you're not there?
The last hearings I had is that, they were told to correct these deficiencies, and my understanding was that they did, and they were still suspended because of the ongoing pattern. But that is my understanding. I do not have a full knowledge.
And where did you get that understanding from?
From conversations with the management of the company.
And that would be Mr. Little?
That's correct.
Are you aware of an incident that occurred on November 5th of 2020 involving the transportation of a minor from Sandoval County to Doña Ana County.
So that sounds a lot like the details of other cases. And I don't really need specific details of other cases. I think you've made your point that he has very limited knowledge because he doesn't, according to him, work there anymore. And
I don't have any further questions.
thank you, Ms. Maggiore. Let's start with Mr. Maurer, or continue with Mr. Maurer. Any questions?
Oh, sir. Thank you.
And Mr. Bartel?
No questions for this witness.
Mr. Borman?
Sorry, I was muted. I have no questions for this witness.
Okay, I actually do. And as I said before, especially directed to Mr. Padilla, my role is not to cross-examine or directly examine, but to make a full record and to remedy any ambiguity that I find. And I'm just not clear on at least one topic. So I'm going to ask your client, your witness, a question. Sir, are you being compensated in any way for the time you're spending on testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
By who?
By Rocky Mountain EMS.
Now, your testimony is you don't work there anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No further questions. Now, since I asked a couple questions, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity if you have any questions within the scope of my, I think, two very, very direct, simple questions. None? Okay, excellent. All right, let's take care of business. Do we have any other witnesses that need to testify? I have none on my list.
I think the staff has a witness.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
We have Casey Dunn, who's our staff.
You know, apologize, geez, not only to you, Mr. Borman, but Ms. Dunn, who has been mostly just a name on my screen for 2 days. You know, had I seen her smiling face for 2 days, I probably would not have forgotten her.
Well, she's particularly intergalactic today, I believe.
That's a corona, I believe, behind her. Is that what we know as a corona?
I'll take it as a crown.
Well, en español es mismo. Okay.
It's nice to meet you, Ms. Dunn. I've spoken to you on the phone numerous times, and it's
Yes,
nice to see your face.
Same here. Nice to meet everyone and see their faces as well.
Miss Dunn, do you know what happens next?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, stand up.
Oh, let me make sure I don't have a dog in my way.
Would be a space dog. Do you swear or affirm that under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Borman.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Dunn.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Public Regulation Commission as the transportation economist in the Applications Bureau of the Transportation Division.
And as part of your duties in that position, did you review the application by AMR that is the subject of this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes.
Now, you should have before you a document marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that document?
I do.
Can you identify that document?
It states direct testimony of Casey Dunn on behalf of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Transportation Division staff, dated November 25th, 2020.
Was Staff Exhibit 1 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to Staff Exhibit 1?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
You adopt Staff Exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this matter.
Yes.
At this point, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Mr. Mauer? No objection?
No objection.
Mr. Padilla, no objection?
No objection.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Maggiore? Did I already hear from you, Ms. Maggiore? I think I did.
Yeah, I'm scratching off about half of my list. So, Ms. Dunn, I just have a couple of questions for you.
Let me ask Mr. Bartel if he has any objection. You have any objection, Mr. Bartel?
I do not.
Okay, then let's go with Ms. Maggiore's question before she, at this point. What are your questions?
All right, Ms. Dunn, you're familiar with the application that AMR made to amend its certificate in case number 568, I'm sorry, certificate number 56829, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Matter of
And-
housekeeping, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I didn't hear that the exhibit was admitted. I may have missed that.
I thought you didn't miss it. I did not admit it yet. I was waiting to hear what Ms. Maggiore's objection to the admission was. Do you have an objection to admitting it, Ms. Maggiore?
Admitting what, Your Honor?
The direct testimony of Casey Dunn.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I have no objection.
Okay, wonderful. Then the document entitled Direct Testimony of Casey Dunn on behalf of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Transportation Division staff, dated November 25th, 2020, and with the label of Staff Exhibit Number 1 in the lower right-hand corner, is hereby admitted. And now, Ms. Maggiore, please continue your examination.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dunn, you're familiar with the application made by AMR for an amendment to certificate number 56829, correct?
Yes.
And after review of that application, staff found that there is in fact a need for additional interfacility ambulance transportation service in Santa Fe County, correct?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mildly friendly, and that was pretty clear. Is there any other examination of this witness?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mauer?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dunn, I don't see you. So I'm Fred Mauer. I represent Superior Ambulance Service. And I have a few questions for you. If you don't understand my question or you can't hear me, please just say so. Ms. Dunn, the testimony that you've identified as Exhibit 1, dated 11/25/2020, and the opinions contained therein, was that filed before you read all the testimony submitted by all the parties in this case?
It was filed before rebuttal testimony, but after all other testimony was filed, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, and with respect to that testimony, you made a conclusion or drew a conclusion that there was a need for additional service in Santa Fe County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as an example, did you contact Superior Ambulance before you drew that conclusion to see if they had available equipment to provide the services that were claimed by AMR?
No, no contact was made to any carrier in regards to that.
And did you, as an example, conduct any kind of survey or any kind of contact with any carrier in the state of New Mexico to see if they were available to provide the services that AMR claimed were needed?
No.
Okay. And the exhibit that that Mr. Borman sent to us on December the 10th, are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Okay. And who created that document?
I ran the report. I did not create it. In a sense, it's a report from the NMSTAR system, the New Mexico Emergency Medical Services Tracking and Reporting System.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this exhibit. It hasn't been introduced. It's not referred to in the direct testimony. It goes way beyond what the direct testimony is. I don't think it's appropriate to be discussing the exhibit. That's just going to open the door to my discussing exhibits that were provided at the hearing of December 11th, which would lead to exactly the opposite conclusion.
I might have yeah.
I'll withdraw the question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Maurer. Question withdrawn.
Ms. Dunn, with respect to the current regulations for ambulance service, are ambulance services currently allowed to transport dead bodies?
It is not specified, no.
Okay. And with regard to the new Motor Carrier Act, are statewide authorities still something that can be granted by this commission?
I believe that's a gray area. Our statute is vague in that it doesn't prohibit statewide authority.
Okay. But you would agree with me that there is a question, what the way the statute is worded, whether that can still be done.
I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you. All right. And Ms. Dunn, did you, before you drew your conclusion in your testimony in Exhibit 1, was there any kind of work done by staff or the commission concerning the impact of the virus in New Mexico and the diminished services for elective procedures on call volume?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bartel, would you like to examine this witness?
You're muted, Randy.
Ms. Dunn. A couple of questions for you. On page 3 of your direct testimony, starting at line 23, you're asked the question, quote, does staff see a need for additional ambulance services in the Santa Fe area, end quote. And your answer is, quote, the Transportation Division is currently aware of an increase in demand that is driving the need for more ambulance services throughout the state, including the Santa Fe area. This demand is exacerbated by the current COVID-19 pandemic, which does not appear to be abating, end quote. So my question to you is, what is the factual basis for your statement that there is an increase in demand throughout the state, including the Santa Fe area, for ambulance service?
Well, in our day-to-day operations and our daily business, we get a lot of information from various entities, from the Department of Health or the EMS Bureau, hospitals, the public, legislators, all of which who have stated that there is a demand, as well as knowledge of the increased population in the state, as well as the Santa Fe area.
Well, so that's a very broad statement. Has staff tried to narrow down any specific facts from reporting or otherwise that would document an increase in demand for ambulance service in Santa Fe County itself?
I believe the Exhibit 2 that Mr. Maurer had brought up is the only real analysis that we've completed. It's just a run report for all interfacility transports in Santa Fe County as reported in NIMSTARS.
So I took a look at that report. It was not something that you relied on in preparing your direct testimony. Is that correct?
No, that report, no, but I do have access to the NIMSTARS system, and we have completed various run reports for other reasons in our day-to-day business.
So I haven't looked at all 168 pages that apparently this report involves, but it looks roughly as though it's a report that starts in January of 2018 and runs to what termination date? Do you know?
December 9th of this year.
Okay. So almost 3 years, correct?
Correct.
18, 19, 20.
Correct.
Has staff undertaken to pull out from that report of nearly 3 years of runs reported by ambulance services? Has staff attempted to pull out any trends for Santa Fe County itself?
Well, if we can refer to pages 21, 81, and 168, each page respectively provides the run numbers for each year. And we can see an increase from 18, 19 to present day.
All right, so pages 21, 81, and 168. Did I get that right?
Correct.
So on page 21, there's a total at the bottom. Count 695.
Correct.
Is that the total of reported runs for the year of 2018?
Yes, as indicated on page 21, the report filters are between January 1st, 2018 and December 31st of 2018 in Santa Fe County for interfacility transport.
And if we go to page 81, it looks like there's a count of 1,984. Is that correct?
That's correct, for the same report criteria.
And that's for the calendar year of 2019.
Correct.
All right, and then if we go to page 168, we have a count of 2,848.
Correct.
I'm going to submit to you that this is the cumulative count. Not
No, that is, as the report states underneath, the criteria is January 1st, 2020 through December 9th, 2020 in Santa Fe for interfacility transport. The run reports were three separate reports that were combined to make one PDF as
I
the
see.
exhibit.
Okay, all right. So we go back to the first reported count of 695. In 3 years, I'm not good at math. I'm really terrible at it, as a matter of fact. But even I can see that from 2018 to 2019, the runs in your report tripled. And then from 2019 to 2020, even though it's a part year, they go up by roughly 1,000 calls.
That's correct.
Do you see that pattern?
Yes.
Did you do anything to verify whether or not all of the runs for each year have been accurately reported to the state?
I have not, but I know that there is a rule for quality assurance that requires each carrier to complete this information in the NMSTARS system. So I took that as it is.
Do you have any idea what's driving a tripling of call volume between 2018 and 2019?
No, I could only speculate, sir.
I mean, I live in Santa Fe County, and I would suggest that my observation doesn't indicate that the population has tripled. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Objection, counsel is testifying, and this is a direct examination at this point.
It's
Yeah, the form of the question
not
was
direct.
unusual, but I'll overrule. I think he understands that.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand from Ms. Dunn what this report is actually telling us, because the data looks to be unrelated to observable facts in Santa Fe County. I'm just trying to understand.
That I'm going to object to.
Well,
Yeah.
what's driving
I'm
the
objecting to that
change
as
in
well.
Well, I'll ask the question. And Ms. Dunn, based on these three numbers on these 3 pages, what conclusion do you draw and why?
The conclusion is that interfacility transport runs have increased over the last 3 years, and that therein leads us to believe that there is increased need for interfacility transport services in this area.
And what degree of certainty do you attach to the reliability of this data? In other words, is it 95% certainly correct, or is it maybe right, maybe wrong? And I ask that because there's been evidence of failure to report data.
Right. I can't say as to what percentage. I would hope that it is correct, because of course it is a requirement for each motor carrier or each ambulance service carrier to provide this information in this system.
Thank you. And Mr. Bartel, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're welcome to continue, please.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying, Ms. Dunn, about this report, you are assuming that all of the providers have accurately and completely reported all of the runs as indicated in the 3 years in this report. Is that correct?
Yes, if they are in compliance with our motor carrier rules, then yes.
But am I also correct in understanding that the department has not undertaken to confirm that all of the runs have been accurately input into the system?
That's correct. We have not confirmed such.
So given the fact that this report, to use an accounting term, appears to be unaudited, we can't know whether the data are reliable for purposes of really deciding that in 3 years, call volume has actually quadrupled by report. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you repeat it?
Well, I understand what your report says, but it would indicate that in the relatively short amount of time of 3 years, call volume in this county has quadrupled roughly. So doesn't the fact that is a very large statistical change that has not been audited give us some bases for questioning the reliability of this report?
I don't believe so. I don't know why they have quadrupled. I cannot say why. And I would not assume that the numbers would be that different. I feel like they are correct and true.
So other than this report, setting that aside for the moment, is there any other bases for your conclusion that there's been an increase in demand in Santa Fe County, as you've stated in your testimony?
No, other than what I've stated earlier in our day-to-day operations, speaking with individuals that have expressed that there is a need statewide, then that includes Santa Fe County.
And is it your practice to collect those statements or to record them in some manner that they can be reviewed or verified or in any other way substantiated?
Dependent on what those comments are. If it is a complaint, they are referred to our Consumer Relations Division of the Public Regulation Commission. I have not spoken with the Consumer Relations Division to verify if they're on record. But I don't, make note of every time that a comment is made about the need for services.
And you do refer to the fact that the COVID pandemic is impacting the current situation. Do you agree that that is a temporary impact?
I'm not sure, being that the pandemic has not seemed to cease at this point in time. I don't know if it would be considered temporary.
Some of the increase in the numbers in 2020 could be attributable to COVID, correct?
Correct.
But it would appear that the change, for instance, between 2018 and 2019 couldn't have had anything to do with COVID. Would that also be correct?
Correct.
Does the reporting that's reflected in this report attempt to single out in any way that the state can determine what COVID impact there might have been in 2020, drive the call volume above what it otherwise would have been?
No, sir.
So staying with your pre-file testimony, Ms. Dunn, on that same page, page 3, the question that's in the middle of the page, starting at page 10, asks about the standards for granting or denying an amendment. And you, in your answer, you basically point to section 65-2A-14, correct?
Correct.
In that statute, in turn, in subsection B1, there's a cross-reference to section 65-2A-8. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what section 65-2A-8 states?
Yes, sir, I am.
So you would agree that in subsection D of section 65-2A-8, the statute states, quote, before granting a certificate for ambulance service, the commission must also consider the effect that issuance of the certificate would have on existing ambulance service in the territory, end quote. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir, I am.
In compiling your direct testimony, what efforts, if any, did you make to consider the effect that the issuance of this particular requested certificate would have on the existing ambulance service in Santa Fe County?
Well, it is not up to staff to determine or to consider the effect. That is up to the commission. So staff has not completed any sort of evaluation on the effect or impact on existing ambulance service carriers. I believe this hearing is for that reason.
You missed the question.
But you would agree that the standards for granting or denying an amendment of a certificate go beyond a demonstration that the financial requirements test is met, that the carrier has the equipment, and goes to the question of whether or not, in fact, the existing ambulance services in the territory, in this instance, Santa Fe County, could be adversely affected.
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sorry, it was a little bit long-winded.
Well, the question is in your direct testimony, and you've answered it by referring to a statute. I'm just trying to understand when staff is saying that it believes there is a need, and that AMR's application should be granted, whether or not any part of that analysis involves determining whether there's going to be an adverse effect on the existing ambulance services.
I still don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
So is it fair to say that staff is not undertaken to determine whether or not granting AMR's application would hurt, for instance, Albuquerque Ambulance Services operations in Santa Fe?
That's fair to say, yes. We have not completed any sort of analysis to determine that.
And that would be true of Superior Ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
All right, nothing further for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel. Mr. Petit, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Ms. Dunn, you just said that staff hadn't looked at the effect on Albuquerque Ambulance Service and Superior Ambulance Service. With regard to your direct testimony, as of November 25 to 2020, that would have included Rocky Mountain as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. You talked with Mr. Bartel a fair amount about this Exhibit 2 and the numbers, the 695 increasing to 1984, increasing to 2848. Did I understand when you were having that conversation that you were saying that those numbers show an increase in the need for ground interfacility transports?
I believe this report shows that there has been an increase in interfacility transport. The report itself does not differentiate between ground or air.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please.
As you can see in the report itself, it does have agency names that are not ground ambulance.
Right. For example, the report makes numerous references, and I don't know how many, whether it's 10 or 100 or 200, because I didn't count them, but it makes numerous references to lifeguard air emergency services, correct?
Correct.
And it makes numerous references to classic air medical, correct?
Correct.
And it makes numerous references to PHI Air Medical LLC, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that none of these air service statistics apply in any manner whatsoever to the subject matter of this hearing, to interfacility ground transport?
I'm not quite sure of that, being that we have had conversations with hospital staff who have told us that in the event they cannot obtain services for ground ambulance transportation, that they seek air ambulance for interfacility transports.
So for a simple interfacility transport, you're being told, the PRC is being told that these hospitals will go to the far, far more expensive transport of an air ambulance service? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And that is statewide, not just specific to Santa Fe. We have been informed from hospital staff of that.
Okay. So as we sit here today, can you tell me how many of those 695 transports in 2018 were actually ground transports?
No, I would have to actually count that out. I don't have those numbers right now. No.
And would it be true you can't, the same would hold true for 2019 and 2020?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do I understand that these numbers came out of the NMEMS TARS system. Everybody says M stars, but the initials are NM EMS TARS. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And these are numbers of transports that were actually completed and run and reported to the system, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So in fact, those numbers do not show an unmet need. What they actually show is a met need because these transports were all completed, correct?
That is correct.
Those are the only questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Before I ask that question, Mr. Borman, you realize that staff exhibit number 2 has not been admitted, correct?
I do realize that, and I was wondering if it would make sense to have that admitted since we've had such discussion about this already.
Well, her testimony about it is now evidence. You know, she's only really testified mostly about 3 pages. One thing I wanted to note is that in my printed out copy, the page numbers actually don't correspond to her testimony, which may be one reason enough to submit it. I will comment and place on the record that this is a substantial document, over 100 pages very easily with single spaced information on it. So it's a substantial document. It's up to you, sir.
I would move admission of staff exhibit 2.
Okay. Any objection to admission of staff exhibit number 2?
No objection from AMR.
Okay. How about Mr. Padilla? Any objection?
Yes, sir. Rocky Mountain objects on the basis that this exhibit number 1 is not referred to in the direct testimony of the witness. It appears to be an attempt to supplement the testimony of the witness. Mr. Bartel asked numerous questions, and obviously I asked some questions about it, but simply asking questions about what's contained in the exhibit doesn't mean that the entirety of the exhibit should be admitted. We've got a 168-page exhibit here, and if that exhibit is admitted, I'm presuming that it's being submitted for the purpose of showing that an unmet need, and the witness has said clearly that the need was met. What this shows is, even though it shows an increase, it shows an increase that was actually in numbers that were actually performed.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Maurer, did you have an objection?
Well, since I sort of started all of this, Mr. Padilla did object. I'll join with his objection.
And Mr. Bartel, any objection?
You know, I have to say, I think that there's not an adequate foundation for this exhibit. I mean, I appreciate that Ms. Dunn ran a report, but there's more to foundational requirements for a statistical report like this than simply documenting, you know, the person that ran the report saying that she performed that activity. I think that there should be evidence about how the data is compiled, how it is entered, and what the process is for ensuring its reliability.
Mr. Bartel, we have similar mindset, but I was concerned about the reliability of it more than anything. This is an administrative hearing, and I can assess the value of it even after it's been admitted into evidence. Mr. Borman, would you care to have a foundation, lay a foundation with this by re-examining your witness, or would you rather me do that?
Well, I could do it, but I mean, I'm not sure that I could possibly meet whatever foundational requirements that Mr. Bartel might throw in the way. So, I mean, we've already, you know, Ms. Dunn has already kind of established how she pulled together this information. I mean, I'm not sure what else we could give you in foundation that she could testify to.
Well, my concern is if anyone would review the record and hear her referring to page numbers and then there were numbers on those various pages, and then there was a cross-examination concerning those numbers, I believe that anyone reviewing the record would want to see where those references are.
Oh, I agree. And that's why I moved the document. I just don't know how I could meet the barriers to foundation that Mr. Bartel seems to be identifying here. And, you know, I'm obviously not going to be able to pull somebody that actually does the data collection for MSTARS here to tell us about how reliable this data is, and how the data is obtained, how it's maintained, and how the algorithm works to when you try to pull a search.
Well, I agree. And that's certainly going to go towards the assessment of the value of this exhibit.
Right.
And I think I'm going to ask Ms. Dunn a few questions, if
Okay.
permission. Ms. Dunn, I'll try to make these questions as simple as possible. I'm looking at staff exhibit number 2. I have it printed on front and backs of pages, and it comes out to be, I don't know, it's a whole handful of pages, perhaps 175 or so. I'm not really sure. Where did you get this paper? Or did you get this paper?
Yes, I ran the report in the NMSTAR system. It is the system that is required by the EMS Bureau of the Department of Health for every carrier to, under our regulation 18.3.14.24 subsection B, the minimum data elements of every patient run.
So the Department of Health follows our regulations for their data collection? Is that what I understand?
We work hand in hand with the EMS Bureau,
Right.
and the EMS Bureau is part of the Department of Health.
Okay, so this is state government data.
Correct.
And the state government obtains this from self-reporting information?
That's correct.
Has there been any change in the pattern of self-reporting over the years 2018, 2019, 2020, as in there's been more compliance with reporting than there was in the past?
I'm not privy to such information. I started with the commission in March of last year, so I can't say for what has happened in 2018 or the beginning of 2019.
Okay, you say you ran the report. What do you mean run or ran? What does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. It means I just entered the search criteria and hit submit.
Good answer. I knew that answer, but what do you mean? What search criteria were your options and what did you choose?
Oh, there is a plethora of options, but I chose the report that was standardized in the system as interfacility transport IPRA. And the reporting criteria for each year is specified on the pages that I had referred to earlier, where the county is Santa Fe and the dates were between January and December of each year.
Why did you choose interfacility? Why did you choose transports? And why did you choose IPRA as your search criteria?
That was a standardized report that was already in the NMSTAR system that just made it much easier than using the plethora of criteria to get thousands of results that could have to be redacted. This is IPRA sensitive, so it doesn't have any personal identifiers of any patients or any of the narrative of their report.
Well, how do you know this is every possible entry?
I just relied on the system itself, sir.
Have you run this report without the IPRA criteria?
No, that is already in the system as that titled that way. That is how whoever created this report at the EMS Bureau titled this report to have each column that states the agency name, the incident date, the response incident number, the scene, and the disposition.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I hate to interrupt. Could you let Mr. Archuleta back in? He's in the waiting room. Apparently he got disconnected and he's now in the waiting room and needs to get back in. Sorry.
Okay, well, that's okay. Hold on. I hate to be interrupted, but I want people to get in here from the waiting room. Where is he? Let's see here. I'm not seeing him in the waiting room. Just give me a minute here. I'll pop out the waiting room in the big screen. I don't see Mr. Archuleta in the waiting room. I'm so sorry. He's not in my participants screen as being in the waiting room. I have nobody in the waiting room.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Sorry. Okay, no problem. I'm just going to look at the front page, and this is a funny question, but I'm going to ask you, what does each of these entries represent?
It provides the agency name,
right,
and then the date of the incident,
right,
the response number, the scene, incident, facility, or location, and the destination.
Okay, so I'm going to pick a date like March 3rd, 2018. Excuse me, March 2nd, 2018. And there seems to be one transport on that day, correct?
For interfacility transport, it looks as that is correct.
Does that sound correct? One in the entire state of New Mexico?
It wouldn't be the state of New Mexico, sir. It would be in Santa Fe.
So that was a search criteria, Santa Fe.
Correct.
All right, I missed that. So by reading this report, it seems like there was only one such transport on that day, correct?
It looks as that is true.
Are
I haven't.
You've heard the testimony of the witnesses explaining 4 and 5 from one facility in one day. Is that correct?
I've heard that testimony, yes.
Do you find it unusual that these reports only show one on a particular day?
I don't know. I don't work in the field, in the ambulance field, so I'm not quite sure if that's the norm. For one day there might be only one transport, and the next day 4 or 5. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, I'm just looking at the front page and I see quite a few days where there's only one transport. Did you notice that?
I did.
Do you attach any significance to that?
No, I can't say as to why there was only one report. It could be an error in that maybe when they entered the information into the system, they didn't use the correct county, or they haven't entered into the system. I'm not quite sure.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead to the final page of the report, and I'm going to pick a date. I'm going to pick December 5th, 2020. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 different entries on that date. Does it strike you as unusual that we have 5 entries on one date on the final page and only one on many singular dates on the front page?
It is a little odd that I guess that there would be more transports entered most recently than in 2018.
And I'm going to just do what I call ballparking, or looking from a distance. I'm paging backwards and I see many of the same dates repeated, indicating that there are many transports on each of the many days. And I'm seeing not many with just one entry. Would you concur with me about that? If you page back a few pages?
I would concur. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if the reporters themselves, if the individuals didn't list the dates correctly. I'm not quite sure.
Do you know if there's been any change in reporting requirements for this system?
I'm unaware of any reporting changes.
All right. Now, since I asked a couple questions, I'm going to allow all other counsel to ask any questions within the scope of mine, and then we'll decide whether to admit this document. Mr. Borman, do you have any further questions?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Petit, any questions?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dunn, you said, I don't work in the ambulance field. This testimony is with regard to ambulances. So how does the fact that you don't work in the ambulance field relate to the testimony that you're doing here today? Are you testifying about the ambulance field specifically or not?
I'm sorry, sir. I meant by that statement I meant. I do not work boots on the ground. I'm not an EMT. I don't work in ambulances or around ambulances as a provider of ambulance service.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Any questions?
No, sir, but could you try and see if Mr. Archuleta is sitting there waiting to get in or something?
Looks like he's in.
I admitted him. I pressed the button to let him in.
Thank you.
That was about 6 minutes
I'm
ago.
in. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I have no
I'm in.
questions for Ms. Dunn. Thank you, ma'am.
I wore my multitask hat for about a second there. Ms. Maggiore, any questions?
I just have one question, Ms. Dunn. If anything, there would be underreporting. There's certainly not over-reporting in the system. Would that be correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Bartel, any questions?
Ms. Dunn, you don't personally operate NM stars, do you?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by personally
The
operate?
system, the system itself, the computer system.
Oh.
You don't operate it, do you?
I have access. I'm registered operator in the system, yes.
Right, but you don't control what goes in, do you?
No, I have no
And-
control of that.
Right, you're authorized to run reports based on the data as it exists. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have personal knowledge of what quality control measures there are in place for the accuracy of the data in NM stars?
No, sir, I do not. I would have to defer to the EMS Bureau for such information.
Did you run comparable reports for other counties across New Mexico using the same criteria and the same time frame?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you make any attempt to correlate whether or not there had been a change in reported runs in other localities in New Mexico, similar to what we're seeing in this report?
I have in the past, not specific to this case.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I mean, I don't have any problems with Ms. Dunn's veracity, but I think that she's not an adequate foundation witness. And on the face of this record, there are questions of its accuracy that make its reliability just, I think, inherently questionable. So my foundation objection stands.
Okay, and I'm going to overrule your objection with respect. I'm going to admit it for the value, which I think it has. That, like I said, this is an administrative hearing, and my role is to assess the value of evidence. I'm going to assess the value appropriately. So that's the end of our admission testimony concerning that document. Now, since everyone had the direct examination happen and there's been cross, I have a question, couple questions for Ms. Dunn as well. Ms. Dunn, I am not I don't represent a party. I do not examine you or cross-examine you. Don't directly examine or cross-examine, but I want to clear up some things that I'm not clear about with respect. Let me see here. I'm skipping to page 4 where it says on line 10, do you have a recommendation regarding AMR's application in this case? And frankly, I would expect the answer to be yes, and then an explanation, or no, and then an explanation why you had either yes or no. But what you answered is frankly, in my opinion, a bit more ambiguous. You do not answer yes, you do not answer no. You state, as mentioned earlier, there appears to be a growing need for ambulance service in the Santa Fe area, period. Moreover, staff recognizes the value of another participant in the provision of ambulance service, including the Santa Fe area. So anyhow, it sounds like you're generalizing your opinion beyond the Santa Fe area, number 2, in the second sentence. And in the first sentence, it's a bit, how can I put this, unclear, for lack of a better word. So the question I'm going to ask you is, do you have a recommendation? Is that a yes or a no?
I don't believe I'm in the position to make a recommendation. That's solely why I did not state yes or no in that answer. I believe that would be either the division director or the hearing examiner who could provide a recommendation in a case.
I have no other question, but since I asked one, Mr. Borman, would you like to follow up on that?
I have no additional questions.
Any other questions within the scope of my question? Mr. Padilla?
No, sir.
Mr. Maurer?
Sir.
No, sir?
Sir.
Ms. Maggiore?
No, sir.
Mr. Bartel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys dealing with my roll calling. Well, I'm going to try this one more time and stand ready to be corrected. Do we have any other witnesses?
Not
Sounds
from
like a no.
No.
Okay, Ms. Maurer, no other witnesses, correct?
No other witnesses, sir.
Ms. Maggiore, no other witnesses?
No further witnesses.
And Mr. Bartel, no further witnesses, correct?
No further. That's correct.
Have we, so I think we have concluded the testimony part of this hearing. At this stage, it is now 4:37. That's enough time to do closing arguments. I prefer to have a written closing, but I want to provide some ground rules for that, most respectfully to council. I'm not going to tell you how to exactly do your job, but what I don't want is an appellate brief. What I'd like to receive is a few pages where you set forth your burden of proof, the statutory or regulatory authority as a site for your burden of proof, and with what evidence you have sustained your burden of proof and a reference to it in the transcript. Any questions about that? We'll start with Mr. Padilla. Any questions?
So we're talking about a written closing. We're not talking about proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, correct?
I don't make a distinction between the two. If you want to call it that, that's fine. You know, what I've just described is basically findings of facts with applied law to those facts.
Okay, then I understand. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Mr. Maurer, no questions?
No questions.
Counsel for the appellant, Ms. Maggiore, I have not forgotten you. Any questions?
No, I was hoping that we could, here's my concern. I was hoping that we could do oral closings just because of the situation that we're in with Rocky Mountain, no longer operational for the time being, and with the holidays coming up, that we could get this moving along. It's been a long journey for us. It's been about a year. So I'd like to see it move forward, but I understand your desire to have it in writing.
I sympathize with your position, and if you haven't noticed, I've tried to move this case along as rapidly as practicable. But I think it's in the best interest of each party and not just the applicant. And very often private counsel they welcome the opportunity to more thoroughly brief, and they are not comfortable with me putting them on the spot and asking them to summarize their entire case or the entire case in just a few moments, especially if you're the first one to do the closing argument. So I've seen it go both ways. I personally favor oral closing arguments. However, I think in this type of case, 2 days of testimony and a serious issue with a lot of tertiary issues, if you will, the case begs to be have closing arguments in writing. So there's a response there. Mr. Bartel, do you have any comment?
No, I understand what you are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's all pick a time limit. And this is where I like a concurrence from the counsel for the parties. I think we should cooperate on this type of thing. Obviously, Ms. Maggiore wants to do it as soon as possible. And she's right. The Christmas holidays and the first of the year holidays are coming up. New Year's Day on the 1st of January. May I respectfully throw out there, and then I'm willing to hear arguments and other suggestions. How about the 12th of January? That's almost a month from now. That's a lot of time. Does anybody have any problem with the 12th of January? Keep in mind, we all have other things going on as well. And I respect that.
We all do. I will make it work, at least from our perspective.
Okay, let's ask Ms. Maggiore, is that acceptable to you as the time limit?
It is. It's further afield than I would have liked, but we'll make
Okay.
it work too.
And Mr. Maurer, can you concur with that date?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bartel?
I'm okay with it. Thank you.
I don't think I heard from Mr. Padilla. Is the 12th of January a good time limit for the closing?
God forbid that I disagree with everybody else.
Okay. The 12th it is, of course, close of business. I would like you guys to send it to me. You need not wait until the 12th. That's a time limit. Miss Hoyman, have you been recording this discussion? That's fine. Are we ready to go off the record? Anybody, is there anything I've forgotten to rule upon or anything we need to do before we go off the record in this case?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either. There were,
Not from us.
I believe the pending motion was disposed of in an alternative method, basically, the one about the city of Santa Fe. So that was disposed of, I think, through the proceeding. Okay, it is now, for the record, 4:43 p.m. on December 15th. We've included the second day of this hearing. I'm going to stop the YouTube streaming, and then I'm going to turn off the Zoom. There will be no further discussion concerning this case. Thank you all for being cooperative and helping each other out while also advocating zealously for your clients. Mr. Graham, thank you.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to
Happy
everyone.
holidays, everyone.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye. Adjourned.
Bye.